Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yuanyuan, riding on his puppet, was fortunate enough to escape the attack, but he was still terrified, his face pale and his body trembling slightly. Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at the small fry. His gaze fell on Mo Yuan beside him. As an important NPC in the City of Freedom, Mo Yuan's expression was complicated at this moment. There was shock at Chen Ping'an's formidable strength and also struggle with the current situation. Logically, she should have obeyed the city lord's orders and joined in the arrest of Chen Ping'an, this troublemaker. But she glanced at the powerful and mysterious man beside her, recalling his figure as he fought to save the City of Freedom in the depths of the underground abyss. Remembering how he had carried her away from danger in a Princess Carrie, her heart had already strayed. Just then, a system notification sounded in Chen Ping'an's mind. Master Craftsman Mo Yuan, LV.93, voluntarily relinquishes all the glory of the City of Freedom, wishing to follow you. Do you agree? Chen Ping'an was taken aback and looked at Mo Yuan in surprise. Is this girl crazy? Why would she give up being the head of the Forgeheart workshop with the potential to become the city lord and instead abandon everything to follow me, a wanted criminal, on a life of wandering? He was used to being alone, a free-spirited lone wolf. Each additional person brings more trouble and more vulnerability. His first instinct was to refuse. Yuanyuan, standing atop the city wall, seemed to sense Mo Yuan's hesitation and Chen Ping'an's doubt. He immediately shouted, "Mo Yuan, don't ruin your life. You are the most outstanding engineer in Freedom City with a bright future ahead of you. Return immediately and assist this city lord in capturing this villain. I will forgive and forget what happened before. Otherwise, you will be a traitor to the City of Freedom, you will be permanently wanted and despised. And another thing, the plenipotentiary envoy sent by Yuanyuan.He of Hope City is truly going too far. I will never let that old geezer get away with this, even if it means using all diplomatic means." Yuanyuan's voice was filled with anxiety and threat. He really didn't want to lose such a top-notch technical talent as Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's delicate body trembled slightly, but her gaze became even more resolute. She seemed not to hear Yuanyuan's threat. She took a small step forward, getting closer to Chen Ping'an, looking at him intently, her tone very serious. "Reverse butterfly, my lord, I've figured out some ways to enhance the portable teleportation coordinates blueprint you gave me before, which can reduce the channeling time. If you let me follow you, I'll definitely help you improve it. I'm still useful to you." Her voice trembled slightly, but more so with determination and anticipation. Chen Ping'an looked into her eyes and heard that there had been progress in improving the portable teleportation coordinates, and his heart stirred slightly. This thing will be a strategically valuable asset in the future, proving useful both in games and in real life. If that 10-second setup time could be reduced, its usability would be greatly improved. Looking into Mo Yuan's sincere, even pleading eyes and considering her astonishing talent in mechanical arts, he finally sighed. "Okay." Chen Ping pretended to be very reluctant. "Then you'll be working for me from now on. But let me make this clear beforehand, following me is going to be tough. We'll be eating and sleeping in the open, and going 3 days without food is a regular occurrence. Don't cry and blame me later." Seeing that he agreed, Mo Yuan's face instantly lit up with a bright smile, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, and she quickly promised, "No problem, it's a deal. I won't starve, I'll make my own parts to eat." Master Craftsman Mo Yuan, LV.93, has become your follower. The system notification sounded again, ha 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 ha. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Mo Yuan's serious expression. This girl is interesting. Upon witnessing this, Yuanyuan was so enraged he nearly fell off the puppet's shoulder. "Mo Yuan. You're so foolish." Chen Ping'an, too lazy to pay them any more attention, told Mo Yuan, "Stay close." After saying that, he grabbed Mo Yuan's waist again and pushed off with his feet. Swift step, activate Swift Phantom. Activate, boom, he transformed into a streak of azure light once more, completely ignoring the crowd and puppets blocking his path, and charged straight through. Bang, bang, bang. The guards and low-level puppets blocking the way were thrown back as if hit by a high-speed train, screaming and dazed. Several oblivious players were completely stunned by the impact, thus receiving a 24-hour rest package. Chen Ping'an didn't even use a weapon, he just smashed his way through. Gong Shuyan could only watch helplessly as the azure light disappeared at an alarming speed at the end of the street, making him tremble with rage, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. They can't beat them in a fight and they can't stop them, what else can they do? Chen Ping'an carried Mo Yuan at an extreme speed, the scenery on both sides of the street rushing past. Mo Yuan gripped his arm tightly. The wind made her hair fly, but she couldn't help but giggle, laughing heartily. She glanced back at the increasingly distant chaotic scene and the city lord who was jumping up and down in anger, then turned her head and looked firmly at Chen Ping'an's profile. Sunlight pierced through the perennial mechanical dust that hung over the city of freedom, showering the two men with a golden glow. This grand escape in front of all the NPCs in the city was absolutely dashing. Chen Ping'an looked at the vast, open wilderness ahead and was in a good mood. They killed Qianji Liadang and even stole the seed of the next city lord of Freedom City. What a huge win. With Mo Yuan in his arms, Chen Ping'an sped off at full speed, quickly leaving the noisy and chaotic city of freedom far behind until it was no longer in sight. Chen Ping'an only put Mo Yuan down when the map showed that they had left the territory of Freedom City. "All right, we're safe now," Chen Ping'an said, clapping his hands. Mo Yuan's face was still flushed. She whispered thank you and then quickly tidied her wind-blown hair and clothes. She stole a glance at Chen Ping'an, her heart was still beating a little fast. Chen Ping'an didn't notice her subtle movements. He opened the map, looked at it, and frowned. "This is troublesome," Chen Ping'an said. "The teleportation array in Freedom City is definitely unusable and we're wanted by the authorities. The teleportation scroll back to Hope City is too far away and has also failed." "Ah, what should we do then?" Mo Yuan's face showed a hint of anxiety, but actually I wasn't worried at all. As long as I followed Lady Reverse Butterfly, it didn't matter where we were. Chen Ping'an pointed in a direction on the map. "We can only go there. First, we'll go to the nearest city, Equality, and then use their teleportation array to return to Hope City." Mo Yuan followed his finger and looked at the map. It showed that the distance between the two main cities was not short. Even if they ran, it would take a lot of game time. Walking, okay. Mo Yuan was slightly disappointed, but quickly cheered up again. "Walking is fine too, this way I can spend more time with Reverse Butterfly. This is precious time alone, hee hee. Let's go, stay close, there might be monsters on the way," Chen Ping'an said, taking the lead and heading towards the City of Equality. Mo Yuan quickly followed, walking slightly behind and to the side of him. Just then, a semi-transparent system notification flashed before Chen Ping'an's eyes, and at the same time, a memory from his past life surfaced. System notification: the follower master craftsman Mo Yuan, LV.93, has joined your party. Follower system description: players can recruit NPCs as followers. Followers will assist players in combat, crafting, or exploration. Followers gain full experience points for killing monsters, but the experience points gained by the player are distributed based on the number of followers and their contributions. Followers cannot directly obtain monster drops or quest rewards except for special quests. Their equipment and supplies must be provided by the player. Follower loyalty favorability will greatly affect their combat efficiency, skill performance, and obedience. Once a follower dies, they cannot be summoned for 24 hours and their loyalty will decrease based on their affinity level. If affinity falls below a critical threshold, they may defect. Chen Ping'an glanced at the prompt and inwardly scoffed. He knew about this follower system from his previous life. To put it bluntly, it's like having a helper, but the price is that it will take away your experience points and you have to pay to support them yourself. The advantage is that NPC followers usually have special skills and their combat power is quite good after being trained. However, in his previous life he had his own team and rarely recruited followers. Unexpectedly, in this life he picked up one not long after the start, and he was even a top-notch engineer. He glanced at Mo Yuan's status bar subconsciously and sure enough saw a heart icon next to her name followed by the number 16,000. Another system notification popped up, affection system explanation. Interacting with NPCs or specific players can increase or decrease your favorability rating. The favorability levels are roughly divided into indifferent, below 0, neutral 0 to 499, respectful 500 to 999, friendly 1000 to 4999, intimate 5000 to 7999, trusted 8000 to 10,000, and beloved loyal above 10,000. High favorability may trigger special missions, grant extra rewards, discounts, or even sworn allegiance. If the favorability rating drops below -10,000, the follower will enter a mortal enemy state. Current follower Mo Yuan's favorability rating, 16,000. Deeply in love, vowing to follow to the death. Deeply in love, I vow to follow you to the death. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself. The favorability rating is rising really fast. It seems that carrying her in a princess carry and escaping from danger are very effective. In just a short time, it has increased by another 1,000. According to his memory, reaching the trust level of NPC favorability is already very rare, as it unlocks many special functions such as higher-level blueprint exchanges and exclusive quests. As for the even higher level of beloved Die Hard, that's extremely rare and its effects can be described as incredibly abnormal. I've heard that it allows you to command your followers to do anything. Mo Yuan noticed Chen Ping'an looking at her, her cheeks flushed again, and she asked softly, "Reverse Butterfly Master, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, just checking on you." Chen Ping'an withdrew his gaze and said calmly. The two continued walking forward. Mo Yuan was clearly in a great mood, her steps were much lighter as she cherished this rare moment of solitude. She secretly glanced at Chen Ping'an's profile and thought that he looked incredibly cool in that mythical outfit, walking with a confident and imposing aura. She felt a surge of joy knowing that coming with him was the best decision she had ever made. After walking for a while, Mo Yuan couldn't help but speak first. She asked curiously, "Reverse Butterfly Master, how did you finally defeat that 1,000 machines?" "It became so terrifying in the end." Chen Ping'an briefly recounted the battle, emphasizing how Stormbringer proactively rushed in to imprison 1,000 machines in order to buy himself time, and finally used his ultimate skill to inflict heavy damage. "That's pretty much it. In the end, Xiao Feng sacrificed itself to create an opportunity for me which allowed me to turn the tide." Chen Ping'an's tone was calm, but Mo Yuan could detect a different emotion in his voice. Upon hearing that the Stormbringer had been completely destroyed while saving Chen Ping'an, Mo Yuan's smile vanished instantly and her mood plummeted. That Stormbringer was something she poured countless hours of effort into building, working tirelessly day and night. Although it was just a prototype, it was like her child. I never expected my first official match to be like this." She lowered her head, her nose felt a little sore and she felt empty inside. Chen Ping'an noticed that she was in a bad mood and roughly guessed the reason, adding, "However, it didn't completely disappear. Its core, my power, and other materials fused together to become my new weapon." He brandished the longsword in his hand, a weapon with an ancient yet technologically advanced design. Mo Yuan raised her head and looked at the sword, sensing a faint, familiar aura. She felt a little better, but a sense of disappointment remained. She secretly vowed in her heart, "It doesn't matter, Reverse Butterfly, you're so amazing, sir. You'll definitely be able to find even better materials in the future. I, Mo Yuan, will definitely create even more powerful and formidable puppets to aid Lord Reverse Butterfly in battle. I will." To change the subject and also for his own plan, Chen Ping pretended to ask casually, "Mo Yuan, how do you usually handle the energy circuit conduction in your puppet creation process to achieve the highest efficiency? I have a friend who's quite interested in this and he asked me to inquire about it." Upon hearing that it was a technical issue and that it was asked by Reverse Butterfly, Mo Yuan immediately perked up and temporarily put her disappointment behind her. "Well, that depends on the core output and the material's capacity." Mo Yuan began to speak eloquently. Generally speaking, a triple spiral circuit can stabilize the basic output. If you want to achieve overload bursts, you need to use the void etching method to reinforce the loop nodes. However, this places much higher demands on the materials. They need to be able to withstand the energy of space. Blah blah blah. She spoke in great detail, much of it being closely guarded secrets of the puppet masters of the City of Freedom. Chen Ping'an listened very attentively and memorized the knowledge. He thought to himself, these techniques might actually be useful in real-world modifications to those basic sentry crossbow golems. The two walked and talked, mainly Mo Yuan doing the talking, and they indeed encountered quite a few monsters along the way. However, Chen Ping'an is currently level 145 and is wearing mythical equipment. The pressure and aura of power emanating from him are truly terrifying. Many low-level monsters such as Lone Wolf in the Forest with Poisoned Essence, LV50 and Violent, Ancient and Evil Tree Spirit, LV60. The smell and the terrifying aura emanating from afar terrified them, and they tucked their tails between their legs and howled as they fled, not daring to approach. Occasionally, there are some elite monsters or bosses that are quite strong and bold, such as the King of the Giant Rock, LV100 gold-level boss blocking the way. It is 5 or 6 meters tall and looks very intimidating. It watched as Chen Ping'an and his companion walked past it, chatting and laughing, completely ignoring its presence. It roared and raised its huge stone fist to smash it down, intending to turn the two ignorant little creatures who had intruded into its territory into mincemeat. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Get lost, stop trying to get attention. He didn't even bother to lift a finger, simply saying to Mo Yuan, test your skills. Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was a test given to her by Lord Reverse Butterfly. She nodded immediately, took out a small controller from her tool bag and pressed it a few times. Whoosh, whoosh, two light combat golems LV65 appeared out of thin air and fired a burst of energy beams at the Stone King. -1421, -1855, the damage was like a tickle but it attracted hatred. The Rock King turned around and smashed the golem. Chen Ping'an nodded slightly, then casually waved his hand, creating a strong gust of wind. Bang! With a muffled thud, the King of the Boulder's massive body was sent flying backward as if hit by a high-speed train, crashing through several large trees before coming to a stop, a huge damage number floating above its forehead. -5,840,1421, crushing damage. The health bar vanished instantly, and the massive body crumbled into a pile of ordinary stones, dropping several glittering pieces of equipment and a considerable amount of gold coins. Instant kill, a true instant kill. Mo Yuan watched with her eyes shining, her little mouth forming an O shape. Reverse Butterfly, you're amazing, sir. She couldn't help but cheer and applaud. Chen Ping'an walked over expressionlessly, picked up the shattered debris from the ground, threw it into his backpack and didn't even glance at it. He no longer finds this level of equipment appealing at all. System notification. You and your follower have defeated the Stone King, gaining 5,200,000 experience points, a 100x increase. The follower contributed a portion of the experience. Chen Ping'an glanced at the notification. The experience points were indeed a bit lacking, but it was still acceptable. System notification, your follower Master Craftsman Mo Yuan has been upgraded to LV.95. Chen Ping'an walked over and picked up the fallen items. The reaction is alright, but the puppet's strength needs improvement, Chen Ping'an commented. Yes, Reverse Butterfly Master, I will continue to work hard. Mo Yuan was overjoyed to receive recognition after just leveling up, and her favorability rating quietly increased by another 50 points. For her, being able to help is more important than anything else. Let's go, he said calmly. Chen Ping'an's principle for dealing with these obstacles was to simply push through them without taking any detours, taking a detour. A waste of time. After clearing out several more waves of mindless monsters, Chen Ping'an found a clear stream and stopped to rest, take a break. As Chen Ping'an spoke, he found a clean, large rock and sat down. Mo Yuan sat obediently beside her, took out her water bottle and took a sip of water. Then, quite naturally, she handed the water bottle to Chen Ping'an. Reverse Butterfly, my lord, would you like some? Chen Ping'an shook his head and took a bottle of water from his backpack. He took this opportunity to carefully tally up the ultimate reward he had obtained after defeating the 1,000-machine evil dragon. I was so focused on running away that I didn't get a proper look at the situation. He took out the mythical-grade materials and items, each radiating a 7-colored glow from his backpack one by one to examine them. First, there's a bunch of dazzling mythological material. Final resentment crystallization myth. Description: a pure crystal containing the ultimate resentment of the 1,000 machines zero from the end machine. It is an extremely rare top-tier material with both dark and spiritual attributes, and can be used for forging, engineering, or special rituals. Inside, it seemed as if countless tiny faces were wailing or praying. The immortal gear myth. Description: a gear that seems to have existed since time immemorial, its material unknown, turning slowly and steadily forever, containing fragments of the laws of eternity and mechanics. It can be used to create golems or equipment with self-repairing or rule-based robustness. Fell energy source mythology. Description: a dark energy core that is still pulsating violently, emitting a cold and sinister light, capable of providing almost inexhaustible evil energy. Use with caution to avoid being corrupted by it. Can be used to power super war golems or evil alchemy. The perfect void gem mythical. Description: a flawless gemstone, its interior seemingly containing a miniature universe, shimmering with starlight. It contains powerful spatial energy and is the ultimate material for creating spatial equipment or conducting spatial teleportation research. Perfect storm essence mythical. Description: a highly concentrated, constantly pulsating bluish-white energy body, the purest crystallization of storm power. When used in forging, it can greatly enhance the effects of storm attribute skills. When used in enchanting, it can imbue equipment with the power of storms. Mo Yuan stared wide-eyed as Chen Ping'an pulled out so many mythical materials that only existed in legends, as if he were harvesting cabbages, and her breathing became rapid. Oh my god. Crystallized resentment of the end. I've seen pictures of it in ancient books, and there's the immortal gear. Legend has it that it can create mechanisms that will never break. The perfect void gem. It's so big. She was so excited she was incoherent. Looking at the materials, she felt as if she were seeing priceless treasures. She wanted to reach out and touch them but dared not. Chen Ping'an found her reaction somewhat amusing. The favorability rating above her head was fluctuating slightly again, +100, +100. It seems I remembered correctly. Displaying wealth and power is also an effective way to increase NPC favorability. He continued taking things out. Then he shared the attributes of the mythical equipment he was wearing with Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan stared at the increasingly outrageous stats of each mythical item, her mouth agape, utterly speechless, her eyes filled with nothing but awe and wonder. These stats are insane. The favorability rating jumped several hundred points again. Finally, Chen Ping'an took out the most special prop, a core that constantly changes shape subtly, radiating a soft, 7-colored light. The ever-changing core mythology. Effect. Can be integrated into a puppet, granting it the ability to change its form at will, and to simulate some of the basic characteristics of that form, e.g., sharp when transformed into a sword, sturdy when transformed into a shield. The cooling time for the changes is extremely short, and the energy consumption increases with the complexity of the simulated morphology. Description. Originating from the core of the 1,000-machine evil dragon's primal power, it contains the power of the rule of change. Use it to make your puppet a true all-purpose tool. Equipment level, no level restriction. Upon seeing the attribute of the ever-changing core, Mo Yuan suddenly stood up from the rock, trembling with excitement, her face flushed red. This ever-changing core, a mythical level special item. Her voice was so shrill it almost cracked. One of the legendary supreme treasures of mechanical arts, it grants puppets limitless possibilities. Good heavens! Reverse butterfly lord, you actually obtained this from that 1,000 machines guy. She danced with excitement, her previous disappointment and sadness instantly replaced by immense excitement and ecstasy. Great, great. With this, the new puppets we create for you in the future can be infinitely varied. It can adapt to any environment and combat needs, offense, defense, support, travel. It can do it all. Oh my god. I don't even know how to describe it. This is amazing. Mo Yuan spun around excitedly several times, her mind already racing with ideas on how to use this core to design the next super puppet. It must be 10 times stronger than Stormbringer, no, 100 times. Chen Ping'an looked at Mo Yuan, who was so excited she was about to faint, and a rare smile appeared on his lips. The core effect of this device did indeed exceed his expectations. It's very practical. He noticed that Mo Yuan's favorability rating suddenly jumped by a full 500 points, reaching over 17,640. It seems that giving her a top-notch gift that matches her profession and interests had a remarkable effect. Chen Ping'an looked at Mo Yuan, who was so excited she was about to faint, and a rare smile appeared on his lips. The core effect of this device did indeed exceed his expectations. It's very practical. He put everything back into his backpack with satisfaction. I've rested enough. Chen Ping'an stood up. Let's keep going and get to the City of Equality as soon as possible. It's a magical main city. Hummed. Mo Yuan nodded vigorously, now full of energy, completely oblivious to the hidden meaning in Chen Ping'an's words. He couldn't wait to fly to the City of Equality, find a workshop, and start drawing up designs. She looked at Chen Ping'an with unwavering determination. Reverse butterfly, rest assured, my lord. I will definitely make good use of this core to create the most powerful support for you. Chen Ping'an nodded, feeling fairly satisfied. Although having a follower will result in some experience loss, a loyal, highly capable follower with master-level skills is far more valuable than that experience loss. With my own power increased 100-fold, I have no shortage of experience points. Moreover, with such a high level of goodwill, the benefits it can bring in the future will likely go far beyond what's currently in sight. The two set off again, and Mo Yuan's mood had clearly improved. She even started humming a little tune from the City of Freedom, her eyes sparkling as she watched Chen Ping'an's retreating figure. Reverse butterfly, you are truly amazing. You even managed to drop such a mythical treasure. Follow him and the future will be full of endless possibilities. Chen Ping'an walked ahead, also making plans in his mind. These mythical materials and a small portion of top-tier materials need to be cashed out into the real world sometime to upgrade the safe house and create more powerful defensive golems. That ever-changing core might actually come in very handy in the future. Chen Ping'an and Mo Yuan headed east and finally saw the outline of a small village on the horizon before nightfall. The starting village of the City of Equality should be just ahead, Chen Ping'an said, glancing at the map. We've finally arrived, now we can find a place to properly study the blueprints for the new core. Mo Yuan was filled with excitement, clutching the ever-changing core that Chen Ping'an later handed to her tightly in her arms, as if she were holding some priceless treasure. The two quickened their pace and soon entered the village. The sign at the entrance of the village reads the village name, Village of Shackles. The name made Chen Ping'an frown. He sensed something was amiss. Shackled Village? That name sounds a bit depressing. Mo Yuan muttered to herself, subconsciously moving closer to Chen Ping'an. As soon as the two entered the village, their uneasy feeling intensified. The village was bustling with people, but looking around, it was all men. Most of these players looked worried and their equipment was tattered and worn. Many of them were still using the basic equipment given to them by the system, and their weapons were mostly rusty iron swords and wooden bows. Their levels were generally very low, mostly hovering between levels 10 and 20, and they sat listlessly by the roadside. Or he listlessly hacks at the lowest level, singing and dancing pheasant LV5 around the village, his eyes filled with numbness and despair. The entire village was lifeless, a stark contrast to the bustling, level-up-filled newbie villages under other major cities. The NPCs are all male, from the guards on duty to the village chief issuing quests and the general store selling supplies. They're all rough, tough guys. The entire village was permeated with an inexplicable sense of decadence and a scorching, oppressive atmosphere. How come there isn't a single woman here? Mo Yuan also noticed this strange phenomenon and stared in surprise. Despite being such a stunning beauty, she walked in without attracting much attention. Only a few male players glanced up, their eyes initially widening in amazement before dimming as they lowered their heads as if afraid to look any longer. At this moment, a warrior player with the ID Macho Man sheds tears, mustered up his courage and walked over. He looked at the mythical equipment on Chen Ping'an's body, whose imposing design was undeniable even when its luster was concealed. He then glanced at the ID above Chen Ping'an's head, which, even when hidden, seemed to exude an invisible pressure. He asked cautiously, Big boss, are you from outside?" Chen Ping'an nodded. That nod was like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil. It instantly caused an uproar. The numb male players around him suddenly raised their heads, their eyes all focusing on Chen Ping'an. A big shot from outside? He's allowed in. He's not from our village. My god, look at his gear. Even though we can't see the stats, it looks amazing. Boss, help me, boss. In an instant, Chen Ping'an and Mo Yuan were surrounded by layers of excited male players, their chatter almost drowning them out. Boss, take us out of here. This godforsaken place is no human being. Why can women go to the main city and live the high life while we have to stay here picking up trash? The world chat is blocked, we can't even call for help. Why not? I can't level up, I can't beat the monsters, and the quest rewards are ridiculously stingy. What's the point of playing this game? A tough guy sheds tears, he sobbed and cried, tears streaming down his face. Dude, you have no idea, this city of equality is practically hell. Our characters are trapped in this shackled village from the moment they are created, and we can't get out at all. The teleportation array keeps saying our level or permissions aren't high enough, they just won't let us use it. Another mage with the ID leveling up is too hard, added, that's not all. I heard that those female players, as soon as they create their characters, are in the equal main city, where high-level NPCs help them level up right from the start, and they even give them equipment and skill books. Upgrading is as fast as a rocket. What about us? We need a team to hunt even a level 5 wild chicken, and we still often get killed by enemy attacks. Is that fair? What happened to equality? This is the epitome of inequality. Boss, I am the reverse butterfly, #1 on the heavenly ranking, right? I've seen your announcement, I know what you look like. Please help us, give us justice. The public was outraged and filled with complaints. These male gamers seem to have found an outlet, pouring out all their pent-up grievances and anger. Chen Ping'an listened expressionlessly. In his previous life, he only knew that female players in the City of Equality were treated well, but he had no idea that the male players behind the scenes were in such a difficult situation, and even their channels for speaking out were completely cut off. The word equality is truly ironic. Mo Yuan listened in stunned silence, her small mouth slightly agape. Is this even possible? Freedom City may have many rules, but this is unacceptable. Chen Ping'an expressed sympathy for the plight of these men, but he had more important things to do now. With the evil dragon about to awaken, he must get to the next target location as soon as possible. He has no time to help them overthrow this unequal system here. He raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. The boss still had a strong presence, and the surroundings instantly fell silent as all the players stared at him expectantly. I have urgent business and need to borrow your village's teleportation array to get to the main city of Pingdeng, Chen Ping'an said succinctly. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes instantly dimmed. A tough guy sheds tears, he shakes his head bitterly. It's no use, boss. We've tried this teleportation array countless times, but it just won't start. The system keeps saying gender detected as male, insufficient permissions, use prohibited. Chen Ping'an. Is there really such an outrageous setting? He looked at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan is a woman, so there shouldn't be any problem. Mo Yuan, go. Chen Ping'an said. Use the teleportation array to the main city of Pingdeng, find the city lord's mansion or the relevant NPC, and negotiate with them. The special envoy of Hope City, I am the reverse butterfly, needs to use the teleportation array to return to Hope City and is willing to pay a reasonable fee. To increase the success rate, Chen Ping'an thought for a moment, then took out the Yuanyuan City Lord's token special that represented his identity from his backpack and handed it to Mo Yuan. Bring this with you to identify yourself, just maintain a respectful but not arrogant attitude. With that, Chen Ping'an traded the Yuanyuan City Lord's token special, which symbolized his status, to Mo Yuan. Item. Yuanyuan City Lord's token special. Type identity token law item. Effects Lord's Majesty, Special Authority. Zhacheng Tonk, free use of the official teleportation arrays of the 12 main cities of Daxia, with no teleportation fees and priority passage rights. Description: this token symbolizes the supreme authority and trust of the City Lord of the City of Hope. Seeing this token is equivalent to seeing the City Lord in person. Whoever carries this token when traveling to any city will be an envoy of the nation. Chen Ping'an felt that with this token, Mo Yuan's quick wit should make it easy to handle something as simple as borrowing a teleportation array. After all, it's just a procedural request and the City of Equality doesn't need to pay anything. Mo Yuan accepted the token and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Reverse Butterfly, leave it to me. I'll get it done as soon as possible." She thought to herself, this is the first important task that Lord Reverse Butterfly has given her, and she must do it perfectly. Amidst the envious yet complex gazes of the male players, Mo Yuan walked to the small teleportation array in the center of the village, which looked like it hadn't been activated for a long time. She stepped onto the teleportation array and sure enough, a soft light shone from it. A system notification appeared. "You are about to be teleported to City of Equality Main City. Do you wish to teleport?" "It works." Mo Yuan turned around and smiled at Chen Ping'an, then selected the teleportation option. A flash of white light and her figure vanished instantly from the teleportation array. Chen Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the first step had gone smoothly. All he needs to do now is wait for Mo Yuan to succeed in his negotiations, then he can teleport directly to the main City of Equality and then quickly return to the City of Hope. The male players around them were disappointed that Chen Ping'an couldn't solve their problem immediately. But seeing that the big shot's entourage, including a beautiful woman, had successfully reached the main city, a faint hope rekindled in their hearts and they all quieted down and waited. Chen Ping'an found a clean rock to sit on, closed his eyes to rest, opened his now much more powerful character panel and pondered the next step of the evil dragon quest. Character name: I am the Reverse Butterfly. Number: No. 1. Class: Storm Sword Master, Swordsman's only hidden class. Level 145. Health points: HP 588,382 158382. Mana MP 1,012,236 10122236. Basic attributes: Strength 11,901, Agility 7047, Constitution 4501, Spirit 9286. Combat attributes: Physical attack 18,088, Physical defense 18,492, Magic defense 18,942, Attack speed 10, attack second can be increased by skills, movement speed 1153%, critical hit rate 105%, evasion rate 68%, accuracy rate 128%. Although this panel is far inferior to the state it was in after using 3 Qi return to extract the 1,000 machines attribute. But Chen Ping'an knew that this panel was the real one, the one that could reflect 20% of the attributes of the offline entity. Putting everything else aside, even the lowest physical attribute currently translates to a whopping 900 points offline. While he couldn't withstand a nuclear bomb with his bare body, Chen Ping'an was confident he could handle bullets. However, with the rapid growth of game character attributes and the increasing feedback rate, won't being able to withstand nuclear bombs be a piece of cake? At this moment, Chen Ping'an only wanted to return to the Evil Dragon mission as soon as possible and improve himself. The male players around him dared not approach, only gazing at him from afar with awe and expectation, as if he were their only savior. Time ticked by second. About 10 minutes later, just when Chen Ping'an thought that with Mo Yuan's abilities and the Lord Yuanyuan's order, things should be pretty much settled, a sudden system notification exploded in his mind. System notification. Warning, your follower Master Craftsman Mo Yuan LV.95 has been detained by the City of Equality. They are attempting to turn her against their will. The success rate of defection is being calculated. Based on the current follower's favorability 17,950, the success rate of defection is 0.01%, Chen Ping'an. He had planned everything meticulously, but he hadn't anticipated that the City of Equality would act so unpredictably. They even dared to detain an envoy holding a warrant for the lord of a friendly city. They even tried to turn them against their cause. My passionate horse, that's too much. An extremely unpleasant feeling welled up inside me. He slowly stood up and the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. Those male players who had initially held onto a sliver of hope. Seeing Chen Ping'an's suddenly extremely ugly expression and the terrifying aura that involuntarily emanated from him, everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. At the same time, a thought popped into their minds. Those women from the City of Equality seemed to have really angered this big shot. Okay, very good. Chen Ping'an's voice was icy, carrying a hint of suppressed anger. A success rate of 0.001%? Even if it's only 0.0001%, this isn't over yet. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the male players around him who were still staring at him expectantly. The players shuddered at the sudden chilling murderous aura emanating from him and instinctively took a step back. A tough guy sheds tears, mustering his courage. He cautiously asked, "B-boss, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Chen Ping'an suddenly raised his head, his eyes seeming to hold a storm brewing. He glanced around at the male players around him, whose equipment was tattered, whose faces were pale, and whose eyes were blank. The City of Equality, is it? Today I'm going to tell you properly what equality really means. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to immediately attack the main city. He needs manpower, he needs momentum. Even if he could kill them all by himself, it would be too easy for them. He wants this city to pay the price for their equality, let them know what it means for all beings to be equal. Chen Ping'an took a step forward and stood on a slightly higher rock, his gaze sweeping across the entire area. Although he didn't deliberately raise his voice, his cold and authoritative voice clearly reached the ears of every player. "Brothers, you've suffered." One sentence stunned all the male players and their noses stung with tears. "My name is I am the reverse butterfly, the one ranked #1 on the heavenly ranking." Chen Ping'an pointed to the top of his head, simultaneously unhitting his ID, revealing it to the players who gasped in shock. "My entourage was just detained by those women from the City of Equality. They not only detained people, but they also tried to turn my people against me." "What? Holy crap! How dare they? They even dare to touch someone from the Butterfly God Guild. Damn it, it must be the eagle burping. Jill ate too much, that's outrageous." An uproar erupted instantly. Everyone was stunned, followed by a surge of shared anger and indignation. Is this the equality they talk about? Is this how they treat envoys from other major cities? He paused, looked at the angry faces below, and continued. "I know you've suffered a lot of injustice here. Why should women enjoy a life of luxury in the main city while you have to scavenge for garbage in this wretched village? Why don't you even have a chance to speak? This isn't equality, this is oppression. I can't stand it." Chen Ping'an's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable resolve. "Today I'm not only going to rescue my followers, I'm also going to smash your damn shackles while I'm at it." He suddenly waved his hand, pointing out of the village. "Those who are willing to come with me, pick up your weapons now. I'll take you all to the City of Equality and I'll personally ask those women, what the hell kind of equality is this? Revenge for every grudge, settle every score, dare you?" Silence, a deathly silence. All the male players stared blankly at Chen Ping'an as if they hadn't understood what he said. A few seconds later, a huge, unbelievable roar of jubilation and shouts erupted from the crowd. "Dare! I dare!" A tough guy sheds tears. He was the first to react, his face flushed with excitement. He raised the rusty iron sword in his hand, his voice cracking as he shouted, "Boss, I'll go with you, let's kill those snobbish women." "I'm going too. I've had enough of this awful place. Boss, take us with you, we'll go with you. That B*****ch deserves to die, she deserves to be killed. Smash the City of Equality. Demand justice." Immediately, public sentiment was outraged. Long-suppressed resentment, grievances, and despair transformed into a frenzied rage and a driving force to follow. They brandished their tattered weapons, a fire rekindled in their eyes, a near-mad hope. Although they were low-level and poorly equipped, their momentum was immense at this moment. The entire village of shackles seemed to tremble at their roars. Chen Ping'an looked at the excited crowd below and nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. System prompt. Based on your title Godslayer Pioneer Storm Sword God exclusive, your status as the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, and your current actions, you have successfully formed a temporary special team, Revenge Legion, temporary name with a current membership of 1127. You have absolute command over the team. Team morale is at maximum. Attack power is temporarily increased by 10%, and damage dealt to units belonging to the City of Equality is increased by an additional 20%. System prompt. The Endless Hunt mode has been automatically activated. The NPCs of the City of Equality have changed their attitude towards I am the reverse butterfly to hostile. Very good. This is truly a stroke of luck. Chen Ping'an shouted, since we're leaving, let's smash this damned formation first. It's an eyesore. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to react before turning around and walking towards the small teleportation array in the center of the village. What does the big boss want to do? He seems to be trying to dismantle the teleportation array. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Ping'an walked to the teleportation array. He didn't even bother using weapons. He simply raised his foot, his leg enveloped in a faint layer of bluish-black wind and thunder power. Then he stomped down hard, boom, a deafening roar, the ground shook violently. The teleportation array, which already looked like it hadn't been used for a long time, couldn't withstand Chen Ping'an's terrifying kick. The runes on it instantly dimmed and shattered. The entire teleportation array collapsed under his foot, turning into a pile of broken rocks and shattered energy crystals. System notification, you have damaged the Village of Shackles teleportation array. Your reputation in the City of Equality has decreased by 1,000. Simple, direct, effective. All the male players were stunned and then erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. Good job smashing it. Wow, this guy is awesome. Screw that damn teleportation array, I'll walk from now on. Screw leaving, let's go straight to the City of Equality. At this moment, Chen Ping'an used the most direct method to declare that the shackles of the shackled village had been forcibly torn open. Everyone follow me. Chen Ping'an waved his hand and took the lead, walking out of the village. Let's go, fight our way out with the boss. Charge! More than 1,000 male players, poorly equipped but extremely determined, surged out of the gates of shackled village like a flood bursting its banks, following Chen Ping'an. The NPCs in the starting village were all stunned. This team was incredibly peculiar. Its leader was a godslayer ranked number 1 on the heavenly ranking, clad in imposing mythical armor and exuding a terrifying aura. Following behind was a large group of low-level players carrying wooden swords, rusty iron knives, broken bows and arrows, and dressed in beginner's cloth armor. This creates an extremely tragic yet passionate contrast. Their commotion was so great that it quickly alerted the forces that the City of Equality had deployed in the wilderness. Not long after leaving the village, a patrol of female NPC guards from the City of Equality blocked their way. Leading the group was a female captain riding a white war tiger, captain of the City of Equality Patrol Guard, level 60, considered an elite in this area. She was followed by 10 female guards of level 55 who also appeared to be well equipped. Normally, players who are exploring new areas would immediately activate their speed boost and run back to the starting village as soon as they saw them from afar. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble if they got caught. Not only were they verbally humiliated, but they also received a 24-hour rest package. But times have changed. With the butterfly goddess leading the charge, they felt they weren't afraid of anything, even if they tore a hole in the sky. The patrolling guards of the City of Equality were taken aback when they saw this large, poorly equipped but menacing group. They were immediately met with contempt and disgust. Halt, you lowly people, do you want to rebel? Return to the village immediately. The female captain shouted sharply, her eyes filled with condescending arrogance. Return to your kennels immediately or be killed without mercy. They exuded the powerful aura of level 60 NPCs. The lower-level players charging ahead instinctively paused, a hint of fear appearing on their faces. The level disparity is too great. The patrolling guards clearly didn't take this rabble seriously. After all, most of them had been manipulated by her before. At this moment her gaze was more warily fixed on Chen Ping'an, who was leading the group. Rebellion. Chen Ping'an sneered, "We're here to seek justice. Get out of the way or die." Arrogant. Take them down. Enraged, the female captain brandished her longsword and spurred her war tiger to charge towards Chen Ping'an. The guards behind her also raised their weapons. The male players following behind Chen Ping'an suddenly became a little nervous. After all, they were used to being bullied and had developed the habit of taking detours. However, Chen Ping'an didn't even move. He merely glanced indifferently at the charging female captain, then casually waved his hand. An invisible, powerful gust of wind suddenly appeared and slammed into the female captain and the guards behind her like a heavy hammer. Bang. Bang, 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 minus 11,854,421, crushing damage. Minus 11,421,855, crushing damage. A series of ridiculously exaggerated damage numbers appeared. The female captain and her 10 guards, along with their mounts, didn't even have time to utter a scream. Just like being hit by a high-speed train, I was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and disappearing in a flash of white light. Instant kill, a complete and utter annihilation. They didn't even get many pieces of equipment. Most of what they got were just some loose silver coins. The name of one of the props made Chen Ping'an frown. The captain's silicone partner damaged. Even the system probably thought it was a bit outrageous that the 100-fold amplification talent wasn't activated. Silence, a deathly silence. The male players following Chen Ping'an all gaped, their eyes wide, completely petrified on the spot. They knew the boss was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. A level 60 elite NPC captain. Leading a squad of level 55 guards, he was instantly killed with a casual wave of his hand. What terrifying power this is. A few seconds later, deafening cheers erupted once again. Holy crap, that's awesome. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Ha ha ha, let them be arrogant, take them down in seconds. Follow the boss and you'll get the rewards, charge. Chen Ping'an walked over expressionlessly, casually picked up the fallen coins and put them into his backpack without even glancing at them. Keep moving forward, he said calmly without pausing his steps. System notification. You and your team have defeated the City of Equality Patrol Captain LV-60, gaining plus 600,000 experience points multiplied by 100x shared by the team. System notification. You and your team have defeated 10 Equality City Guards LV-55, gaining plus 438,000 experience points multiplied by 100x shared by the team. System notification. Your team member Liberation Squad Tears of a Macho Man has leveled up to LV-21. System notification. Your team member Liberation from Shackles leveling up is too hard has leveled up to LV-20. Although this amount of experience was negligible to Chen Ping'an, it didn't even affect his experience bar. However, for the players behind them who have long lacked experience, this is undoubtedly a godsend. Their ranks are finally starting to move, and he even rose through several levels in quick succession. Golden light flashed intermittently within the ranks. Swish, 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 it's absolutely spectacular. At this moment, everyone's eyes burned even brighter with fervor. As they gazed at Chen Ping'an's invincible figure, which seemed like that of a god or demon, their eyes were filled with fervor and worship that almost overflowed. Is this the strength of the number one on the heavenly ranking? That's incredible, absolutely insane. So powerful it inspires despair, yet so powerful it fills one with hope. As expected of a plenipotentiary envoy from the City of Hope, he has a way with words. Ha ha ha, I leveled up, I finally leveled up. You wretched women of the City of Equality, just you wait, the grandpas are coming. Their morale soared and their fighting spirit soared. The team continued forward with unstoppable momentum. As Chen Ping'an had predicted, there was more than one shackled village among the beginner villages under the jurisdiction of the City of Equality. Soon, they passed by 2 more villages in the exact same situation where all the players were male and trapped. When the players in those villages saw the vast and imposing Revenge Legion, especially after seeing the leader's ID and terrifying gear almost without hesitation, they all joined in. Brothers. The big boss is here to save us. Fight our way out, go to the city of equality and demand justice. Equality is bullshit, F***K them damn it. The crowd grew like a snowball, quickly surpassing 10,000 people. Although they were still a ragtag group with poor equipment, their fighting spirit and anger coalesced into a terrifying force. Along the way, we encountered several more checkpoints set up by the City of Equality and even stronger bosses, such as the level 75 Peach Guardian and the level 80 Two-Headed Demon Wolf. But in front of Chen Ping'an, these so-called powerful enemies were utterly insignificant. He didn't even bother using skills. A simple normal attack or a gust of wind created by a casual wave of his hand was enough to easily kill these roadblocks. Minus 5,841,421. Minus 6,122,841. The terrifying damage numbers kept rising, and each instant kill drew deafening cheers and shouts from the massive team behind them. And so, with unstoppable momentum, the team, leading the ever-growing Revenge Legion behind them, crushed their way forward, advancing forcefully towards the main city of the City of Equality. Chen Ping'an led his massive Revenge Legion, now numbering over 10,000, and crushed his way through the enemy lines until they finally saw the main city of the City of Equality. You can tell at a glance that this city wall cost a fortune to build. The towering city walls gleamed with the light of an expensive material called moonstone and were also carved with various ornate patterns. The sunlight was so bright it made your eyes water. At the city gate stood two enormous goddess statues, their expressions of compassion and superiority looking down upon everyone. Equality Maya ***. A tough guy sheds tears. He looked at the city wall and cursed through gritted teeth. Exactly, those women inside are living the high life while we're stuck eating dirt outside. Leveling up is too hard, he also joined in the complaining. The more magnificent the city walls, the more they highlight the dilapidation and injustice of the shackled village. It's utterly ironic. At this moment, the tall and wide city wall was already filled with people. It was filled entirely with female players and female NPC guards. The female players were generally well-equipped, their armor and robes shimmering with blue, green, or even purple light, and their levels were generally above 50. Compared to the group of brothers behind Chen Ping'an, dressed in tattered newbie gear and wielding rusty iron swords who had just reached around level 30, it was like heaven and earth. They looked down at the dark mass of male players below the city whose equipment was pitifully tattered. His face initially showed surprise, which was quickly replaced by deep contempt and arrogance. A female warrior player with the ID Rose with Thorns stood on the city wall, hands on hips, and used a megaphone to taunt those below in a shrill voice. Yo, aren't these the same bunch of useless losers who can't even leave the starting village? What, did everyone go out for a walk today? And you even found someone who looks respectable to lead the group? Exactly, a bunch of trash instead of picking up garbage in the village. What are they trying to do here, rebel? Another female mage, Big Fireball, chimed in. Look at their shabby clothes, it's hilarious. My dog is dressed better than them. That guy leading the group, his gear looks alright, the sheen's hidden. What's with the mystery? Is he some dumped gigolo that some girl just wants to play the big shot? A burst of harsh laughter immediately erupted from the city wall. A female NPC who appears to be a minor leader in the city's defenses is level 75 and wears an exquisite set of blue armor. She stepped forward, walked to the crenellations of the city wall, put her hands on her hips and coldly shouted, "Those below the city walls, halt immediately. This is a city of equality. Large gatherings of men without permission are not welcome. Leave immediately or you will be charged with disturbing the peace and will be executed without exception." Her tone was condescending, full of an unquestionable command. As soon as she finished speaking, the regional chat channel was instantly flooded with messages from female players. Fragrant Garden, get out of here, you stinking men, who allowed you to come to the main city? Seeing you makes me sick. Lilith, who's that leader? He looks pretty handsome, too bad he's an idiot. Is he leading a bunch of beggars to their deaths? Meow meow fist, girls, protect our best city of equality. We can't let these wicked guys in. My name isn't Yuanyuan. Male players should stay in the starting village, that's the game's design. Breaking that design is justified. Wu de Xiaoling, they're obviously a bunch of losers. They can't even level up themselves, so they just want to cause trouble. The screen was flooded with all sorts of screams, accusations, and pleading for help, making it seem as if Chen Ping'an and his group were the truly heinous villains. A tough guy sheds tears. He was so angry his face turned red. He wanted to argue back in the regional channel, but their regional channel is a censored version now. You can only watch, not comment. Chen Ping'an had absolutely no interest in all this empty talk. He stared expressionlessly at the NPC female captain still putting on airs on the city wall and coldly uttered a sentence. Noisy. Before he finished speaking, he moved. Without even using any skills, he simply raised the longsword in his hand, a weapon that blended antiquity and technological sophistication, wind and thunder holy sword. Oath of the Dragonborn? He merely activated the dark blue-black wind and lightning power swirling around his sword, then casually swung it at the magnificent city gate that looked incredibly heavy and shimmered with magical light. Sizzle! A massive, dark blue wind blade, crackling with terrifying lightning, detached from the sword like tearing fabric, and with a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, fiercely slashed at the enormous city gate. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The massive metal city gate, which the City of Equality was so proud of and which was reinforced with multiple defensive magic spells, was as fragile as paper, instantly cleaved open by the wind and thunder sword energy. The magical runes engraved on the city gate emitted a series of cracking sounds as they were overwhelmed, instantly dimming and shattering. Countless metal fragments and wood chips were flying wildly into the city. The female NPC guards standing behind the city gate didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly turned into white light by the terrifying shockwave. Minus 5,841,421 damage to city gate buildings. Minus 4,221,855 splash damage. The terrifying damage numbers seemed to mock the fragility of the city gate. System notification: you have damaged the gates of the City of Equality. Your reputation in the City of Equality has decreased by 100,000. The entire city wall shook violently, and the female players and guards on the wall staggered and screamed. The previously noisy regional channel fell silent for a moment. Everyone was stunned by this simple, brutal, yet incredibly powerful sword strike. Little fairy flower. Lemon not sour. Holy crap, what happened? What's wrong with the city gate? Rose with thorns. No, impossible. That city gate is. Mom, I'm scared. The female NPC captain on the city wall turned deathly pale, both shocked and furious. She pointed at Chen Ping'an and screamed. You dare to damage the main city's facilities. You're making an enemy of the entire City of Equality. Guards, fire arrows, activate the defensive formations, kill him. Whoosh whoosh. The archers and mages on the city wall reacted quickly, unleashing a barrage of arrows and magical beams of various colors towards Chen Ping'an. Female players who were trying to use their charm-related talents also unleashed their skills on Chen Ping'an, with streaks of pink light falling on him. System notification: you are affected by player sweet romance charm but are immune. System notification: you are affected by player gentle as water's adoring gaze but are immune. A series of immunity words appeared above Chen Ping'an's head. His extremely high mental attribute granted him resistance, completely ignoring these low-level control skills. As for the arrows and magic, Chen Ping'an didn't even bother to dodge. The arrows struck the faint bluish-gold aura emanating from the mythical breastplate on his body, making a crisp clanging sound. All of them dealt damage or immunity. The magic ball came crashing down, but it only caused a ripple in the aura of light and did not cause any effective damage. -1, immunity, -1, immunity. A series of pitiful damage numbers floated above his head, but his health bar didn't budge an inch. How is that possible? The NPC female captain's eyes nearly popped out of her head, her face filled with disbelief. Chen Ping'an glanced at her coldly as if she were a dead person. He raised the wind and thunder holy sword once more. This time he was a little more serious. The Emperor is a distinguished guest. With a low shout, a terrifying dragon's might erupted from Chen Ping'an's body. A phantom of a storm dragon flashed past behind him, his attributes instantly skyrocketed. A powerful wind barrier surrounded his body. Upgrading to LV2, the Dragon's Imperial Guest effect is almost doubled, which is terrifying. Dragon's Imperial Guest, LV.2 active, cost 800 MP, summons the Phantom of the Storm Dragon God's will to possess you for 60 seconds. During the possession period, all attributes are increased by 50%, agility by 100%, and physical and magical defense by an additional 200%. Cooldown 20 minutes, Swift Wind Slash. The enhanced Swift Slash is unleashed. It was no longer a single sword aura but instantly unleashed dozens of enormous cyan-black wind blades, sweeping towards that section of the city wall and the guards on it like a death storm. Each wind blade was wreathed in terrifying, hissing lightning. Boom, 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 terrifying explosions rang out one after another. That magnificent white city wall looked as if it had been bombarded by a barrage of heavy artillery, instantly cleaved into dozens of deep trenches with rubble flying everywhere. The defensive magic arrays set up on the city walls emitted a blinding flash, then burst and collapsed like soap bubbles. The female player and the NPC guard standing on it were in big trouble. They watched in horror as the devastating windstorm rushed towards them with nowhere to hide. No. Run, help. Minus 8,542,121. Minus 7,854,421. Minus 9,121,841. Absurdly exaggerated damage numbers surged up like a fountain. Whether player or NPC, there is no difference in the face of this terrifying storm. A burst of white light erupted instantly, as dazzling as fireworks. Just one move. A large section of the city wall was cleared of its defenders. Only a handful of the lucky survivors, either those with high health or those who were quick to pounce, remained, but they were all low on health, terrified and trembling with fear. The female captain was rather unlucky. She was standing too far forward and at least 3 wind blades grazed her body. Her exquisite blue armor was torn to shreds like paper, her health bar vanished instantly, and her face was filled with extreme terror and disbelief as she turned into a white light and returned to the city. The regional chat channel exploded again, but this time it was filled with screams and panic from female players. Regional channel, little cat meow meow, the guard captain is dead. He got wiped out instantly. Fragrant garden, devil, he's the devil, run. Lilith, my god, what kind of damage is that? Is this cheating? Gentle breeze, wah, someone please save us. Lord City Lord, please help us. Rose with thorns, I'm sorry I was wrong, please don't kill me, brother. Useless. Just then a sharp shout came from the city wall. A fiery red figure flew down from the sky and landed in front of Chen Ping'an. This is a female player with the ID Flaming Red Lips, and her level is a whopping 69. His equipment glowed red and looked quite impressive. He held a staff wreathed in flames. She was one of the highest level and best equipped female players in the City of Equality, and she was usually extremely arrogant. I am the reverse butterfly, don't be so arrogant. This isn't a place for you to run wild. Fiery Red Lips raised her staff, her face contorted with rage. Watch me burn you to death with a forbidden spell, flames. She hadn't finished speaking, and the incantation was only half recited. Chen Ping'an was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and even less inclined to watch her pose. His figure flashed. Swift step. The speed increased instantly. Before everyone's eyes had even cleared, Chen Ping'an had appeared before Flaming Red Lips like a ghost. Flaming Red Lips was so frightened that she turned pale and didn't even have time to activate her shield. Chen Ping'an didn't use his sword at all. He simply raised his foot, his leg enveloped in a faint power of wind and thunder, and kicked out. Bang! A muffled thud, minus 5,841,421, crushing damage. Flaming Red Lips' fire shield shattered instantly like a soap bubble, and she screamed as she was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the crumbling city wall. Then I slid down like a lump of mud, my health bar was completely depleted, and I died instantly. Several pieces of equipment and a bunch of potions were found on the ground. Flaming Red Lips, a renowned expert from the City of Equality, was instantly killed by Chen Ping'an with a single kick. Quiet, a deathly silence. Everyone on and around the city wall stared in disbelief at this scene. The regional channels are completely overloaded. Red-Lipped Sister was instantly defeated. Just one kick, just one kick. Monster, he's a monster. Run, the morale of the defenders on the city wall completely collapsed. They looked down at the figure below, which resembled a demon god. Looking at the easily destroyed city wall and the white light that had taken his companions away, all his previous arrogance and contempt vanished, leaving only boundless fear. All the female players had already started sneaking away, no longer caring about protecting the best city of equality. After a brief moment of shock, the Revenge Legion brothers behind Chen Ping'an erupted in thunderous cheers. Butterfly Goddess is awesome. Invincible. Butterfly Goddess is awesome. The city of equality will surely fall today. Brothers, the city gates are open. The boss has cleared the way for us. Charge. Charge in. Demand justice. Chen Ping'an sheathed his sword, coldly gazing at the dilapidated city gate and the breach in the city wall before him, and waved to the Revenge Legion behind him, who were already beyond excited. Go into town. We demand the equality you deserve. Kill. Chen Ping'an took the lead and charged directly into the city of equality through the gap in the split city gate. The tens of thousands of male players behind him surged in like a burst dam, their eyes red with rage. The scene inside the city further enraged these brothers from the newbie village. The wide streets were paved entirely with smooth white marble, so clean that you could see your reflection in them. The streets were lined with all sorts of exotic flowers and plants that emitted a delicate fragrance and a soft glow, and beautiful fountains gurgled and splashed. Rows of exquisitely designed and ornately decorated buildings stand side by side, some even functioning as shops filled with equipment and items that shimmer with blue and green light. The air seemed to be filled with a sweet, cloying fragrance. This is not the main city of a post-apocalyptic game at all. This is simply heaven. Thinking back to the dilapidated village I used to live in, it didn't even have a decent pharmacy. You had to carefully budget the few copper coins you got from killing monsters. The stark contrast fueled everyone's anger even more. Damn it, is this the kind of life they live? I'm eating dirt out there while they're enjoying themselves here. Why should they? Smash it all. The brothers roared and charged in after Chen Ping'an. The numerous female players and NPC guards inside the city clearly hadn't expected the city gates to break down so quickly, let alone that these lowly commoners would actually dare to rush in. After a brief moment of panic, they immediately organized a counterattack. Stop them, we cannot let them defile our holy city. For the glory of the city of equality. A female NPC dressed in a magnificent priestess robe screamed, brandishing her staff. A holy aura descended, granting buffs to the surrounding female units. Meanwhile, on the ground, squads of well-equipped female NPC guards formed battle formations, raised their shields, and extended their spears from the gaps in the shields, blocking the way forward. What's even more disgusting is that some female players are hiding in the back, frantically unleashing crowd control skills. Entwined roots. Ice trap. Enchanting light. Green vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, trying to entangle everyone's feet. Icy cold air spread across the ground in an attempt to slow them down, and beams of alluring pink light shot towards Chen Ping'an. System notification: you are affected by player Green Tea True Tea's charm but are immune. System notification: you are affected by player Little Fairy's adoring gaze but are immune. System notification: you have stepped into an ice trap, reducing your movement speed by 0.1% for 0.1 seconds. A series of immunity and minor effect notifications flashed before Chen Ping'an's eyes, but his extremely high attributes allowed him to almost ignore these fancy controls. That's it, Chen Ping'an sneered, not stopping at all. Whoosh, boom, arrows, magic, throwing knives, rained down from the rooftops and windows on both sides of the street onto the crowd rushing in. Minus 1188. Minus 1221, 25. The male players at the forefront lost health rapidly, and dozens of them instantly turned into white light and perished. They were low-level and poorly equipped. They simply couldn't withstand such concentrated fire. Don't be afraid, stick close to Butterfly God. A tough guy sheds tears holding up the nearly shattered wooden shield. He roars at the top of his lungs. Brothers, let's fight. Even if we die, we'll take a piece of their flesh. Leveling up is too hard. Waving his broken staff, he threw out one insignificant fireball after another. Chen Ping'an's eyes were icy cold. These attacks were like tickles to him but deadly to the brothers behind him. He couldn't let this hard-won momentum be suppressed. You all move to the back. Chen Ping'an gave a low shout and suddenly took a step forward. The dragon's imperial guest effect is still active. He is surrounded by dragon shadows exuding overwhelming power. Phantom combo. Swish, 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 swish. The wind and thunder holy sword in his hand instantly transformed into countless afterimages, its speed reaching the extreme. A terrifying sword aura swept across the street ahead like a storm. Minus 8,542,121. Minus 7,854,421. Minus 9,121,841. An exaggerated array of damage numbers surged forth like a fountain of death. The NPC guards holding shields were instantly cleaved into pieces, shields and all, and vanished in a flash of white light. The so-called solid defenses were as flimsy as paper in front of him, easily torn open with a huge gap. Swift wind slash. After tearing open the gap, Chen Ping'an didn't stop and swung his sword horizontally again. The female players and NPC guards hiding on the rooftops and behind the windows were wiped out in an instant without even uttering a sound, just like wheat that had been cut down. The white light flashed brightly like fireworks during a festival. System notification: you have defeated player Little Fairy, gaining 12,000 experience points, a 100x increase. System notification: you have defeated the elite guardian of the City of Equality, LV65, gaining plus 650,000 experience points, a 100x increase. System notification: you have killed player Lemon Isn't Sour, gaining 11,500 experience points, a 100x increase. Tips and experiences flooded the screen instantly. A huge amount of equipment and coins exploded on the ground with a clatter glittering brightly, almost covering the entire street. Exquisite Wisteria Staff, green. Demand level 45. Spell attack 125 to 138. Intelligence plus 15. Special effect slightly enhances the effectiveness of nature-based spells. Swift Boots, green. Demand level 40. Agility plus 18. Movement speed plus 5%. Guardian Standard Longsword, green. Even after being upgraded, the equipment was mostly mediocre, but to the group of brothers behind him, it was simply a divine artifact. Pick up the gear, quick, get some new gear before you fight. Tears of a mighty man who had reached level 48 reacted the fastest, letting out a roar as he pounced on a piece of green armor. The other players reacted instantly, looking around warily while frantically changing the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Their attributes instantly improved significantly and their morale soared. Long live the butterfly goddess. Hahaha, I've got green gear now, let's kill them. Chen Ping'an ignored all of that, his gaze was fixed ahead. More enemies surged in from the end of the street, mixed with what looked like contraptions. Huge logs and gleaming spiked boards pushed out of the alley, attempting to block their path. HMPH, a mere trick. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother to dodge. He activated Swift Wind Step and his figure moved like lightning as he charged straight at the attacker. Boom, crack, he smashed those logs and planks to pieces. They couldn't stop him in the slightest. He was like a cold killing machine. Every swing of the wind and thunder holy sword in his hand brought with it a flash of deathly white light and terrifying damage numbers. Swift Slash, AoE clear. Phantom Slash, target and eliminate elites. Even a basic attack can wipe out a whole group. He didn't need to move at all, he just pushed straight through. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass grew, leaving only scattered debris and flashes of white light. Awesome, so awesome! The sheer thrill of mowing down enemies combined with the experience and money rewards multiplied by 100-fold is enough to send your adrenaline soaring. The male players following behind him felt much less pressure. They only needed to clear out a few stragglers or deal with enemies rushing out from the side alleys. His brothers, who followed behind him, also engaged the enemy in close combat within the city. Although they were low-level and poorly equipped, their fighting spirit was completely ignited at this moment. The battle was exceptionally fierce and tragic. Although they had received equipment, their levels were still somewhat lower than those of the female players and NPCs in the city. It often takes 3 or 4 people to take down one of the opponents. You son of a B asterisk asterisk ch, come at me with you. Brothers, let's fight them. The butterfly goddess has paved the way for us. Don't be a coward. For freedom, for equality, kill. A brother wielding a rusty iron knife charged at a female mage in blue robes, howling. The mage dismissively tossed a fireball, minus 1885. The brother's health bar instantly dropped to 0, but he held onto his last breath, lunged at his opponent and slashed at his leg with his sword, minus 121. The damage was pitifully low, but it interrupted the female mage's spellcasting, causing her to scream in fright. Another brother immediately rushed up and finished her off, using the bowstring of a wooden bow to strangle her neck. Look down on us, huh, fine, you'll see. Although they were quickly killed by the other guards and turned into white light, they traded their lives for one of the enemy's mages. Scenes like this happen everywhere. The male players, in groups of 3 or 5, besiege the enemies in the city using the most primitive and desperate methods. They deal low damage, but their sheer numbers make them overwhelming, and they're completely fearless of death. When they die, they log off and call on more players in the same boat to log back in. When players hear about such exciting things, they often log on and rush to the main city to start fighting, no matter what they are doing. The entire city of Equality is in complete chaos. Shouts of battle, explosions, screams, and angry curses filled the air. Damn it, you look down on us, we'll teach you to look down on us. An archer's fingers were worn raw, yet he still desperately drew his bow and shot arrows. They fought a tough battle, suffering heavy casualties with people constantly turning into white light, but no one retreated. The resentment and anger that had been building up for so long finally erupted. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. Chen Ping'an would occasionally turn around and unleash a few swift wind slashes, the dark blue wind blades sweeping across the battlefield, instantly clearing out a large number of troublesome enemies. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you, Butterfly Goddess. The brothers erupted in cheers and charged forward with even greater effort. While clearing out the large groups of enemies ahead, Chen Ping'an would occasionally turn around and unleash a few swift slash attacks or use normal attacks to pick off elite monsters or well-equipped female players who posed a significant threat to his brothers. Under his aura and occasional support, the male players actually made their way forward step by step, controlling street after street. The enemy also began to resort to even more despicable means. Quick! Pull those NPCs over here to block their way. A female player who seemed to be a minor leader screamed. Soon, some female NPCs who were only level 1 and dressed in civilian clothes were pushed to the front of the group. Their faces were filled with fear and they were trembling. You filthy men, you want equality? Come on, attack these innocent people. The female player was yelling from behind. The brothers who were charging into battle were suddenly stunned and their movements became hesitant. They hate the female players and NPC guards who oppress them, but they really can't bring themselves to harm these everyday NPCs. Shameless. A tough guy sheds tears. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. Chen Ping'an's eyes grew even colder. Innocent, those who block my way are not innocent. Without any hesitation, he activated Swift Step, his figure moving like a ghost, bypassing the pushed-out life NPCs and appearing directly in front of the group of female players hiding behind them. You... The leader of the group turned deathly pale with fright. Do you enjoy moral blackmail? Chen Ping'an's icy voice was like the whisper of death. Phantom combo, a flash of sword light, and a group of female players, including the leader, were instantly killed. Potions and several pieces of equipment were scattered all over the ground. System notification, you have defeated player Yuanyuan.He, LV58, gaining plus 580000 experience points, 100x increase. System notification, you have obtained the item Curse of the Glacier Staff Epic, 100x enhancement. System notification, you have received plus 120 gold coins. Upon seeing this, the other NPCs immediately screamed and ran away. The brothers were stunned for a moment when they saw this, then burst into even bigger cheers. Butterfly Goddess is awesome. Why bother reasoning with them, just fight. The team continued its advance. After clearing out a group of stubborn enemies, Chen Ping'an heard important information from a dying female NPC guard captain. You lowly pigs, you can't compare to Opa at all. Although she turned into white light before she could finish speaking, those words were like a key, instantly unlocking fragments of Chen Ping'an's past life memories. During the National War, the Daxia region was attacked from both sides. Some high-ranking officials of the City of Equality, for their own selfish interests, secretly opened the city gates to South Korea and even lined the streets to welcome them, sitting on the ground and shouting, "Opa, look at me." This caused the Daxia region's defenses to collapse instantly, resulting in heavy losses. The question is, why were the players and NPCs in the City of Equality, despite having excellent equipment and high levels, the first to be defeated? At the time, I thought it was because these female players weren't skilled enough, so I didn't say much, assuming they had tried their best. So that's where the root of the problem lies. He even betrayed us and colluded with the enemy. It's rotten to the core. I see. Chen Ping'an's eyes were filled with a chilling light. Then they deserve to die even more. All hesitation and the last trace of unnecessary pity vanished completely. His goal became clearer: the city lord's mansion, rescue Mo Yuan, and then thoroughly cleanse this filthy city. These words further strengthened everyone's resolve to fight. It turns out these women were not only oppressive to their own people but also traitors to outsiders. Massacre? This is nothing. Today we must act on behalf of heaven. Although his experience bar moved very slowly, he amassed a considerable amount of gold coins and miscellaneous items. There are occasional little surprises. System notification: you have obtained the skill book. Enhanced Heavy Strike. Skill book Enhanced Heavy Strike, blue. Required classes: Warrior Knight. Demand level 40. Effect: the next physical attack deals 150% damage and has a chance to knock back the target. It was thrown directly to a warrior player who was at the very front. The player was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Thank you, Butterfly God!" He immediately learned the skill and then used Enhanced Heavy Strike to send a female warrior on the other side, staggering back several steps. Haha, awesome. Finally, after crushing countless waves of enemies, an even more magnificent white palace surrounded by a vast garden plaza appeared at the end of the street. The defenses there were much tighter, with a large number of high-level NPC guards and elite female players forming the last line of defense. Above the palace gates hangs a huge golden shield emblem. That is the Lord's Mansion of the City of Equality. Mo Yuan is most likely locked up inside. Chen Ping'an flicked away non-existent bloodstains from the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, his eyes sharp as knives. "Are you ready?" He addressed his brothers behind him who, though exhausted, remained highly motivated. A tough guy sheds tears. He put on a new blue shield and slammed it heavily onto the ground. "Boss, give the order. None of the brothers are chickens out." "Yeah, K him. Rescue my sister-in-law, tear down this dilapidated city lord's mansion." Behind them, the thousands of surviving male players roared in fury, their voices echoing through the luxurious yet blood-stained city streets. Chen Ping'an sighed. These guys seemed a bit too excited. He raised the holy sword in his hand, which radiated the power of wind and thunder, and pointed it at the white palace that symbolized inequality and oppression. "Target the city lord's mansion. Target the city lord's mansion." At Chen Ping'an's command, the thousands of remaining brothers behind him were like chickens injected with chicken blood, roaring and preparing to charge forward. "Brothers, follow me." The tough guy sheds tears, holding the newly replaced blue shield. He was about to lead the charge when Chen Ping'an's figure blurred and he rushed out like a ghost, so fast that he left a trail of afterimages. Boss, wait for us." The tough guy sheds tears. He quickly swallowed his words, brandishing his shield. "Brothers, keep up with Butterfly God, don't fall behind, charge." Chen Ping'an activated Swift Step, and with the 1153% movement speed boost and skill effects, he was as fast as lightning, completely ignoring the last batch of guards blocking the city lord's mansion garden square. Those high-level NPC guards and elite female players only felt a blur before their eyes, a gust of wind, and a chill on their necks before they knew nothing more. Minus 18,542,121. Minus 17,854,421. A terrifying array of damage numbers appeared and white light burst forth like fireworks. Chen Ping'an was like a tiger among sheep, With a casual swing of his wind and thunder holy sword, he created a death zone, utterly defeating his opponent. He smashed through the last line of defense, crashing into the more ornate, jewel-encrusted gate of the city lord's mansion like a cannonball. Boom! A deafening roar, even more terrifying than the one that smashed through the city gate, erupted. The heavy metal door, reinforced with even stronger magical protection, was twisted and deformed by Chen Ping'an's impact, and then flew inside, smashing over several female administrative NPCs inside. System prompt: you have damaged the gate of the City of Equality Lord's Mansion. Your reputation with the City of Equality -500,000. Your relationship with the City of Equality has dropped to merely enemy. Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at the instructions before stepping into the main hall of the City Lord's Mansion. The interior of the hall was extremely luxurious, with soft red carpets on the floor, exquisite murals on the walls, and a magical crystal chandelier emitting a soft glow from the dome. But at this moment, there is chaos here. A group of elderly women dressed in ornate robes with the words "Members of the Elders of the City of Equality" on their heads screamed in fright and backed away. Several female players whose equipment looked decent stood protectively in front of them, but their hands holding weapons were trembling and their faces were deathly pale. Chen Ping'an's gaze, like a cold blade, instantly locked onto the high platform at the deepest part of the main hall. A middle-aged woman, dressed in a magnificent golden gown and wearing a crown but with an extremely unpleasant expression, stood there. She must be the City Lord of the City of Equality. Beside her, within a pillar of light shimmering with imprisoning runes, lay the very spirit of Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's hands were bound, and she was facing the palace gate in a bent-over position. She looked tired, with anger and a hint of worry in her eyes. But when she saw Chen Ping'an burst through the door like a god descending to earth, those beautiful eyes instantly lit up with an incredibly dazzling light. All the worry turned into surprise and excitement. Jayakuchu adult. Mo Yuan couldn't help but call out, her voice choked with emotion and overflowing with trust. You really came. Yes, I've come to pick you up. Chen Ping'an nodded to her, his tone calm yet carrying a reassuring strength. It's all right now. System notification. Your follower Master Craftsman Mo Yuan, LV.95, has sensed your strong protective will, increasing their affection by 2,000. Current affection level: 19,880. Deeply in love, unwavering until death. Chen Ping'an. Goodness, this favorability rating is rising faster than killing a boss. His gaze shifted to the woman in the long gold dress, his voice icy. Release them? The City Lord of the City of Equality, whose name was Empress Wu Zhao, tried to remain calm, but her voice still trembled slightly. I am the reverse butterfly. Do you know what you're doing? You're challenging the dignity of the entire City of Equality. This is destabilizing the Daxia region. Leave immediately and we can pretend nothing happened. That's right. An elderly woman from the Elders' Council nearby chimed in shrill voice. You, a man, led a bunch of lowly vagrants to loot, burn, and destroy the main city, slaughtering your own people. Don't you have any sense of the bigger picture? Don't you realize that once the national war begins, every bit of strength will be invaluable? You're destroying your own defenses, another elder immediately added. If you withdraw your troops now and issue a public apology and compensation, we can consider a lenient sentence, or even. They might even give you special privileges, such as allowing you to shop in the City of Equality regularly, or could I introduce you to some of the best girls in our city? She tried to use temptation. Preferential treatment for a girl. Chen Ping'an almost laughed in anger, his eyes growing even colder. Do I need your charity? When you detained my people, didn't you think about the bigger picture? When you were keeping thousands of male players like pigs, scavenging for trash in the newbie village, did you ever think of your fellow countrymen? When you guys were colluding with that South Korean country, preparing to sell out your country for personal gain, why didn't you think about Daxia? These words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, causing Empress Wu Zetian and the elders to change their expressions drastically. What nonsense are you spouting? Empress Wu Zetian denied it shrilly, but her eyes showed some panic. What South Korea? That's completely untrue. You're slandering me. Slander. Chen Ping'an sneered, "Do you want me to play your guard captain's dying words of Opa for the whole server to hear? Do I need to throw evidence in your faces that you've been secretly stockpiling resources, preparing to welcome our friendly Korean forces?" He stepped forward, his terrifying aura making the group of women opposite him almost unable to breathe. "What I find most disgusting are hypocrites like you. Internally, it has taken a heavy-handed approach, oppressing its compatriots and abusing gender privileges. They are obsequious and servile to foreign powers, practically groveling before them. A city of equality? Pshaw, I'd call it a city of bootlickers, that's more like it. Opa, I'll F asterisk G swear. How dare you?" Empress Wu Zetian was scolded until her face turned ashen and she trembled all over. Even if we have some exchanges with our allies, it's for the greater good. It's to seek strong support in future national wars, what do you know? Strong reinforcements, I'll send reinforcements to your mother. Chen Ping'an immediately swore. Do we need to kneel down to beg for reinforcements? Let me tell you, true strength is earned through your own efforts, not by kneeling before others. With your cowardly behavior, bullying your own kind but cowering outside, if South Korea really attacks, you bunch of scoundrels will be the first to become their collaborators. You. Empress Wu Zetian was so angry she couldn't speak. Stop wasting your breath on him. At that moment, a cold female voice came from the side and back of the hall. A female warrior clad in pure white armor and wielding a longsword exuding an icy aura emerged. Her ID is Ice Phoenix, and her level has reached a staggering 95. His entire outfit shimmered with iridescent light, at least most of it being purple epic grade, and his aura was far more powerful than the previous flaming red lips. She bears a dazzling title, second on the heavenly ranking. Lord Elders, it's useless to reason with these barbarians. Ice Phoenix looked at Chen Ping'an with icy eyes exuding an air of condescending arrogance. Only absolute power can make him kneel and submit. Thank you all for your continued care and guidance. Now, let me take care of him. Empress Wu Zetian, as if grasping at a straw, hurriedly said, Ice Phoenix, quick, take him down. If you win, the Elders' Council has decided that you will definitely be a candidate for the next City Lord. Ice Phoenix smiled confidently. Don't worry, dealing with these nouveau rich who get a few good pieces of equipment by luck and then become arrogant is a piece of cake for me. She looked at Chen Ping'an, pointing her longsword. I am the reverse butterfly, your winning streak ends here. Don't think you're so great just because you're number 1 on the heavenly ranking. My sword has never been dull. Today let me, Ice Phoenix, show you what a true top-tier player is. Chen Ping'an looked at her as if she were an idiot. Second on the heavenly ranking, a worthless B***** D built on resources dares to bark at me like a dog. You're asking for it. Ice Phoenix was furious. She hated it most when people said she had risen to power solely through the resources of the City of Equality. Extreme Ice Domain. Ice Phoenix let out a sharp cry, plunging her longsword into the ground. A terrifying power of ice instantly spread out from her, causing the temperature in the entire hall to plummet and frost to form on the ground. Extreme Ice Domain greatly reduces the ice resistance of enemies within range and has a certain chance to freeze the target. At the same time, several buffs shone brightly on her body, instantly increasing her attack power, defense, and speed. It's clear that various rare potions and scrolls were used. At the same time, the elders also waved their staffs and cast powerful support spells. Several buff halos fell on Ice Phoenix, causing her aura to surge once again. Ice Phoenix slash. She transformed into a chilling whirlwind, carrying a coldness capable of freezing the soul, and slashed wildly towards Chen Ping'an. Its power is indeed many times greater than those previous weaklings. Fancy and overly elaborate. Chen Ping'an commented that he was too lazy to even drive the Dragon Imperial Guest car. That idiot, he knows absolutely nothing about numbers. Just as the Ice Phoenix was about to strike him, Chen Ping'an casually raised the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword in his hand and lightly slashed at the icy whirlwind. That's right, it was just a light chop, like casually swatting away a fly. Sizzle! The Holy Sword, wreathed in dark blue wind and thunder power, easily tore apart the seemingly powerful icy whirlwind. The confidence and arrogance on Ice Phoenix's face froze instantly, turning into extreme terror and disbelief. Number impossible. Her Ice Phoenix slash seemed to have met its nemesis. The icy aura instantly melted and dissipated in the face of the power of wind and thunder. The oath of the dragonborn sword struck her longsword, which emanated a chilling aura without any resistance. Click, a crisp cracking sound, her seemingly powerful ice epic longsword was cleaved in two by the wind and thunder holy sword as if it were made of glass. Frost chant, epic longsword damaged. Then without pausing, the sword's momentum continued downwards. Minus 99,999,999. Crushing damage. An outrageously high damage number floated above Ice Phoenix's head. Her pure white epic armor was torn apart like paper and her health bar vanished instantly. How could this be? Ice Phoenix only managed to utter these few words before her body froze on the spot, her face retaining the shock and bewilderment of her death. Then with a poof, she turned into a sky full of white light. That's it. Clang, a whole bunch of stuff exploded at the spot where she died. It was dazzling with golden light. Clearly, it was because Chen Ping'an's great fortune skill was triggered, resulting in a massive explosion. Equipment, Ice Phoenix Wings Epic. Type Cloak. Demand level, 80. Physical Defense. Magic Defense. Plus 422. Agility plus 85. Stamina plus 70. Special effect, Ice Phoenix Gliding, actively activated, allows for short distance gliding in the air for 15 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. Special effect Frost Affinity slightly increases resistance to ice damage and reduces the impact of ice slowing effects. The stats were average, but it was a rare cloak, so Chen Ping'an decided to take it. It wouldn't be a bad idea to give it to Mo Yuan as a toy later. Item, Eternal Ice Core Epic Material. Type, Forged Engineering Materials. Description, the core, containing the ultimate frost energy, is a precious material for crafting top-tier ice-type equipment or puppets. Item Skill Book, Absolute Zero Epic. Required classes, Mage Ice-related special classes. Demand level, 85. Effect, channels powerful ice energy to instantly freeze all enemies within a very large area, dealing massive ice damage and immobilizing them in a prolonged frozen state, effect affected by target's resistance. Extremely long cooldown, gold coins x 285,000. Quiet, a deathly silence. Inside the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, the elders, the female players, and even the City Lord herself, Empress Wu Zhao, all stared wide-eyed and gaped as if a duck had been choked. Looking at the pile of glittering items that Ice Phoenix had dropped on the ground and the slowly dissipating white light, it was over in seconds. They were built with massive resources in their City of Equality, reaching level 95, equipped with epic gear, and hailed as the second strongest warrior on the heavenly ranking Ice Phoenix. He was instantly killed by I am a reverse butterfly with a single, casual sword strike like swatting a fly. They wiped out the weapon and the person in one fell swoop. What kind of horrific damage is this? Is this even human? Gurgled. Someone swallowed hard, the sound unusually clear in the silent hall. Ah. The next second, Empress Wu Zeshan and the elders screamed in utter terror. Monster, he's a monster. Ice Phoenix are all dead, it's over. It's all over. Chen Ping'an ignored their screams, bent down, and slowly picked up the other items dropped by Ice Phoenix, putting them into his backpack. For Chen Ping'an's current attributes, the cloak's stat bonus is negligible. However, he's currently lacking in the head and shoulder attributes, so he'll put it in his backpack for now. Even if you don't need it later, you can sell it or give it away. Let's just give the materials to Mo Yuan. We'll be relying on him to make equipment and items from now on anyway. The skill books are alright, I'll ask Kyan Duojuo for help another day. After collecting the equipment, he walked step by step toward the pillar of light that imprisoned Mo Yuan and casually swung his sword. Snap, the imprisoning pillar of light shattered instantly, vanishing like broken glass. Jayakuchu adult. Mo Yuan immediately ran out, excitedly standing beside Chen Ping'an, her eyes sparkling. You're amazing. It's nothing. Chen Ping'an nodded, then his gaze returned to the group of women who were terrified. He walked step by step toward the high platform toward Empress Wu Zeshan. You stay away. Empress Wu Zetian was so frightened that she stumbled backward and fell heavily onto her throne, her crown askew. You took the things, you saved the person, what more do you want? What do I want? Chen Ping'an stood before her, looking down at her with eyes full of contempt and disgust. Of course, it's to fight for true equality for those brothers who have been oppressed and treated like trash by you. Oh right, and this too. As if remembering something, Chen Ping'an took out a letter radiating a chilling aura from the pile of items dropped by Ice Phoenix. The letter had been mixed in with the other documents and he had simply picked it up. Secret letter to Mr. Park, quest item. Description: an encrypted communication letter sent to an unknown region, seemingly encrypted using special ice magic, requiring a specific method to decipher. A strange snowflake emblem is imprinted on its surface. Although Chen Ping'an couldn't see the content, he recognized the snowflake emblem from his previous life during the later stages of a national war. It was the symbol of a major guild from South Korea. What is this? I don't know. Empress Wu Zetian was pale, still trying to argue. Have no idea. Chen Ping'an sneered, it's all right, I'll find someone to decipher it. Then, I'll expose every single one of the despicable things you've done. He put away the letter, giving the group of women one last cold glance. Remember, today is just the beginning. From this day forward, this city has a new name. It's no longer some bullshit city of equality. After saying that, he unleashed a swift wind slash, killing Empress Wu Zetian, who was slumped on her throne with a blank stare and completely lost her soul, as well as a group of trembling elders who dared not even cry out. System notification: you have killed the Lord of City of Equality and all members of the Elder Council. Your reputation with the City of Equality -1 million. Your relationship with the City of Equality is mortal enemy. Hearing the system notification, Chen Ping'an, clinging to the belief that the more debt you have, the less you need to worry, remained expressionless and turned to Mo Yuan, saying, let's go. Mo Yuan nodded vigorously and followed closely behind him. Chen Ping'an, leading Mo Yuan, strode out of the desolate, mournful main hall of the city lord's mansion. System notification: your follower Master Craftsman Mo Yuan, LV.95, has increased your affinity with you by 3,000, currently at 22,880, deeply in love until death do us part, and is now soul-bound to you. Watching, I am the reverse butterfly, and Mo Yuan's figures disappear at the edge of the ruins of the City of Equality. The tens of thousands of male players who had just experienced a grand revenge and plunder felt both excited and conflicted. The tough guy sheds tears. He wiped the dust off his face, raised the blue shield in his hand, which had been hacked open in several places, and roared at the top of his lungs. Brothers, quiet down, let me say a few words. The noisy scene gradually quieted down and everyone's eyes were focused on him. The butterfly goddess is gone. A tough guy sheds tears. His voice was a little hoarse but full of power. Why did he leave? Because he had more important things to do. He was doing things that were absolutely groundbreaking. With our low-level and terrible equipment, following him wouldn't be helping, it would be holding us back. It would be a burden. These words were like a bucket of cold water calming down many hot-blooded brothers. But the tough guy sheds tears, the tone shifts abruptly, and the shield slams heavily onto the ground. If the butterfly goddess doesn't want us to follow her, are we really just going to cower like turtles and live off this pile of broken bricks and rubble? No, came a few scattered responses from below. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Where's the energy you had when you were smashing up the store and looting equipment? The tough guy sheds tears, he roared, cannot. This time the roar was deafening. That's right, a tough man sheds tears, his eyes are red. The butterfly god helped us smash the cage, not so we could just move to another spot and keep squatting there. He did it so that we could truly stand up. Since boss butterfly god is in Hope City, then let's go to Hope City. Yes, let's go to the City of Hope. Let's follow in the footsteps of the butterfly goddess. Even just watching from afar would be nice. The crowd became excited again. Leveling Up is Too Hard also stepped forward, clutching the epic skill book Absolute Zero tightly in his hands trembling with excitement. Brother Lei is right. Boss Butterfly is doing this for our own good. We must strive even harder. We must do everything in our power to become strong as quickly as possible. I'll try my best to help Butterfly Goddess as soon as possible, even if it's just by cheering her on. I can't let her down. Well said, we must unite. The tough guy sheds tears and continues shouting. From now on, we're brothers. We'll level up and farm gear together online and offline. If any of us can't afford food or is starving, we'll report it in the channel. Hey guys nearby, lend a hand if you can. Don't try to tough it out. Only by surviving can you become stronger. Only then can we live up to everything that Butterfly Goddess has done for us today. These words resonated deeply with everyone. The apocalypse has arrived. Reality is crueler than any game. Who doesn't have their own troubles? Brother Lei, I'm from Tianan City and I still have some food stored up. I'm from Mulan Province. Just say the word if you need anything. Count me in. In an instant, voices of mutual assistance rose and fell, and an unprecedented sense of unity arose among these players who had just gained their freedom. Good. A tough guy sheds tears seeing this scene. His nose started to sting again, but he forced himself to hold it in. Now all you able-bodied brothers get ready, we're going destination City of Hope. Oh, more than 10,000 male players, whose average level soared to 60, were filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster and anticipation for the future. They left the ruined City of Equality in a grand procession and embarked on their journey to the City of Hope. They had no idea that this spontaneous migration would, in the near future, coalesce into a powerful force. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an was unaware that his group of hot-blooded brothers had decided to defect to his stronghold. He was looking at the system notification highlighted in the taskbar, his brow slightly furrowed. System notification. The quest The Tragedy of Aoki has been triggered. Please arrive at Harmony City within 71 hours, 38 minutes and 22 seconds to investigate the whereabouts of the Aoki evil dragon. Warning. Failure to complete this quest may result in unpredictable consequences. City of Harmony. Chen Ping'an stroked his chin. The name sounds even more irritating than City of Equality. Although the teleportation array in the City of Equality was definitely unusable, even if it were, Chen Ping'an thought the place was unlucky. But he remained completely calm. With his current movement speed, even if he were to traverse the entire map, reaching Harmony City within 24 hours wouldn't be a problem at all. He even had the leisure to log off for a while first. Come to think of it, the last time I logged off was before playing Kainji. Despite having incredibly high physical and mental attributes from continuous high-intensity online play, meaning I don't need to eat or sleep and can play games like crazy, I still need to check my safe house in real life. He caused such a huge commotion in the game, killing gods and massacring cities, and given that his identity has most likely been exposed, it's hard to guarantee that it won't trigger a chain reaction in real life. I don't want to dominate the game only to have my base raided offline. Mo Yuan! Chen Ping'an looked at the girl who had been quietly following beside him. Reverse Butterfly, my lord, what are your orders? Mo Yuan immediately looked up, her big eyes blinking, filled with admiration and dependence. I have something to attend to and need to leave for a while. Chen Ping'an said succinctly, you, find a safe place to stay or go back to Hope City and wait for me. Upon hearing this, a fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of disappointment and reluctance flashed in Mo Yuan's beautiful eyes, and she whispered, Lady Reverse Butterfly, are you leaving for a while? How long do you expect to be back? Soon, Chen Ping'an replied casually without giving it much thought. Oh. Mo Yuan lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. Then, please come back soon. I'll obediently wait for you at the blacksmith's shop in Hope City, and while I'm at it, I'll design a new puppet based on the materials you provided. The tone was just like that of a small pet being told by its owner to wait at home. Chen Ping'an grunted in response, not paying much attention to the girl's overly expressive emotions, and logged off immediately. In the real world, inside the core control room of the safe house, Chen Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and let out a long sigh of relief. Today, the proportion of character feedback in reality has surged to 20% thanks to his exceptionally high attributes in the game. The 4 dimensions reflected in reality are Strength, 2380. Agility 1409, Physical Fitness 900, Spirit 1857. It can only be described as defying the heavens, As the game's story progresses, the game's stats explode and the feedback ratio only increases. This scene is absolutely beautiful. The most direct feeling Chen Ping'an had at this moment was that before he would always be in a daze when he returned to the real world, but now it was a seamless transition. There was no mental fatigue whatsoever. My mind remained exceptionally clear and sharp throughout. He habitually glanced quickly at the multiple monitoring screens on the control panel. Outside the villa, the dozens of basic sentry crossbow puppets that he had previously handcrafted and buried were still operating silently, though the energy indicator lights showed that their energy was about to run out. High-voltage power grid, vibration sensors, thermal detectors, all defense systems are reporting normal readings. Thankfully, the house wasn't burgled. I'll go out in a bit to change the batteries. Chen Ping'an breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the deterrent effect of repelling those guys last time was still there. He stood up, intending to get something to eat and drink to relax. After all, he hadn't even properly celebrated killing 1,000 machines yet. However, as soon as he took a step, he seemed to bump into something at his feet which made a very faint metallic hum. Chen Ping'an paused, then abruptly looked down. Beside the chair where he had just been sitting lay a sword lying quietly. A longsword with an ancient yet technologically advanced design, its blade a bluish-black color, wreathed in subtle wind and thunder power, and with an energy core that seems to contain the stars embedded in its hilt. It appeared in the real world so abruptly and undeniably. Chen Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. He almost thought he was seeing things and instinctively reached out to touch it. Cold, hard. It contains an indescribable sense of immense power. You can even feel a slight tingling sensation from the subtle wind and thunder energy on the sword at your fingertips. The touch, the sight, it's all so incredibly realistic. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, its heavy weight confirming that this was no illusion. It was his ultimate artifact in the game, Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, Oath of the Dragonborn. How is this possible? Even with Chen Ping'an's newfound composure after his rebirth, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. How can weapons from a game appear in the real world? He suddenly bent down and grabbed the sword in his hand. It felt heavy in my hand, the cold metallic touch, the strange resonance that seemed to connect with my own blood. It all felt incredibly real. It was no illusion. The sword seemed to sense his touch. The dark blue-green wind and thunder patterns glowed faintly, emitting a soft light like breathing. A faint yet pure energy flowed into his body through the sword hilt, invigorating him. Chen Ping'an. Looking at the longsword in his hand, which still emitted a faint bluish-black aura in the real world and faintly emitted the sound of wind and thunder, he was plunged into a huge shock and ecstasy. They actually brought it out? And all the attribute effects are still there. What does that mean? This means that he also possesses the terrifying power of this mythical weapon in the real world. While the physical strength of a real body certainly cannot fully unleash the attack power of over 10,000 in the game, even if he could only unleash 1/10 or even 1/100th of his abilities, it would be enough to make him a real-life Superman. What's more, those special effects. The paralysis from Thunder Fury, the buff from Dragonborn's Intimidation, the movement and attack speed from Storm Chaser, and that bug-like 100-fold blessing. With this sword, those monsters and demons in reality are nothing. Whoever comes, I'll chop them up. Who dares to lay a hand on me? And who can lay a hand on me? He excitedly swung the sword a few times, the blade cutting through the air with a faint sound of wind and thunder, leaving a bluish-black trail within the sturdy safe house. Its power was astonishing. After a long while, he managed to suppress his excitement and carefully placed the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword beside him. Thinking about the reasons, yes, that's right, it must be because of the soul bond. Wherever my consciousness is, it appears there. That's why I was able to bring this magical artifact into the real world, etc. It seems there's another one whose soul is bound to another. Chen Ping'an looked around and noticed a wisp of mist behind him, seemingly brewing something. He hadn't had time to think about what that wisp of mist was. The light quickly condensed, stretched, and outlined a human figure. The next second, the light faded. A girl dressed in the smart overalls from the game with a ponytail and big, bright eyes appeared in the safe house looking completely bewildered. It was Mo Yuan. She was still holding a pen with a half-finished engineering drawing in her hand, subconsciously looking around, her big eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Wasn't I just drawing an improved sketch of the Stormbringer II? How did I get here so quickly? Where is this place? The energy fluctuations are so strange. Metal boxes, what are these glowing panels? Chen Ping'an. He watched in disbelief as a real person jumped out of the game, completely frozen in place, his mind nearly crashing. If the appearance of the wind and thunder holy sword was a pleasant surprise, then having a living person follow you there was downright terrifying. This soul binding is incredibly valuable. They can even kidnap living people. Mo Yuan blinked her big eyes, curiously looking at everything inside the safe house. Cold metal walls, flickering monitor screens, complex control consoles, and tanks of compressed food and mineral water piled up in the corner. Her gaze finally landed on the dumbfounded Chen Ping'an. She tilted her head in confusion, staring at his face, which was even more handsome and realistic than in the game, and his modern, casual clothes for a few seconds. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up as if she had discovered some earth-shattering secret, and her mouth instantly opened into an O shape. You. Mo Yuan pointed at Chen Ping'an, her face flushed with excitement, and her voice trembled. I can feel it, although the appearance is a little different and the clothes are strange, this connection deep in my soul can't be wrong. You are reverse butterfly, right? My God, you are amazing. It can actually tear through the void and bring me to another world. Is this a realm only gods can tread upon? Chen Ping'an. Cough cough. He nearly choked on his own saliva, quickly forcing himself to calm down. His mind raced, trying to find an excuse to get away with it. You must be Miss Mo Yuan. You've misunderstood. I am a reverse butterfly, and he often mentions you to me, saying that your skills are extraordinary. The puppet blueprints you provided were a huge help, solving our long-standing problem of being harassed by stray dogs. Thank you so much. He tried to appear calm and collected as if he were just a friend. Unfortunately, Mo Yuan wasn't buying it at all. The girl put her hands on her hips, leaned closer, almost touching Chen Ping'an's face, stared intently into his eyes, and even gently sniffed his face. No. Mo Yuan's tone was absolutely certain, and her eyes sparkled even brighter. Although you look a little more handsome than in the game and your clothes are a bit strange, you are definitely reverse butterfly, there's no mistake. Although this world seems to have very strong rules that suppress you, making you appear weaker by a little bit. She seemed afraid of hurting Chen Ping'an's pride, so she spoke the last few words very softly, but they were still heard clearly. My lord, you are truly amazing. You were able to tear through the void and bring me to another world. Is this the power of a god? Chen Ping'an blushed and coughed awkwardly twice. The rules of this world are unique and the suppressive force is indeed immense. It's already quite an achievement that I was able to construct this wonderful house, so it's normal that my strength is somewhat affected. He then went on to name the safe house Miracle House, in an attempt to make it more convincing. At the same time, Mo Yuan's gaze was drawn to the basic sentry crossbow puppets that were faintly visible through the surveillance screen outside the safe house. Curious, she moved closer to the control panel. Pointing to the several crooked-looking puppets on the screen with rough welds and even a bit of rust, he blinked his big eyes and asked, Reverse Butterfly Master, are those also defensive golems you created? Chen Ping'an's face flushed. Those were indeed the first batch of experimental products he had created by hand after cramming through the data and enhancing his attributes. The functionality is fine, it can automatically search for and fire at targets. But the appearance is really not flattering. You could easily believe it's made of scrap metal. Yes, it's an early work and there's still a lot of, room for improvement in terms of craftsmanship, Chen Ping'an tried to save face. It's mainly to reflect the postmodern wasteland art style. Unexpectedly, after staring at the screen for a few seconds, Mo Yuan's face showed no disdain whatsoever. Instead, she flashed a bright smile that said, I totally understand, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. I see. She turned around and, with a grin, said in a tone that suggested she had discovered an adorable little secret about an adult. I understand, reverse butterfly, you must have made them like this on purpose, right? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. You're probably worried that making it too sophisticated, too perfect, will frighten the natives of this world or cause unnecessary trouble, right? Mo Yuan nodded vigorously, a smug expression on her face that said, I've seen through everything. Yes. That must be it. You're so thoughtful, sir. It's so adorable. Chen Ping'an. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. He's just plain bad at cooking. But looking at Mo Yuan's admiring expression as if to say, my master is truly far-sighted and low-key. He couldn't bring himself to say it, so he could only cough awkwardly twice. Just then, a large amount of information, like a game expansion, suddenly flooded Chen Ping'an's mind. It was a detailed configuration of Mo Yuan. Name, Mo Yuan. Identity. Former workshop owner of Free City, Heart of the Furnace, master craftsman. Background, orphaned at a young age, he was adopted by a lowly craftsman in the City of Freedom as an apprentice in a mechanical engineering program. Her adoptive father was implicated in an accident involving a nobleman's puppet when she was 12 years old and died from the torture he endured. From then on, Mo Yuan concluded that the corrupt and rigid class system and those incompetent nobles were the cause of her adoptive father's tragedy. Driven by an intense thirst for power and change, he poured all his energy into mechanical arts, mastering them on his own with extraordinary talent, and gradually climbed to the position of workshop master. They firmly believe that only sophisticated mechanisms and absolute power can break down injustice and create a new order. I am the reverse butterfly, a player who also challenges the old order and possesses absolute power, feels a natural affinity and holds immense admiration for them. This memory of his past softened Chen Ping'an's gaze towards Mo Yuan considerably. It turns out that this seemingly lively and cheerful girl has such a tragic past. Mo Yuan was clearly unaware of Chen Ping'an's inner thoughts. Her attention was already drawn to the Miao house. She curiously touched and tapped here and there, looked at the outside scene on the monitor screen, and examined the air vents of the air filtration system. But soon, her delicate brows furrowed slightly and she muttered to herself, the structural strength is so-so, but the energy transmission circuit is too crude and completely inefficient. The interoperability of the defense modules is almost zero. The early warning system is okay, but the reaction delay is too high. And this layout doesn't conform to mechanics or aesthetics at all. She turned her head to look at Chen Ping'an, her eyes sparkling with a professional excitement. Reverse butterfly, sir, your museum house has a decent foundation, but it has so many problems. Leave the renovation to me, give me some materials, and I guarantee it'll be completely transformed. Defense will increase by at least 5 times. No, 10 times. Chen Ping'an was speechless as he watched Mo Yuan instantly switch into work mode and give his safe house a sharp-tongued evaluation. Good heavens. Is this the power of a master mechanic? You pointed out so many problems after only a few glances, and they even sound quite reasonable. Chen Ping'an blushed again. This was the limit of what he could afford with money before the apocalypse. What surprised him most was that Mo Yuan seemed completely unaffected by the world rules. With his exceptional mental strength, he could clearly sense that the energy fluctuations emanating from Mo Yuan were almost identical to those in the game. Her attributes have not been diminished by the real world at all. This soul binding is actually two-way. Once bound, the complete form can descend. However, Chen Ping'an still had to forcefully save face once again. Just as I said before, the rules of this world are too oppressive. It's already quite an achievement that I was able to construct such a wonderful house. I understand. Mo Yuan nodded vigorously as if to say, I've always understood you. His eyes were filled with sympathy that even gods had to abide by the rules of the world. And the touching thought, it must have been Lord Reverse Butterfly who spent a lot of unnecessary energy to bring me here. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She had completely grasped the current situation. Her reverse butterfly master is a deity capable of traversing worlds, and now she is fortunate enough to have arrived in the world of the deity and even be able to assist the god. Immediately afterward, her engineer's spirit ignited, and her eyes lit up as she began pointing and explaining. My lord, look here. The load-bearing structure here can be completely replaced with a honeycomb composite structure which would increase the strength by at least 70%. And there's more. If we use parallel rune distribution technology for the energy lines here, the efficiency can be doubled. The heat dissipation will also be much better. The surveillance system is so outdated. I can install dynamic rune capture and energy sensing arrays on it, ensuring I can see even a mosquito flying in clearly. By the way, those crossbow golems on the outer perimeter are too weak. Give me the materials and I can mass-produce wind guardians. They come with built-in friend or foe identification and cooperative combat systems. An additional high-frequency particle oscillation barrier is installed internally to increase both physical and magical resistance. Oh, and the living area also needs renovations. How about adding a fragrance module to the air circulation system? I think the air quality in your miracle house is worrying, sir. Staying in there for too long might make your nose uncomfortable. She chattered away, gesturing with her little hands, constantly coming up with ingenious and highly feasible renovation plans. Chen Ping'an was stunned with only one thought in his mind. A master mechanic of the highest level, terrifying indeed. He could almost see his safe house under Mo Yuan's magical modifications gradually transforming into a true, ultimate steel fortress that even aliens' reapers would have to bow down to before leaving. As Mo Yuan spoke, she secretly glanced at Chen Ping'an, who was trying hard to digest her modification plans, and her face flushed slightly. The reverse butterfly has shed its previous veil of mystery, becoming more real and even more heart-pounding. Although he said he was suppressed by the rules of the world, the fact that he was able to cross worlds to bring her here shows he's truly the most amazing person. Chen Ping'an looked at the energetic, bright-eyed, and talented young girl in front of him, who was ready to make a big splash. He glanced again at the holy sword in his hand, which shimmered with the light of wind and thunder, and suddenly felt. Life in the apocalypse seems to be changing completely from today onwards. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Mo Yuan, who was engrossed in her research. Okay, whatever you say, just tell me what materials you need. The previous, virtual anchoring function had limitations on items with a volume less or equal to 1 cubic meter and a weight less or equal to 10 kilograms. I wonder what improvements the upgraded virtual anchoring brings. Looking at the excited Mo Yuan, Chen Ping'an's heart also burned with excitement. He immediately focused his mind and tried to communicate with the changed anchoring of reality and illusion ability. The anchoring of reality and illusion ability is now triggered by the effect on the wind and thunder holy sword. Compared to its previous limitations, it is now practically invincible. With a thought, Chen Ping'an now felt as if his mind had connected to an incredibly vast, extra-dimensional warehouse. It was filled with the empire he had conquered in the game and those massive amounts of glittering materials. Mo Yuan, just tell me what materials you need. I'll try to get as much as I can right now. Chen Ping'an waved his hand, displaying an air of a nouveau riche booking the entire venue. Mo Yuan's eyes lit up instantly and she immediately rattled off a string of terms like reciting a menu. Flowing wind and light silver, at least 200 units are needed. Then there are 50 earth vein core crystals. Aeogen conductive alloy ingots, we need as many as you have. Magic core is also urgently needed. Ideally, some void stardust and thunderous refined gold would be best for upgrading the energy circuitry. As she spoke, she pulled out a charcoal pencil from somewhere and began scribbling and drawing on the metal wall. The various complex structures and runes dazzled Chen Ping'an. That's what professionalism is. Chen Ping'an held his breath and focused his mind on the vast game warehouse. Good heavens! The materials from the previous city raid and the usual 100-fold rewards are piled up like mountains. He pinpointed the materials Mo Yuan needed and activated phantom anchoring. Buzz, the space in front of him distorted slightly, as if a pebble had been thrown into the water, causing ripples to spread outwards. Next came metal ingots shimmering with various colors, cores containing powerful energy, and jars of fine, magical sand. Like a floodgate opened, it appeared out of nowhere and quickly piled up on the ground into a small hill. Chen Ping'an estimated that the items being transported this time weighed at least 3 tons. This startled even him. That's an incredible improvement. It's gone from small-scale operations to heavy material transportation. Moreover, each withdrawal previously consumed a significant amount of mental energy, leaving me feeling completely drained. I don't feel that way at all now. I don't know if it's because my mental strength is too strong or because the enhanced anchoring of reality and illusion skill no longer has this side effect. But that's not important. Mo Yuan looked at the materials that had instantly filled the corner. Her little mouth opened into an O shape again, and then she burst into a huge cheer. Wow, reverse butterfly, you're amazing. You're like a god, so many, and the purity is so high, this is wonderful. She cheered and plunged into the pile of materials like a child who had found treasure, picking up this to touch, hugging that to look at, and loving them dearly. That's enough, that's sufficient for now, sir, please take a rest, watch me. Mo Yuan was full of energy. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her two fair arms, and started working. Her hands flew across the screen, moving so fast they left afterimages. The heavy metal seemed weightless in her hands. She easily shaped, cut, and assembled it. She used her fingertips to guide the special materials to precisely lay out energy lines, occasionally sparking with electricity. Chen Ping'an watched with trepidation, but she remained completely relaxed. All right, let's get started. Chen Ping'an urged. He couldn't wait to see the upgraded safe house. All right. Watch me. Mo Yuan cheered and immediately got to work. This area needs reinforcement. Energy-conducting runes will be embedded within the load-bearing wall, increasing its strength by 300%. 3 layers of outer armor plates are stacked, filled with energy-absorbing gel in the middle, and then a physical deflection matrix is inscribed. Energy core upgrade. Directly powered by the magic core with a parallel backup of the lava heart, achieving near-limitless energy. The monitoring system has been fully upgraded, incorporating motion capture and energy sensing, expanding the range 5-fold. Add a floral fragrance and negative ion module to the air circulation system in the living area, and add a temperature and humidity control system too. The kitchen needs a major overhaul. How can you, sir, eat these emergency rations? Mo Yuan was completely absorbed in her work, chattering away as she explained. She then took out all sorts of strange tools that she always carried with her. Some of them were even things Chen Ping'an had never seen her pull out of the box. They started fiddling with the walls, floor, and ceiling of the safe house. Her small hands moved so fast they left afterimages. Those epic materials that Chen Ping'an considered hard were as obedient as clay in her hands. The netherworld iron was melted into a liquid state and covered the original alloy wall, instantly forming a thicker and darker armor layer. The earth vein core crystal was embedded in a key node, glowing faintly. The entire structure of the safe house seemed to be reinforced by an invisible hand, making it as stable as Mount Tai. The energy lines were relayed out, and the Aegean conductive alloy ingot was drawn into fine wires and woven into a highly efficient energy network, significantly reducing losses. The ventilation system, filtration system, and monitoring system were all disassembled and reassembled, and more sensing runes and energy arrays were added. Chen Ping'an even saw her create several small engineering puppets with her bare hands, which helped her move heavy objects and perform precision welding. Chen Ping'an was dazzled and dumbfounded by the whole process. This isn't just modification, it's magic, it's divine craftsmanship. He wasn't idle either. While continuing to supply Mo Yuan with the various materials she needed temporarily, he also followed her instructions, using the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword as a cutting knife and hammer to do some heavy work. The Holy Sword was incredibly sharp, cutting through alloy plates as easily as cutting tofu. The occasional overflow of wind and thunder power could also temper the interface with energy with surprisingly good results. The two worked together more and more seamlessly. Often, with just a glance from Mo Yuan, Chen Ping'an would know which tools or materials to hand over. During a break from her busy work, Mo Yuan would come over and casually wipe away non-existent sweat from Chen Ping'an with a towel, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Sir, are you tired? Would you like some water?" Sometimes, when she was studying the books Modern Agricultural Greenhouse Technology and High-Efficiency Soilless Cultivation downloaded on Chen Ping'an's computer, if she encountered something she didn't understand, she would immediately grab her laptop and run over, almost touching Chen Ping'an, pointing at the screen and asking, "My lord, what does nutrient solution pH value mean? Is it the same as the acidity of the alchemical solvent we use?" Chen Ping'an could only keep a straight face and try to explain as simply as possible. Mo Yuan wore an admiring expression as if to say, "You are indeed very knowledgeable, sir, before launching into a new question. Reverse butterfly, my lord, do people in this world not practice mechanical arts? Sir, this thing called a computer is amazing. There's so much knowledge inside. Controlled nuclear fusion, quantum communication. I don't understand it all yet, but it seems so incredible. My lord, besides fighting, what else do you enjoy doing? My lord, you look even more handsome in this world. Can you stay like this forever? Her affection for Chen Ping'an was incredibly high. The adoration and closeness in her eyes were almost undisguised, and she always found various opportunities to get close to him. When handing over tools, they accidentally touched hands. When explaining the principles, they stood very close. The faint smell of engine oil on her body mixed with the fresh scent of a young girl, making Chen Ping'an, a grown man, a little distracted. Cough cough, it's alright just so. Chen Ping'an could only feign composure and give a perfunctory reply, but his heart was pounding uncontrollably. Surrounded by a stunningly beautiful girl with incredible abilities who only has eyes for him, who could resist that? Mo Yuan looked at Chen Ping'an's slightly flushed cheeks, seemingly having discovered something interesting. A sly smile curved her lips as she leaned closer, her breath sweet as orchids. Sir, are you shy? I must say, you look quite amusing when you're shy. Chen Ping'an. This NPC is amazing, this is unbearable, after almost non-stop frantic modifications. Of course, the main reason was that Mo Yuan was working herself to the bone while Chen Ping'an focused on being there for her. The entire safe house has been completely transformed. The walls turned a thick, dark gold, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. Tapping on them produced a dull hum as if even a missile couldn't penetrate them. The sound of energy flow is almost inaudible and the efficiency is extremely high. The air became incredibly fresh, even carrying a faint herbal fragrance that Mo Yuan had extracted from some unknown material. The monitoring screen now has dozens of split screens, covering everything from thermal sensing to energy fluctuation detection. It can even clearly see a cockroach crawling on the ground outside. The defense system has been completely transformed. Using scraps and a small amount of new materials, Mo Yuan mass-produced 20 new Guardian golems. Wind Guardian Mo Yuan improved version. Although the panel attributes were not visible, Mo Yuan wanted to help Chen Ping'an understand the situation and to demonstrate that she was an outstanding follower. I wrote down the approximate attributes by hand. Wind Guardian Mo Yuan improved version. Level 65. Health points 150,001, 50000. Energy 2,200. Skill. Advanced Friend or Foe Identification. Automatically identifies and attacks unauthorized life forms. Rapid Crossbow. Fires enchanted beams rapidly, each dealing 3,000 to 4,500 physical damage. Cooperative Combat. When other Wind Guardians are nearby, attack speed plus 15% and damage plus 10%. Self-destruct mode, activated when energy is below 10% or upon receiving a command, causing massive area damage to the surrounding area. These golems replaced the old basic sentry crossbow golems and were redeployed around the villa and underground, forming a deadly defensive line. Mo Yuan even combined the technology provided by the computer with her own energy circuit technology. She actually created a small hydroponic area and planted fast-growing vegetables and strawberries that she had improved using alchemy, saying it was to supplement Chen Ping'an's vitamins. Looking at this completely renovated, heavily armed, and even somewhat charming fortress, Chen Ping'an was stunned. We've won so much, this defensive capability has increased by more than tenfold. Thank you for your hard work, Mo Yuan. Chen Ping'an said sincerely. Mo Yuan wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Although she looked a little tired, her smile was incredibly bright and content. I'm glad I can help the adults. This will be our home from now on, so of course we want to make it the best and safest place possible. When she said our home, her tone was very natural. Only after she finished speaking did she seem to realize something, her face turning slightly red. She secretly glanced at Chen Ping'an, then quickly lowered her head, pretending to tidy up her tools. Chen Ping'an's heart stirred slightly as he watched the petite figure bustling about under the lights. For the first time in this cold, post-apocalyptic fortress, he felt a strange sense of warmth and security, like being in a home. Alright, take a break, want to try some strawberries. Although you just planted them, they look ripe. Chen Ping'an picked up a bright red strawberry and handed it to her. Mo Yuan was filled with curiosity about this fruit which did not exist in her original world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen strawberries to cultivate from the batch of fruit seeds Chen Ping'an had prepared beforehand. He took it with delight, took a bite, and his eyes crinkled into crescent moons of happiness. So sweet. Thank you, sir. The two smiled at each other. The atmosphere inside the safe house was warm and cozy. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath of the fresh, floral-scented air, and the gloom in his heart was almost completely swept away. Under the skillful hands of this ingenious young woman, the miracle house could only be described as impregnable. Next, we'll go online and in one fell swoop cause trouble for the Ayaki, evil dragon. The game Doomsday Era, the leveling area belonging to City of Hope. The white light faded and the commotion subsided. The elite members of the Sword Pavilion Guild beamed with joy, patting each other on the shoulder as they excitedly tallied the loot from the level 78 dungeon boss they had just defeated. Haha, I got it, this blue greatsword is mine. This material is mine, nobody can take it. This is a huge profit, we can upgrade it again later. Awesome, my experience points are skyrocketing. The atmosphere was lively and filled with a sense of accomplishment. But amidst this jubilation, guild leader Sword Emperor Yi Gacheng stood alone a little distance away, his back view appearing somewhat forlorn. His face showed no joy. Instead, he frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on a certain point in midair. He seemed to be looking at the system panel or perhaps daydreaming. His mind wasn't on the loot at all. His trusted subordinate, the lone city shadow guard, walked over, followed Yi Gacheng's gaze to the empty space ahead, and roughly understood what was going on. Lonely city shadow guard lowered his voice and said, "Sect Master, are you still thinking about that? I am the reverse butterfly. Stop thinking about it, that guy is really weird, he's not like a normal person at all. We don't need to compare ourselves to him, as long as we've made progress compared to ourselves, that's enough." Yi Gacheng seemed to be startled from his reverie and sighed softly, his tone filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Compare? What are we comparing? He pointed to the virtual interface. Look at all the top rankings right now, level, equipment, overall points. I am the reverse butterfly is absolutely far ahead. He's left us completely behind, we can't even see his taillights. He grew increasingly frustrated. This isn't a game, it's speedrunning, we're just following behind, we don't even have the chance to eat shit. In just over a week, how many earth-shattering things has Chen Ping'an done? Solo kill of the demigod-level world boss, 1,000 machines, evil dragon. They wiped out the entire main city, equality. The world chat is still flooded with messages saying that over 10,000 male players oppressed by the City of Equality are marching in droves to the City of Hope to join him. Is this something a human would do? Yi Gacheng had previously thought he and Chen Ping'an shared a sense of mutual respect, but now he realized he had been overthinking it. The gap between them was simply too vast. Lonely City Shadow Guard opened his mouth, wanting to offer comfort but unsure of what to say. The facts are clear and any words of comfort seem pale and powerless. He had no choice but to change his perspective. Sec leader, think positively. It's the apocalypse now. The Reapers have rendered all of our technology obsolete and the outside world is in complete chaos with a severe shortage of supplies. But our heavenly sword sect is different. Our sect has lived in the mountains since ancient times, self-sufficient and with ample reserves, allowing us to last longer than anyone else. He paused, then continued, "This is a marathon, not a 100-meter sprint. Those people in the city can still hold on with their stockpiles for now, but once they run out of food and supplies and are starving, they won't have the mind to play games anymore. In the end, it will be a test of who has the strongest foundation and who can persevere to the end. If we proceed steadily and accumulate strength, we might just have a chance." These words eased Yi Gacheng's mood slightly. He nodded, took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "You're right, I was too impatient, I need to stay calm." He gripped his sword hilt tightly again, his eyes regaining some of their sharpness. "Let's go back to the city to rest. It's more practical to improve our strength step by step." He had to stay calm, especially with the unfathomable Chen Ping'an and the mad dog-like Augustus both present. Meanwhile, on the other side of the City of Hope, The god of magic, Augustus's mood was not just depressed, it was a mix of extremes with anxiety about to explode. In the game, the server-wide announcements almost became a personal showcase for I Am the Reverse Butterfly, featuring city annihilation and god slaying. The system notifications slapped him across the face like blows. He finally reached level 62, dressed in a purple and blue mix, which made him a respectable figure among ordinary players, but compared to that cheater, he was nothing. What terrified him even more was reality. His father, General Ma Weiguo, had already noticed the disappearance of Deputy Wang and was furious. He was arranging for a full-scale manpower search for his whereabouts. He had just logged off when his father called him over, his face so dark it could drip water, and went straight to asking him where Lieutenant Wang was. Augustus stammered and gave vague excuses such as poor signal while on a mission. But his father's eyes clearly showed disbelief. He was just suppressing his anger for the time being and had already sent people to investigate. It was only a matter of time before the truth came out. Lieutenant Wang is the only son of his father's comrade-in-arms. He couldn't even imagine the consequences if this matter were to be completely exposed. Being crushed in the game means disaster is coming your way in real life. Augustus felt like he was being driven crazy. He paced back and forth in the safe zone, feeling irritated by the noise and annoyance of the players around him who were busy trading and forming teams. Damn it, damn it. You all forced me into this, you all forced me into this. He kept muttering curses under his breath, his eyes growing increasingly fierce. Staying here means forever being overshadowed by I Am a Reverse Butterfly. He abruptly stopped, a look of reckless madness flashing across his face. Fortune favors the bold, he growled through gritted teeth. I'm not playing this game with you guys anymore. He had this idea before when he saw Chen Ping'an piloting a Gundam in Rock Canyon, and now he has finally made up his mind. We can't wait any longer. In the City of Hope, he was completely suppressed by Chen Ping'an and Yi Gucheng and could not get ahead at all. We must break this deadlock. In reality, the operation failed and it looked like it was about to be exposed. I must make a breakthrough in the game to atone for my sins and stop my father's wrath. He was leaving this place that filled him with humiliation and pressure, heading to that city that sounded incredibly powerful just from its name. He wants to leave his comfort zone, go there and start over, become stronger, then come back and take everything back. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and strode towards the teleportation array in the center of the city. His loyal lackeys, especially that sycophant with the ID god of law's dog, rushed over as soon as they heard the news, their faces contorted with grief to stop him. Brother Magic God, no. We're unfamiliar with Fujiang City, it's too dangerous. Yeah, boss, as long as we're alive, we can always make a comeback. We can develop slowly in Hope City. What will we do without you? Augustus was furious and wouldn't listen to any advice. He kicked the god's dog away and cursed, "Get out of my way, don't block my path, what future do you have here? Once I've made a name for myself in this prosperous city, you'll all reap the rewards." He took a hard line and paid the exorbitant transfer fee up front. The NPC soldier in charge of managing the teleportation array looked at him with undisguised disdain and indifference in his eyes. This was a stark contrast to the respectful attitude he had shown towards Chen Ping'an before. The procedures were dragged out and the tone was curt. Teleportation destination, prosperous city. Energy replenishing standstill. Augustus was furious. Even an NPC dared to give him attitude, but he doesn't have time to worry about that right now, so he can only put up with it. Finally, the teleportation light shone and enveloped him. In his last moments before disappearing, he heard the god of magic's dog cry out in a tearful voice, "Brother Magic God, you must come back. We're waiting for you." Augustus's figure completely disappeared from the teleportation array. He left, carrying a bellyful of resentment, anger, and a desperate determination, heading towards the unknown city of wealth and power. The soldier at the teleportation array, after he disappeared, curled his lip in disdain and muttered something under his breath. "What kind of class do you have, trying to emulate Reverse Butterfly by going to other major cities? You'll regret it. The real world, villas at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain, Miracle House. Chen Ping'an looked at the newly renovated safe house and Mo Yuan beside him, her eyes sparkling as she waited for praise and felt incredibly pleased. This upgrade is simply unbeatable. The soul binding feature is amazing. According to Chen Ping'an's understanding, wherever his consciousness is, the wind and thunder holy sword and Mo Yuan will appear there. Doomsday Era is so much fun. Alright, it's time to go back. Suppressing his elation, Chen Ping'an said to Mo Yuan, next target Harmony City. Mo Yuan nodded immediately, her eyes filled with expectation and trust. Yes. Reverse butterfly, wherever you go I will go. Chen Ping'an is online. Buzz, as consciousness shifted, the scene before me transformed from cold metal walls into a stream of data. The next second, Chen Ping'an found himself standing where he had logged off earlier, the wilderness outside the city of equality. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light appeared beside her, and Mo Yuan, with her ponytail and wearing overalls, also appeared. The girl looked around in surprise, then looked at Chen Ping'an, her eyes sparkling with even more admiration. My lord, you can really travel between worlds instantly, that's amazing. The rules of that museum house world were so restrictive, yet you could still come and go freely. Chen Ping'an coughed lightly, feeling a little guilty. He coughed twice, basic stuff, don't be silly. I was internally chuckling to myself, this soul binding effect is just too amazing. It can bind both online and offline accounts together. Chen Ping'an quickly checked the task list. System notification, mission The Tragedy of Kingmu, remaining time 18 hours 12 minutes and 8 seconds. Please arrive at Harmony City as soon as possible. We have enough time but we can't waste it, let's go. Chen Ping'an said. He opened the map and checked the directions. The city of Harmony is to the north. Let's run there. The city of Harmony is on the other side of the map, quite a distance away. Sir, how do we get there? Mo Yuan asked. Should we run there, won't it be slow? Run over there, Chen Ping'an nodded, then naturally looked at Mo Yuan. You can't keep up, I'll help you. After saying that, before Mo Yuan could react, he swept the girl up in a princess carry. Ah. Mo Yuan gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Chen Ping'an's neck, her face instantly turning bright red like a ripe apple. Big adult. She could clearly feel the strength in Chen Ping'an's arms and the warmth from his chest. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. I've been hugged before, but I always feel so shy. However, an adult's embrace feels so safe. System notification, your follower Mo Yuan's favorability towards you has increased by 100. Current favorability 52,880, unwavering soul bond. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Ping'an's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. It's gone up again. This NPC's favorability is so easy to raise. Also, it was only 20,000 plus before. It seems this little girl has gained a lot of goodwill in the museum. Without thinking twice, he hugged Mo Yuan tightly and whispered, let's go. Zwish. He shot off like an arrow released from a bow. The speed is terrifying. Swift step activated. The special effects of the new shoes make it feel like he's walking on flat ground. The scenery beneath my feet rushed past me and the wind howled in my ears. At first, Mo Yuan was so frightened that she kept her eyes tightly shut and buried her head in Chen Ping'an's arms. But she quickly adapted to this lightning speed. She peeked out and looked at the forests, mountains, and rivers rushing past on both sides, feeling the extreme speed and freedom. An expression of excitement and thrill gradually appeared on her little face. Wow, that's fast, you're amazing, sir. She couldn't help but cheer, her voice fading into the wind. Mo Yuan prefers this method to making a means of transportation. Chen Ping'an remained silent, focusing on his journey. Given his current abnormal attributes, carrying someone wouldn't affect his speed at all. He ran wildly, leaping over mountains and wading through rivers. If you encounter a wild monster that dares to block your way, just unleash a swift wind/sword aura to instantly kill it without even looking at what it drops. The efficiency is frighteningly high. What would normally take an ordinary player a day and a night to cover, Chen Ping'an covered in less than an hour before spotting that unique emerald green outline on the horizon. The city of Harmony, we've arrived. The closer you get, the more you can feel the uniqueness of this city. From a distance, the cold steel city walls are nowhere to be seen. Instead, there are incredibly thick, intertwined ancient trees which grow naturally and form the city's natural outline and barrier. The enormous vines act like living bridges connecting various places. The clear stream flows merrily through the riverbed carved from transparent crystal, refracting rainbows under the sunlight. The air is filled with a rich sense of life, a blend of various floral and herbal scents. Just one breath is invigorating, making you feel like your energy is automatically replenished. There were no guards at the city gate, only a few beautiful moon deer and flower fairies shimmering with light strolling leisurely, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. This place is so beautiful. Mo Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was completely the opposite of the gear and engine oil smell of the free city she was familiar with. Chen Ping'an put her down. Mo Yuan's face was still flushed, and she kept her head down, not daring to look at him, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. The two walked towards the city gate, one after the other. At the same time, a system notification sound rang. The quest, The Tragedy of the Green Wood, is complete. A follow-up quest will be triggered soon. The rewards for this quest will be calculated together with the completed quest series. Chen Ping'an's appearance was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating huge waves. His outfit had incredibly cool special effects, especially the wind and thunder holy sword on his back that subtly radiated the power of wind and thunder. And the flashing phantom of the cool title, Godslayer Pioneer, above his head was like a searchlight in the dark, making it impossible not to attract attention. It's worth mentioning that Chen Ping'an did not equip the Ice Phoenix wings cloak that dropped from Ice Phoenix. Well, he tried it on and it was too girly, plus its stats were pretty useless, so he temporarily sealed it deep inside his backpack. Holy crap, look over there, who's that guy? His gear is F***G awesome. That luster, that special effect, could it be legendary equipment? Wait, that woman next to him looks familiar. Isn't that the female NPC who was following that guy in the previous channel video? Oh my god. I remember now, he is I am the reverse butterfly, #1 on the heavenly ranking, the Godslayer. It really is him, he's here, he's come to our city of Harmony. Big shot, I need to befriend you. Butterfly goddess, look here. I'm your fan. The regional channels exploded instantly. Regional channel. Holy crap, I am the reverse butterfly has descended upon Harmony City, East Gate, come and see. Ah honey, look at me. You're so handsome. Why would the #1 ranked player on the heavenly ranking come here? Could it also be for that mission? What's he doing here? Does Harmony City also have a world boss? Or is he here to massacre the city? So what if you have good gear? There were all sorts of opinions, some were envious, some admired, some asked to be mentored, and a few were sour. The surrounding players immediately swarmed around, their faces flushed with excitement, frantically taking photos and recording videos with the in-game screenshot and video recording functions, creating a chaotic scene. Mo Yuan subconsciously shrank behind Chen Ping'an. She was still not used to being watched by so many people. Chen Ping'an frowned slightly, but he was already used to this kind of scene and remained expressionless. He naturally exudes a cold aura that keeps strangers at bay, causing players who want to get close to him to subconsciously avoid getting too near. Just then, the crowd suddenly parted to create a passage. A powerful yet gentle natural energy spread out. A female NPC, dressed in a magnificent emerald green robe, wearing a floral crown and holding a staff of life, slowly walked in, surrounded by a group of druid elders. This female NPC is beautiful with a graceful and noble demeanor. Her eyes are full of wisdom and gentleness, and she is surrounded by faint green light spots as if she were the embodiment of nature. A line of striking gold lettering was displayed above her head. Area the Singer of Life, LV.95 Lord of the City of Harmony. City Lord Arya walked straight up to Chen Ping'an, bowed slightly and showed extreme respect. Revered Godslayer Pioneer, guiding light of the heavenly ladder, I am the reverse butterfly, your excellency. Welcome to the City of Harmony. Your heroic deeds have already spread throughout the continent. Your single-handedly ending the threat of the 1,000 machines is truly admirable. Her voice was gentle and melodious like a spring breeze. The players in the arena fell silent, watching this scene in shock. The city lord of the main city? He personally came out to greet us, and he was so polite. This is incredible. Chen Ping'an nodded in return and said succinctly, Lord Arya, hello. Arya's tone became somewhat worried. Your visit here is surely for another wicked dragon lurking in this land, Aki. That's right, Chen Ping'an admitted directly. The City of Harmony is willing to fully support you, Arya immediately declared. The existence of the Aoki evil dragon has distorted the balance of nature and is the common enemy of all those who love life. We will provide you with all necessary assistance. She spoke with great sincerity, and the elders behind her nodded in agreement. You need to obtain the signature of life first in order to neutralize the barrier's power and safely enter the heart of the forest. System notification: Harmony City reputation has been raised to respected. Arya continued. According to our investigation, the Azurewood evil dragon is hiding deep within the forbidden area north of the city, the Eternal Night Forest. But she changed the subject. The Eternal Night Forest is shrouded in a powerful and twisted natural barrier, filled with deadly poisonous miasma and rampant mutated plants. Ordinary methods simply cannot secure entry. To enter the heart of the forest, one must first gain the approval of the Sign of Life. It can shelter you, protect you from the encroachment of the forest, and guide you. System notification. The City Lord of Harmony, Life Singer Arya, has issued you the quest Eliminate the Evil Dragon Menace. Mission objective: proceed to the Temple of Nature in the eastern part of the city, complete the trial, and obtain the symbolic emblem. Quest rewards: 5 million experience points, 5,000 Harmony City reputation, 1,000 gold, life emblem. The Temple of Nature is over there. Arya pointed to a magnificent hall in the eastern part of the city, surrounded by enormous ancient trees. The elders there will guide you through the trials. Understood. Chen Ping'an accepted the mission. This preliminary procedure was within his expectations. He turned to Mo Yuan and said, Go back to Hope City first, find Old Hammer at the blacksmith's shop, and use the materials we stockpiled to get the new puppet design blueprints out as soon as possible. If you encounter any difficulties or need any special materials, go to the Golden Scale Pavilion and find the Pavilion Master, Kaiyan Duojuo. Just tell her that I sent you and she will help you. Although Mo Yuan was a little reluctant, she still obediently nodded. Yes, I understand. Reverse Butterfly, rest assured and go on with your mission. I will create an even more powerful puppet to help you as soon as possible. After saying that, led by the guard, she headed towards the main city's teleportation array and instantly returned to Hope City. After arranging things for Mo Yuan, Chen Ping'an prepared to go directly to the Temple of Nature. Just then, his gaze swept across the crowd and he noticed a female player who seemed rather unusual. Her class is Night Elf Druid and her ID is Chinese letter. She was quite pretty with pointed ears and fair skin and was currently flushed with excitement. A pair of large eyes stared intently at Chen Ping'an, sparkling with extreme excitement and admiration. Unlike the others who just watched from afar or frantically refreshed the channel, she desperately squeezed to the front. His eyes were wide open, staring intently at Chen Ping'an, his face flushed with excitement, and he kept muttering to himself, Wow, it really is him, he's so handsome. 1,000,000 times more handsome than in the video, that charisma, that presence. Ah, I'm so lucky, her appearance made her stand out in the crowd. Chen Ping'an. Where did this fanatic come from? He merely glanced at her indifferently, not paying much attention. He doesn't have time for all that right now. Dealing with the life emblem and going in to chop down Aoki is the real priority. He didn't linger any longer and, accompanied by City Lord Arya and a group of elders, headed towards the Temple of Nature. Wherever he went, players automatically made way for him and all sorts of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes were focused on him. This is an absolute showstopper. The number 1 on the heavenly ranking, the Godslayer, is the center of attention wherever he goes. Chen Ping'an enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention and pondered in his heart. Having NPCs to help is so much faster, unlike in Freedom City where you have to outwit and outmaneuver them. We need to grab the badge quickly, then go inside and see what good stuff that Greenwood evil dragon can drop for us. Following the direction pointed out by City Lord Arya, Chen Ping'an soon saw the Temple of Nature. This temple, just like the City of Harmony, isn't a stone house at all but an outrageously huge ancient tree. The trunk was so thick that even 100 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, and its branches and leaves were so lush that they resembled a giant green umbrella. Doors and windows are cut into the tree trunk, and you can see a spiral staircase leading upwards inside. Soft natural light shines through the tree hollow, making it look both mysterious and solemn. As he approached the door of the big tree, an old druid wearing a dark green robe and with a beard that almost dragged on the ground came out to greet him. The old man, bearing the name Grand Druid Elder Olaf LV.93, had a serious expression, but upon seeing Chen Ping'an, a hint of surprise and awe flashed in his eyes. "Your Excellency, the Godslayer Pioneer, welcome to the Temple of Nature." Elder Olaf's voice was low and slow. "The city lord has already sent word that you have come for the life emblem." Chen Ping'an nodded, too lazy to waste words. "Just tell me, how do I get the badge?" "To obtain the emblem of life, you must pass the trials of the path of nature." Elder Olaf explained, "This will test your understanding of the way of nature and your ability to handle crises. The trial will take place in a separate mirror space. Please follow me." Elder Olaf led Chen Ping'an deeper into the treehouse hall. In the center of the hall was a complex green rune array emitting a soft glow. "Simply stand in the center of this magic circle. The trial will take place in a separate mirror space. Please be careful. The trial is not fatal, but if you fail, you must wait 3 days before you can try again. The current average time to complete the challenge is 5 days, Elder Olaf reminded him. Without saying a word, Chen Ping'an stepped directly into the center of the magic array, waiting 3 days. Average challenge completion time is 5 days? Are you kidding me? His time is extremely precious. Buzz, a soft green light flashed and the scene before Chen Ping'an's eyes instantly changed. It was no longer a treehouse hall but had transformed into a strange space. The sky was a soft emerald green, the ground beneath my feet was covered in soft moss, a light mist hung in the air, and in the distance I could vaguely see twisted thorns and withered trees. System notification: you have entered the Path of Nature trial space. Trial content: 1. Traverse the thorn maze 10-minute time limit. 2. To purify the corrosive land. 3. Defeat the guardian tree spirit. The first stage of the trial begins. As soon as the notification sound ended, the previously still, thorny thicket in front of them suddenly came to life. Countless thick, venomous vines twisted and intertwined like snakes, forming a constantly moving wall full of traps that pressed directly towards Chen Ping'an. For the average player, just looking at this setup would give them goosebumps. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an was no ordinary player. He looked at the menacing thorns and even curled his lips slightly. That's it? He didn't even bother to use his skills, he just took things a little more seriously. His agility attribute of 7047 made his figure blurry, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. He moved like a ghost, effortlessly weaving through the wildly dancing thorny vines. The vines moved as slowly as snails in his eyes, each entanglement and piercing leaving only a fleeting afterimage behind him. He even had the leisure to observe which vines had more cunning attack patterns, purely out of the combat instincts of a master from his previous life. In less than 2 minutes, he traversed this thorny maze, a place that would make ordinary players cry out in despair, unscathed. Trial Phase 1 passed, time 1 minute 58 seconds, rating SSS. Trial Phase 2, purifying the corrupted land. The scene before him changed again, and he found himself on a pitch-black earth. The soil here reeks of foul odors and bubbles with murky liquid. There are no plants, only twisted black veins that writhe on the surface. The air was filled with an evil aura similar to that of the Thousand Machines' evil dragon. Staying here would cause one's health to slowly decrease. A soft ball of light appeared in front of Chen Ping'an containing a spell model, Natural Purification Technique. Please use the Natural Purification spell to cleanse this corrupted land. You will pass once the purification level reaches 100%. Chen Ping'an reached out and touched the ball of light, instantly learning this temporary skill. He raised his hand and, following the skill instructions, guided the energy within his body. The main reason is his terrifying mental strength, which reaches 4 figures. Buzz. Unlike ordinary druids who need to chant slowly and guide carefully. The moment he raised his hand, An enormous magic circle, gleaming with a blinding emerald green light, unfolded beneath his feet with a boom, instantly covering an area of nearly 100 meters in radius. His high spirit attribute of 90-86 points makes the spells this NPC provide ridiculously strong and the purification speed astonishing. A powerful surge of life energy erupted like a tsunami. Wherever the light touched, the black grime on the ground, like snow catching the sunlight, hissed and quickly melted away. Those disgusting black veins writhed wildly, then broke apart inch by inch, turning into ashes. Almost in the blink of an eye, the once dark and foul-smelling land was transformed, the soil turned fertile black, and even tender green grass sprouts began to emerge. Purification level 100%, second stage passed. Time taken 2 seconds, rating SSS. Final trial, defeat the corrupted guardian tree spirit. The environment is changing again. Chen Ping'an appeared in a clearing in the woods. In the center of the open space, a huge ancient tree was emitting a painful roar. Its trunk had mostly turned a disgusting, pitch-black color, its branches were twisted like ghostly claws, and the few remaining leaves had withered and fallen. Its roots, like giant feet, rose from the ground and thundered towards Chen Ping'an. Corrupted Guardian Treant LV.105 Elite. Health 15,150,000,000. Skills: Root Entanglement, Earth Spikes, Frenzied Lash. Roared. The tree spirit swung its enormous black branches, slamming them down on Chen Ping'an with a whooshing sound. At the same time, the ground beneath Chen Ping'an's feet rippled, and several thorny vines burst forth from the soil, trying to entangle his feet. Chen Ping'an's eyes narrowed. He was about to dodge the branch's heavy blow and then chop down the annoying vines with his sword. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. "Watch out, expert. I'm here to help." A clear and excited female voice rang out from the side. Immediately afterwards, a lithe cheetah pounced out of the shadows of the trees with incredible speed. This cheetah has beautiful silver-gray fur with faint purple spots, and it moves as fast as lightning. It slashed hard at one of the tree spirit's main roots with its claw. Sizzle, minus 3,421. A damage number that wasn't high but was very stable appeared. The tree spirit's attention was momentarily drawn to the sudden attack, causing the force and speed of the branch that was slamming into Chen Ping'an to falter slightly. "Hey, big guy. Look here." The cheetah was incredibly agile. With a nimble backflip, it dodged the tree spirit's subsequent wild swings, all the while crackling and yelling. "You idiot, you're bullying my idol. Did you even ask my paws first?" Chen Ping'an was stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he slightly exerted force with his feet and shattered the thorny vines that had not yet completely wrapped around him. He looked at the cheetah. Its ID was Ningxiang. Ningxiang's movements were incredibly smooth. She made full use of her cheetah form's high agility, constantly maneuvering and attacking the tree spirit, each pounce landing in a blind spot of the tree spirit's attack. The tree spirit was increasingly annoyed by her harassment and swung its branches even faster, but it could never hit her. What surprised Chen Ping'an even more was that when the tree spirit stomped its foot and activated Earth Spikes, with more than a dozen sharp stone pillars piercing out from the ground, Ningxiang seemed to have anticipated it. She instantly switched back to her night elf human form, a natural glow emanating from her body while her staff swung rapidly. Nature's protection, healing. A beam of emerald green light instantly enveloped Chen Ping'an. Plus 1487, a green treatment number appeared above Chen Ping'an's head. Chen Ping'an. He glanced at his barely touched health bar and was somewhat speechless. He wasn't hit by the spikes at all, okay? This treatment is purely overkill. Go all out, master, my healing power has been practiced. As Ningxiang spoke, her eyes were still sparkling as she stared at Chen Ping'an, but her hands didn't stop moving as she cast another rejuvenation spell on Chen Ping'an. After casting the healing spell, Ningxiang performed another nimble side roll, narrowly avoiding the spikes that emerged from the ground. Her movements were fluid and seamless without the slightest pause. "Don't mind, expert. A little healing will make things safer." She switched back to her cheetah form and continued attacking, still managing to slip in a fleeting moment to flash Chen Ping'an a bright smile, her eyes dazzlingly bright. "This blockhead only knows a few moves, don't worry about him, leave it to me. Well, of course, the main damage output still depends on you." The tree spirit was completely disoriented, and its health began to slowly decrease. During the lulls in the fighting, Ningxiang's mouth never stopped. Wow, it really is you. I'm so lucky. I've been following you ever since you got your first kill of the boar boss in the newbie village. I've screenshotted every single one of your first kill announcements. I check the leaderboard dozens of times a day, just staring at your name. I've watched your solo raid video over 100 times. Your movement is amazing. And another thing, that move you made by anonymously selling skill books at the auction house and stirring up the market was so cool. I knew it was you. Oh, and by the way, there's the server-wide announcement about you taking down the 1,000-machine evil dragon. That's awesome, you're my god. She spoke incredibly fast, like a little megaphone, but her hands moved with perfect precision. He dodged skills when he needed to, chipped away at Chen Ping'an's health when he needed to, and occasionally cast a useless healing spell on him, making him seem exceptionally busy. "How did you get in?" Chen Ping'an asked, while casually unleashing a phantom slash with his sword. Minus 1,254,871. Minus 1,298,422. Minus 1,341,005. The tree spirit's health plummeted and it let out a painful howl. Ningxiang rolled to the side, transforming into her elf form. I stumbled upon a loophole in this trial realm while doing a quest before, which allowed me to glitch in and observe. I never expected to actually run into a master like you this time. I'm so lucky. This Ningxiang looks like a die-hard fan, but her skill level is definitely top tier, even better than many of the main healers in big guilds. Chen Ping'an casually remarked, "Your skills are good." Hearing Chen Ping'an's praise, Ningxiang was so excited she almost jumped up. Even in her cheetah form, her tail was wagging wildly. "Really? Thank you for the compliment. I'm just a casual player. I usually enjoy studying game storylines and exploring maps. By the way, I'm quite familiar with the Eternal Night Forest. It's full of twists and turns and lots of disgusting poisonous miasma and traps." Just then, the tree spirit's health dropped below 10%. It let out a roar, its body swelled violently, and it was about to enter a berserk state. Chen Ping'an couldn't wait any longer. He moved swiftly, activating Swift Step, and instantly appeared in front of the tree spirit's massive trunk. The wind and thunder holy sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling cyan-black light, carrying terrifying wind and thunder power, and he slashed down fiercely. Minus 28,451,294. A fatal blow. An outrageously high 8-figure damage figure suddenly popped up. The tree spirit's enormous body stiffened abruptly, then with a deafening roar, it was cleaved in two. Countless splinters of wood and black corrosive material flew everywhere before crashing to the ground, whereupon it lay still. System notification: congratulations on defeating corrupted Guardian Treant LV.105, gaining 85 million experience points. System notification: your follower Inkkite has gained 8,500,000 shared experience points. System notification: Path of Nature trial completed, overall rating SSS. The battle ended and the trial space began to slowly dissipate. Ningxiang stood to the side, patting her chest with her small hand. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen Ping'an, then at the tree spirit's corpse that had been split in two, his face filled with shock and admiration. "My god, that's too powerful, one sword, and it's dead." This was a level 105 enhanced elite. With a flash of green light, Chen Ping'an and Ningxiang were teleported back to the main hall of the Temple of Nature. Grand Druid Elder Olaf looked at Chen Ping'an, who was completely unharmed and not even a speck of dust on him. Upon receiving the SSS level rating from the trial space, his usually calm face finally revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. "How long have they been inside?" "Less than 5 minutes, right? From nature above, this is truly incredible." The elder's voice trembled slightly. "Your Excellency, the Godslayer Pioneer, your power far exceeds my imagination. You have perfectly exemplified the balance between power and nature." He respectfully held up a jade-green emblem that radiated a soft, life-giving glow with both hands and handed it to Chen Ping'an. "This is a reward you deserve. It contains the power of nature, will protect you from the erosion of the Eternal Night Forest, and will guide you." The system notification sounded at the appropriate time. Ding, congratulations to player I am a reverse butterfly for passing the trial. Rewards. Experience plus 500000000. Harmony City Reputation plus 5000000. Gold plus 1000000. 100x increase. Emblem of Life, a 100-fold leap in quality, emblem of life's miracles. Chen Ping'an took the jewelry and glanced at it. Emblem of a miracle of life. Location badge. Rank Orange Legendary. Constitution plus 1500. Spirit plus 1000. Nature Spell Resistance plus 35%. Special Effects Natural Protection. Increases the user's resistance to nature spells by 35%. Ode to Life. When in a forest environment, health regeneration rate is increased by 200%. Friend of the Forest. Allows the holder free access to the Eternal Night Forest and other similar forbidden natural areas, free from attacks by low-level evil creatures within. Item description. The highest symbol of friendship in the City of Harmony, obtainable only by the brave who pass the trials of nature. After the 100-fold leap, the attributes are still pretty good. Most importantly, it's the key to enter the forest, which is exactly what he needs. It had much better stats than the previous purple-grade rock badge, so he equipped it without hesitation. Ningxiang, standing beside him, stared wide-eyed at the suddenly extraordinary badge, then looked at Chen Ping'an with an expression that said, "My idol is awesome." Elder Olaf stroked his long beard and exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible speed and power, you are truly the chosen one. May nature guide your path and help you eliminate the threat of Azure Wood." Chen Ping'an nodded to the elder, then turned to leave for the Eternal Night Forest in the north of the city. "Hey master, wait for me." Ningxiang quickly jogged after him, skipping and hopping beside Chen Ping'an, her face beaming with excitement. Great God, you're going to the Eternal Night Forest to cause trouble for that evil dragon, right?" Ningxiang chattered on and on. "Take me with you, I know this place really well. I know a few shortcuts that can avoid a lot of troublesome monsters and poisonous gas zones. I can heal you, I can also give you buffs, my damage output is decent too. I promise I won't hold you back, please." She blinked her big eyes, clasped her hands together and looked at Chen Ping'an expectantly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Please carry me, idol." Chen Ping'an paused for a moment and glanced at her. This girl's skill and awareness are truly top-notch. She's playing support and is also familiar with the forest terrain. Taking her along might actually save us some trouble finding our way. He hummed in agreement, which was taken as tacit consent. "Yay, I promise I won't do anything reckless. Long live the great god." Ningxiang immediately cheered, almost jumping for joy, and quickly followed closely behind Chen Ping'an, afraid that he would change his mind. Chen Ping'an didn't say anything more and headed straight towards the north of the city. Ningxiang immediately followed him excitedly and began to rattle off various precautions for the Eternal Night Forest. Where are the poisonous mushrooms to avoid? Which swamps are traps? Which areas have treant guards that you can avoid? It sounds like they've done a lot of research. The two walked out of the Temple of Nature, one after the other, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded temple druid apprentices and players who had not yet dispersed. Holy crap, Butterfly Goddess passed the trial already, so fast, didn't I just see her go in? Isn't that the infatuated druid from earlier? What's she doing out with the Butterfly Goddess? Looks like she got paired up. What incredible luck this girl had. Damn it, I should have gone to block the entrance too. Maybe the Butterfly Goddess would have taken a liking to my skills. Pa, with your skills, you're not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Butterfly Goddess. The regional channel was flooded with messages of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, along with his new little fangirl and temporary tool, was rapidly advancing towards their next target, the Eternal Night Forest and the Azure Wood Evil Dragon. A flash of light appeared from the teleportation array in the north of the city, and Chen Ping'an and Ningxiang appeared on the outskirts of the Eternal Night Forest. The moment you step out of the teleportation array, an extremely rich life force rushes towards you, mixed with the fresh scent of soil and vegetation, instantly invigorating you. But amidst this vibrant life, Chen Ping'an's exceptionally high spiritual attributes allowed him to keenly detect a subtle, unsettling stench of decay. It was like finding a small rotten spot hidden inside a fresh fruit. Though the aroma masked it, he still managed to spot it. The evernight forest before us, just like its name, is dimly lit. The canopies of the towering ancient trees overlapped layer upon layer, densely packed, blocking out most of the sunlight. Only a few scattered spots of light stubbornly managed to penetrate, leaving glimmers of gold on the ground. The forest was eerily quiet, with only the occasional chirping of unknown insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The plants here are growing exceptionally lushly, many of which Chen Ping'an has never seen before. Some enormous fern leaves are bigger than a person and dewdrops roll off them. Even more peculiarly, many tree roots and rocks are covered with bioluminescent fungi that emit a faint blue or pale green glow. It adds a touch of dreaminess to the dim forest, but also a sense of mystery and the unknown. Some small, furry and docile animals peeked out from the bushes not far away, curiously observing the two uninvited guests. However, they seemed to sense the faint, terrifying aura of the Godslayer pioneer and the natural protective power of the life emblem emanating from Chen Ping'an and dared not approach. They merely glanced at him before darting away and disappearing without a trace. Similarly, some predators lurking in the shadows with menacing eyes only let out low, unwilling whimpers, not daring to easily come forward to seek death. Wow, it's still the same here, both beautiful and dangerous. Ningxiang took a deep breath of the air brimming with life energy and appeared quite excited. She turned to Chen Ping'an and said, "Master, stick close to me. I know a shortcut that avoids that huge, disgusting patch of poisonous vines ahead." Chen Ping'an nodded, said nothing more, and gestured for her to lead the way. The two walked one after the other on the forest path covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves and moss, their feet sinking into the soft ground, making almost no sound. Ningxiang is indeed very familiar with this place. She nimbly weaved through the massive tree roots and hanging vines, choosing safe paths and avoiding several seemingly calm but actually deadly swamps and areas emitting a faint purple poisonous gas. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ningxiang, who had been very active, suddenly exclaimed, "Ay!" and abruptly stopped. She tilted her head, her pointed ears twitched slightly, and a look of focused confusion crossed her face as if she were trying hard to listen to something. "What's wrong?" Chen Ping'an stopped and looked at her. He heard nothing except the sounds inherent to the forest. "Master, did you hear that?" Ningxiang frowned and spoke softly, as if afraid of disturbing something. "It sounds like ... It sounds like there's a voice speaking very softly, like the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. What is it saying? Recovery. Need help?" She closed her eyes and listened more intently. Chen Ping'an held his breath, concentrated his terrifying mental power, and carefully sensed the movements around him. Aside from the sounds of nature, the wind, the water, and the chirping of insects, he heard no specific language. However, his exceptionally heightened senses allowed him to vaguely perceive the surrounding natural energy. In particular, the life waves emitted by those plants seemed to create a very subtle, very regular resonance, like a silent call and request. A few seconds later, Ningxiang suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. "Master, a hidden quest has been triggered." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Ping'an's system notification sounded. "System notification, your teammate Ningxiang heard the whispers of the forest, triggering the hidden quest, collect the tricolor revival flower. Do you accept sharing this task?" "Accept." Chen Ping'an did not hesitate. Quest description: the natural will of the eternal night forest has been weakened by a decaying force that is secretly growing. Please collect 3 flowers of revival imbued with the pure power of nature. Moonlight Thistle X1, Blood-Striped Orchid X1, Withered Root X1. Place it on the ancient altar in the heart of the forest, coordinates marked on the map to temporarily strengthen the will of the forest and suppress decay. Quest rewards: 8 million experience points, 5,000 gold, Nature's Blessing Potion X1. Nature's Blessing Potion consumable. Effect: permanently increases maximum health by 10% after consumption. Chen Ping'an glanced at the reward and was utterly shocked. Immediately switch from a 100x increase to a quantity increase. Right. Ningxiang smiled happily, like a child who had just received a compliment. Following the expert really brings good luck. These hidden quests are so rare. She immediately got into the zone like a seasoned herb gatherer and began to analyze carefully. Moonlight thistle prefers to grow on damp, shady, rocky walls, absorbing the essence of the moonlight. Its leaves shimmer silvery white in dim light like moonlight, making it easy to identify. Blood-striped orchid typically grows parasitically on the roots of particularly ancient trees with abundant life energy. Its petals have very fine, vein-like red veins. The most unique thing about the withered root is that it doesn't grow on living things, but rather next to huge trees that are completely dead but not yet fully rot. It's a kind of thing that's half fungus and half plant. Its exterior is as dry as an old tree root, but when you break it open, you find a vibrant green sap full of life. She spoke clearly and logically, demonstrating a thorough understanding of the habits and growing environment of these three rare herbs. This level of knowledge is unlike that of an ordinary player. It's more like that of an NPC scholar specializing in game botany or a super hardcore gamer. Master, follow me. I know a few spots around here that might have them. Ningxiang confidently greeted them and began leading the way. Sure enough, with her precise guidance, the collection process went exceptionally smoothly. In a moss-covered, constantly seeping rock crevice, they found the moonlight thistle that emitted a soft, silvery white glow. Ningxiang carefully dug it out by the roots with a small jade hoe, her movements gentle and skillful without damaging the roots in the slightest. Within the crevices of the intricate root system of a super-ancient tree that requires more than a dozen people to encircle, and is likely over 1,000 years old, they discovered a small patch of vibrant blood-veined orchid, the blood-like veins on its petals seemingly still pulsating slightly. Ningxiang didn't pick too many, she only picked the one that was growing best and had the most energy. Finally, beside a huge, withered tree that had collapsed many years ago, its wood blackened but still hard. Ningxiang brushed aside the fallen leaves and fungal patches on the surface and found several unremarkable-looking, withered roots that looked no different from ordinary dead branches. She gently flicked the plant with her fingers, judging by the sound to identify the most vigorous one, and then precisely picked it. Throughout the entire process, we encountered almost no significant danger. Only once, while collecting blood orchid, several LV.100 crazy treants guarding the vicinity were disturbed. They lunged at him menacingly, but Chen Ping'an simply swung out a swift wind slash, and a dark blue-green wind and thunder sword aura swept past. -1,854,221, -1,902,335. -1,789,411. A series of exaggerated seven-figure damage numbers appeared. The tree spirits didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly killed, their bodies dropping as experience points and a few ordinary materials. It's just a small bonus in the collection mission. Watching Chen Ping'an so easily and effortlessly defeat these monsters that would have taken her ages to deal with, Ningxiang's eyes shone with even brighter admiration, and she kept repeating, "So cool," and "Awesome, master." The collection of quest items went surprisingly smoothly, and Ningxiang was clearly in a great mood. As she walked briskly ahead, leading the way to the heart of the forest altar marked on the map, she couldn't help but hum a song softly. The melody of the song was very ancient and beautiful, carrying a sense of tranquility, peace, and a touch of mystery. The lyrics were in a very obscure language which Chen Ping'an couldn't understand at all, but his exceptional mental abilities came into play once again. He keenly sensed that each syllable Ningxiang hummed seemed to be more than just a simple musical note. They seemed to possess a strange, subtle energy fluctuation. These subtle energy fluctuations resonated with the vast life energy of the surrounding forest in a very subtle way. Like a pebble thrown into a lake, it creates ripples so subtle they are almost imperceptible. What caught his attention even more was the resonance evoked by the melody and syllables. It seemed to have some inexplicable, faint connection with the direction from which the decaying scent emanated from deeper within the forest. It's as if something deep within reacted to this song in some way. This feeling was very vague and fleeting, but Chen Ping'an believed that his perception was correct. He asked casually, "What song are you humming? The tune is a bit strange." Ningxiang, who was humming, paused for a moment, then turned her head, a relaxed and natural smile on her face, and explained. It's a very old druid song. It's said to have been passed down for many, many years. I can't remember all the lyrics, but it was something like ancient dragons slumber, their roots entwined with the veins of the world, and life flows endlessly. The cycle of reincarnation is the same from beginning to end, or some other mysterious stuff. I learned it from an old druid NPC who was almost buried under vines when I first entered the game and was still in the starting village. He said it was a nursery rhyme that all the children in his tribe sang to lull them to sleep. I think it sounds pretty good, so I hum it occasionally. Her explanation sounded reasonable and her eyes were clear, showing no signs of anything amiss. Chen Ping'an glanced at her but didn't press further. He simply gave a faint though a thought lingered in his mind. Nursery rhymes that can evoke such subtle resonances with the energy of the forest and its deepest depths, that's interesting. The two quickly arrived at the heart of the forest marked on the quest map. This is a small clearing in the woods. In the center of the clearing is an ancient altar made of white stones covered with indistinct druidic runes. As required by the task, Ningxiang carefully placed the 3 flowers of revival, moonlight thistle, blood-veined orchid, and withered root into the 3 grooves in the center of the altar. The moment the last withered root was placed in, the 3 flowers simultaneously emitted a soft glow, in shades of silver white, blood red, and emerald green. 3 beams of light of different colors shot into the sky, intertwined above the altar, and then transformed into countless tiny specks of light, falling like spring rain and merging into the surrounding land and trees. Instantly, the entire eternal night forest seemed to breathe softly, and the vibrant life force appeared even fresher and more lively. Even the faint, almost imperceptible smell of decay in the air was suppressed somewhat. System notification: Hidden quest: collect 3 colored rejuvenating flowers completed. You have gained 8 million experience points, 5,000 gold coins, and 1 nature's blessing potion. 100x boost triggered. Total gains: experience points 800 million, gold plus 500,000, nature's blessing potion x 100. System: you've leveled up, current level 146, free attribute points gained 15. System: you've leveled up, current level 149, free attribute points gained 15. Chen Ping'an casually added 60 attribute points to his constitution, causing his health to increase slightly. He then immediately took out a nature's blessing potion from his backpack. Without saying anything, I just pulled out the stopper and downed it in one gulp. The medicine tastes light and sweet, somewhat like sugarcane juice. After drinking it, a warm current instantly flowed through my body, making me feel full of energy, and my blood and chi became more vigorous. He glanced at his attribute panel. His maximum health had indeed permanently increased by 10%, and his HP had jumped from 592,658 to 647,220. Cool. Chen Ping'an thought to himself, this hidden quest was worth it. I got permanent attributes for free. Looking at the 99 bottles of natural blessing potion left in his bag, Chen Ping'an decided to stock up on them for now and use them later when his health continued to increase. Maximize profits. From now on, I won't have to worry about health anymore, and I can finally consider putting all my attribute points into agility, which has the greatest benefit. For a Storm Sword Master to allocate points to Spirit first and then to Constitution is somewhat of a waste of time. Done. Ningxiang clapped her hands happily and said to Chen Ping'an with a grin, "How about it, Great Master? My guide is actually quite useful, isn't it? Not only does it lead the way, it can even trigger hidden quests." Not bad." Chen Ping'an nodded, acknowledging her role. This Ningxiang player is skilled, has excellent awareness, and is very knowledgeable about the ins and outs of the game. She's definitely not just a pretty face. Having her around makes things much easier. I'm glad I could help the expert. Receiving Chen Ping'an's affirmation, Ningxiang smiled even more happily, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Shall we continue deeper in? That Azurewood evil dragon should be at the very end. Let's go, Chen Ping'an said succinctly, his gaze fixed on the darker area deeper into the forest. With this little incident and unexpected gain, Chen Ping'an was even more confident in dealing with the Greenwood evil dragon. He took the first step and Ningxiang quickly followed. The 2 figures once again disappeared into the mystery and darkness of the eternal night forest. Chen Ping'an and Ningxiang continued deeper into the eternal night forest. The surrounding trees grew denser and the light grew dimmer. The glowing mushrooms, however, multiplied, their dim light barely illuminating the uneven path beneath our feet. The life force in the air was still strong, but Chen Ping'an was in high spirits and felt that the hidden stench of decay seemed to have gotten a little stronger. Hey expert, stay close. The path ahead is a bit winding, don't step into the swamp. Ningxiang led the way, her voice still full of energy. But with your skills, you'll definitely be fine. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder out of habit. Chen Ping'an didn't say anything, he just followed silently. Ningxiang knows this place very well. She knows exactly where the pits are and which patch of moss might be hollow underneath, and she always manages to avoid them in advance. After walking for about 10 more minutes, Ningxiang suddenly exclaimed, "Hey," and pointed to the left front. "Look there." Chen Ping'an looked in the direction she pointed. Behind a particularly dense thicket of thorny brambles and thick vines, the outline of a small wooden house could be vaguely seen. The wooden house looked quite old, the wood was blackened, the roof was covered in moss, and there were holes in many places which were barely plugged with large, unidentified leaves. The only thing that still seemed somewhat human was the crooked stone chimney from which a thin wisp of grayish-white smoke, almost blown away by the wind, was rising. The cabin was surrounded by a simple fence made of branches, on which hung many dried herbs and strings of bones that looked like those of small wild animals, which gently collided with each other in the wind, making a soft clicking sound. "There are actually people living here." Chen Ping'an was a little surprised. "This place is gloomy and the monsters are quite high level. What NPC would be so foolish as to live here?" "Yes," Ningxiang nodded and explained. "I've heard from the druid elders in town that there's an old forest ranger living here. He's a bit eccentric, doesn't like interacting with people, and has lived here alone for a very, very long time. However, he knows this forest very well. Perhaps we can get some clues about Ayaki from him." As she spoke, she led the way, clearing away the thorns and vines that were in the way, and walked toward the cabin. The thorns seemed somewhat afraid of her natural aura and moved aside slightly. Chen Ping'an followed behind her, and the two walked to the wooden door of the cabin, which looked like it was about to collapse. Ningxiang reached out and knocked on the door. Her voice was particularly clear in the silent forest. "Who is it?" A hoarse, wary voice came from inside, as if the person hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time. With a creak, the wooden door was pulled open a crack. A weathered face was revealed. He looked like an old man with deep wrinkles on his face, as if they had been carved in with a knife. His eyes were exceptionally sharp, like an eagle's, scrutinizing the two people outside the door. His hair was gray and tied haphazardly behind his head. He wore gleaming leather armor over an animal skin coat, and several obvious old scars were visible on his arms. His gaze first swept over Chen Ping'an, and when he saw Chen's cool equipment and the wind and thunder holy sword that was faintly visible on his back, his eyes froze for a moment, and a hint of surprise and scrutiny flashed across his face. But when his gaze fell on Ningxiang, he paused for a noticeably longer. That look was very complex, containing wariness, a hint of doubt, and even a little, indescribable meaning, definitely not like looking at a stranger. "What is it?" The old forest ranger's voice was still hoarse, filled with deep wariness, and he had no intention of opening the door. Ningxiang seemed completely oblivious to the other person's wariness and said with a grin, "Hello, sir. We are adventurers from the City of Harmony, and we would like to inquire about the situation deep within the forest, especially regarding, some kind of ominous aura." She didn't say evil dragon directly. She used a rather vague term. The old forest ranger frowned even more deeply. "The depths of the forest are dangerous. It's not a place for you. There's nothing more to ask. Go on." He was about to close the gate when he said this. Hey, don't close the door so fast, Grandpa." Ningxiang quickly blocked the door with her hand. "We're amazing. Look at this guy next to me. He's #1 on the heavenly ranking, a pioneer of god-slaying. He's incredibly powerful." The old forest ranger paused, glanced at Chen Ping'an again, his eyes showing more surprise, but his vigilance remained. Ningxiang pressed her advantage. "Grandpa, you live here alone. Is there any trouble nearby? For example, are there any wild beasts that have gone mad from being contaminated by strange energies? We can help you clean them out. Consider it an information exchange." The old forest ranger was silent for a few seconds as if weighing something. His gaze swept quickly over Ningxiang again before he slowly spoke. A group of corrupted nightblade leopards have recently arrived near that black pool to the east. They have indeed become extremely agitated and aggressive, making me hesitant to go there to collect herbs. If you could help clean them up. Before he could finish speaking, Ningxiang immediately patted her chest and chimed in. No problem, leave it to us. They're just a few kittens contaminated by the evil dragon's aura, a piece of cake. When she mentioned the words evil dragon's aura, her tone was incredibly relaxed, as if she were saying, the weather is nice today, showing none of the tension or fear that an ordinary person would feel upon hearing this term. The old forester gave her a deep look, said nothing more, and simply nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. After you've cleaned it up, I'll give you the payment you deserve. System notification. Ranger Barton has issued you the quest Cleanse Corrupted Nightsaber. Quest objective, kill 20 corrupted nightsabers in the Blackwater Pool area. Quest rewards 5 million experience points, 200 gold Forest Trackers Mark X1. Received, Ningxiang readily accepted the task and even winked at Chen Ping'an. Master, let's go. I know where Blackwater Pool is. Nightsaber leopards are fast, like to ambush, and are afraid of fire, but they're nothing compared to you, Master. As she led the way east, she enthusiastically analyzed the habits and weaknesses of the nightsaber, displaying an astonishingly rich level of expertise. Chen Ping'an followed behind her without saying anything. For him, clearing out these minor monsters was as easy as breathing. It made no difference whether she was there or not. Soon, they arrived at the black pool that emitted a faint fishy stench. Sure enough, a dozen or so black leopards with ominous red eyes were pacing anxiously by the pool. Their fur had lost its luster, their muscles were contorted, and murky saliva dripped from their mouths, making them look exceptionally ferocious. Corrupted Nightsaber Panther LV.102. Health 850,00850,000. Skills Pounce Tier Shadow Claw. I'll tank. You deal damage pro. Ningxiang volunteered, and with a flash of green light she instantly transformed from a delicate night elf into a furry, rather fierce-looking giant bear, the power of the bear. Roar! Ningxiang in her giant bear form let out a low growl and charged towards the leopard pack with heavy steps, slapping away a nightblade leopard that pounced on her. The damage was decent. The enraged night leopards were immediately drawn to the bear's fur, howling as they pounced on her, their claws and teeth leaving bloody gashes on her thick fur. Minus 8,541. Minus 7,892. Minus 9,011. The giant bear has a lot of health. This damage is nothing to it. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother using skills. He simply drew the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword and swung it around casually. Minus 1,985,422, minus 2,101,554. With a single, casual strike of his sword, he inflicted a terrifying damage of nearly 2 million. Those Nightblade leopards didn't even have time to utter half a scream before they were instantly killed, turning into experience points, a few copper coins, and some junk materials. With the attributes of Wind and Thunder Holy Sword Dragonborn Oath, cutting down these ordinary monsters who are just over level 100 is like using a star destroyer to swat mosquitoes. Ningxiang, who had transformed into a giant bear, had just withstood the second wave of attacks. Before she could even deliver her second slap, she discovered that all the leopards around her were already lying dead. Ningxiang, in her giant bear form, paused for a moment, then transformed back into human form. Looking at Chen Ping'an, who had sheathed his sword and appeared completely calm, her eyes practically blazed with admiration. My God, you're amazing! Only a few seconds, 20 of them gone in seconds. I hadn't even warmed up my bear form yet. Chen Ping'an gave a faint hem and walked over to pick up the scattered materials and copper coins from the ground. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. With a 100-fold reward, even copper coins can turn into gold coins. A task completion notification sounded. The two returned to the cabin in the woods. Old Forest Ranger Barton was still standing at the door, seemingly expecting them to return so soon. It's all cleaned up. Chen Ping'an's words were concise and to the point. Very good, even faster than I expected. Barton's gaze swept over the two again, lingering for a moment on Ningxiang's face, which was slightly flushed from the previous battle, before he turned and went inside. "Come in and collect your payment." He stepped aside from the doorway. Chen Ping'an and Ningxiang followed them inside. The cabin looked even more dilapidated inside than outside. The space was small, containing only a simple wooden bed, a stone fireplace, a table, and a chair. Firewood was burning in the fireplace and a dark kettle hung above it, steaming. However, what is most striking are the surrounding walls. The walls were covered with a dense array of skull specimens of various creatures, from common forest wolves and wild boars to more powerful creatures like the thunder lizard and the two-headed chimera. There were even a few heads that looked like those of a sub-dragon. They were handled very well. Although they had lost their lives, they still retained their ferocious appearance from when they were alive, with empty eyes staring into the room, giving people a very oppressive and eerie feeling. Chen Ping'an's gaze swept quickly over the specimens. These things looked quite valuable. His gaze finally settled on the largest specimen in the corner. It looked like a huge, curved fang, nearly 1.5 meters long with a dark golden metallic sheen. Its surface is covered with mysterious natural patterns and its tips are extremely sharp. Even after a long time, it still seems to exude a faint but unsettling pressure. This is definitely not the tooth of an ordinary wild beast. It's more like something left behind by some extremely powerful dragon-like creature. Just then, Chen Ping'an noticed that Ningxiang, who had followed him in, suddenly stopped in front of the huge dragon tooth specimen. The lively smile on her face disappeared, and her eyes no longer held the excitement and joy of seeing her idol. Instead, they became very deep. It was an indescribable look in her eyes, containing nostalgia, scrutiny, and a complex sense of vicissitude, as if it had traversed a vast expanse of time. She stood there quietly, staring at the dragon tooth, seemingly lost in her own world, not even noticing the old forest ranger turn to get something. Chen Ping'an's perception was too high. Although he was outwardly watching the old forest ranger rummaging through the wooden box in the corner, Ningxiang's subtle abnormal reaction did not escape his perception at all. A slight thought crossed his mind. This girl was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the old forest ranger Barton took out a wooden amulet strung together with ordinary animal hide rope from the box, walked over, and handed it to Chen Ping'an. "Here, this is the payment I promised you." His voice was still hoarse. Chen Ping'an accepted it with a calm expression. The moment he held it, the talisman flashed a barely perceptible light in his hand, and it was replaced by the legendary talisman in his backpack. He glanced at the attributes that had been amplified 100-fold. The blessing of the ancient forest spirit legend. Location: agility plus 350. Constitution plus 200. Movement speed plus 25%. Special effects. Nature affinity, when moving through forest and jungle terrain, completely ignore the slowing effect of the terrain and slightly improve stealth. Life restoration, when in a forest environment, restores 1% of maximum health and 0.5% of maximum mana per second. Thornguard, when attacked by melee, there is a 15% chance to trigger Thornguard, dealing agility *2 nature damage to the attacker and applying a moderate slow effect for 5 seconds. Item description. This item contains the blessing of the primal power of the ancient forest. It is no ordinary object. Only those who have received the deepest recognition from nature can reveal its true form. It's a ring. Chen Ping'an looked at his bare fingers. After playing the game for so long, I finally have a ring to equip. It's been a long time coming. The equipment in this game is hard to obtain and the accessories are even harder to acquire. Moreover, this is an accessory with top-tier attributes, especially the percentage-based health and mana regeneration and damage reflection effects. They're practically god-tier in the forest environment, thanks. Chen Ping'an spoke calmly, as if he had simply acquired an ordinary blue-quality item and equipped it without much thought. A surge of vibrant natural energy instantly flowed into his limbs and bones, making him feel like a fish in water in this forest, and his condition was better than ever before. Just as he turned around, preparing to call Ningxiang, who was still in a daze, to leave, his extraordinary senses detected an extremely faint scene. The old forest ranger Barton glanced quickly at Ningxiang behind Chen Ping'an the instant Chen Ping'an turned around, and then nodded very slightly, almost imperceptibly. His lips moved slightly and he seemed to utter a very brief sentence in a whisper that only the two of them could hear. The sentence was too soft and too fast. Even Chen Ping'an couldn't hear it completely, only managing to catch one or two blurry syllables, something like, "I return." What aroused even more suspicion in Chen Ping'an's heart was that Ningxiang, who had been staring blankly at the dragon tooth specimen behind him, seemed to respond with a very subtle yet meaningful smile. The smile vanished in a flash so quickly it seemed like an illusion. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, almost imperceptibly. Chen Ping'an's face remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the subtle movements behind him. He simply said to Ningxiang, who appeared to have just come to her senses, "Let's go." "Hello, okay, great job, expert." Ningxiang immediately regained her lively and cheerful demeanor, jogging to catch up with Chen Ping'an, as if that deep gaze and eerie smile from just moments ago had never appeared. The two walked out of the eerie little wooden house one after the other, returning to the dark, eternal night forest. Chen Ping'an walked ahead, his eyes calm, but in his heart he already had a big question mark about this girl named Ningxiang. The forest ranger's strange attitude, the room full of specimens, that unusual dragon tooth, Ningxiang's unusual reaction, and that almost imperceptible silent communication. All of this points to one conclusion. This female druid who claims to be a fan of her own and plays exceptionally well is definitely not as simple as she appears. She probably has some unknown connection with this forest and with that azure dragon. "Master, shall we head straight to the deepest part of the forest?" Ningxiang's voice came from the side, still as energetic as ever, as if nothing had happened. "Okay, let's go straight there." After equipping blessing of the ancient forest soul, Chen Ping'an felt as if he had wings to move through the forest. It's not that the movement speed was slower than before, but rather that the overall experience felt smoother and the surrounding trees seemed much more welcoming. Ningxiang watched from the side, her eyes sparkling with admiration once again. "Wow, you've got new gear, right? You seem to fit into the forest even better now. Awesome. And this luster ... it's legendary equipment, isn't it?" Chen Ping'an gave a curt hem, his face cold and indifferent, offering no further explanation. The two remained silent as they quickly made their way into the deepest part of the forest. The further you go in, the dimmer the light becomes, almost as if you've entered an eternal twilight. The surrounding trees also became increasingly bizarre and twisted, their branches bared and clawed, as if warning anyone who came to stop. The lingering stench of decay in the air became more pronounced, even overpowering the signs of life, making one feel somewhat suffocated. Finally, they passed through the last thicket of twisted thorns and the view opened up before them. Ahead lay a massive canyon, as if the earth had been forcibly torn apart. The entrance to the canyon is surrounded by countless ancient trees, each so large that it would take dozens of people to encircle them. These ancient trees have extremely bizarre shapes, with twisted branches like ghostly claws and trunks covered with huge burls that resemble painful human faces. Their roots are exposed like giant pythons, tightly coiled around the canyon walls. The most eye-catching feature is a huge, emerald-green light curtain that flows like a waterfall across the entrance to the canyon. This light barrier is made entirely of powerful natural energy, with countless mysterious and complex druidic runes flowing across it, radiating a chilling energy fluctuation. It is like an indestructible wall, completely isolating the interior of the canyon from the outside world. Behind the light curtain lay an even deeper, darker area where the trees had turned almost entirely black, and faint, chilling roars and whispers could be heard. This is the true core entrance to the eternal night forest. In front of the light screen stood 5 druid elders dressed in dark green robes and holding ancient staffs. They all had solemn expressions, furrowed brows, and exuded powerful natural energy. Their levels were all above LV.100. Seeing Chen Ping'an and Ningxiang approach, one of the leaders, an old druid with a beard almost touching the ground, immediately stepped forward, raised his staff to block them, and spoke in a deep and serious voice. "Halt, adventurer, this is a forbidden zone, do not proceed any further." Another female druid elder chimed in, her tone filled with concern. "Young children, the situation inside is far more dangerous than you imagine." The power of the Azure Dragon has deeply corrupted that land, giving birth to countless powerful and twisted monsters whose ferocity is beyond imagination. The old druid who spoke first sighed heavily, a hint of fear in his eyes. What's even more terrifying is the illusion of life that's everywhere there. That evil dragon has distorted the most primal life force of the forest. It will peer into the hearts of intruders and create the illusions that you crave most and cannot let go of deep within your hearts. Countless powerful adventurers have been captivated by it, becoming addicted and ultimately having their life energy drained, turning into nourishment for the forest, forever lost within. It is a path of no return. He looked earnestly at Chen Ping'an and Ningxiang. Go back, we need to assemble a full-strength, determined elite team and make thorough preparations before we even attempt the challenge. Going alone is tantamount to suicide. The elders' warnings were extremely serious, and the scenarios they described were even more terrifying. Any ordinary player would probably have already felt fear and started to back down by now. However, before Chen Ping'an could speak, Ningxiang beside him burst out laughing. Relax, relax, elders, it's not as serious as you're making it out to be. She waved her hand with a grin, completely ignoring the elders' serious warnings. Amidst the astonished gazes of the druid elders, Ningxiang stepped forward with ease, ignoring the barrier radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. She stretched out her slender fingers and shimmering, pure emerald green light swirled around her fingertips. Her expression turned slightly serious, and her fingers moved lightly and quickly through the air, outlining several extremely ancient, complex runes that contained ineffable natural truths. As soon as those runes appeared, the surrounding natural energy seemed to emit a joyful hum. What are you going to do? No, the leading old druid elder tried to stop him in horror, but it was too late. With a gentle flick of her wrist, Ningxiang placed the mysterious runes composed of pure light fragments onto the incredibly solid barrier light screen. Buzz, there was no violent explosion nor any clash of energy. The solid light barrier emitted a soft hum, as if it had received a command from the highest authority. Immediately, the light flowed, quickly spreading out in ripples and then very docilely and silently parted to both sides, revealing a temporary opening that could only accommodate one person at a time, shimmering with emerald light. Behind the gap, an unsettling darkness and a putrid stench instantly rushed in. Master, come quick! Ningxiang turned and waved to Chen Ping'an, her tone urgent. This breach won't hold for long. Then she playfully stuck out her tongue at the group of druid elders who were completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Don't worry, elders, I'm not lying to you. I've accidentally teleported inside several times before when I was doing special teleportation quests. I know the way around, it's really not that scary. The leading druid elder stared wide-eyed, his eyes bulging like saucers, as he looked at the runes Ningxiang had just drawn and how easily she had opened the gap in the barrier. The shock on his face gradually transformed into disbelief and a strange sense of awe. His lips trembled and he instinctively bowed slightly, murmuring in a trembling and extremely uncertain tone. It's you actually. Ningxiang immediately interrupted him, glancing quickly at Chen Ping'an before shaking her head slightly at the elders, giving them a look that said, "Shut up, don't say it." The elders fell silent instantly, but the shock and awe on their faces remained undiminished. Their gazes towards Ningxiang had completely changed, as if they were looking at someone who should never have been there at all. Chen Ping'an took in everything. With more and more doubts emerging, it's almost certain that Ningxiang, the #1 fan, has a serious problem. The druid elder's warnings, Ningxiang's effortless method of breaking the powerful barrier, the elder's unfinished speech and sudden awe, all of this points to one answer. This female druid who follows me around, constantly calling me God, and seems like a fanatical fan, actually has a terrifyingly real identity. It's definitely not just about one player, but so what? His goal is the Azure Dragon, 100-fold reward, becoming even stronger and ultimately reaching the top to uncover the whole truth. The gap in front of us is the fastest and most direct path to our goal. What is Ningxiang's purpose? What secret does she hold? Unimportant. In the face of absolute power, any scheming is futile. He was confident that he could handle any unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, Chen Ping'an did not hesitate at all. Under the complex gazes of the druid elders, he flashed across the temporary gap like a ghost, stood beside Ningxiang and stepped into the dark forest which was designated as a forbidden zone for life. "He's gone." He said it casually as if he were just stepping into an ordinary instance. "Here it comes." Ningxiang responded cheerfully and immediately followed her in. Less than 2 seconds after she entered, the barrier behind her rippled and the temporary gap quickly closed, restoring everything to its original state and completely isolating the inside from the outside once again. Only the few druid elders outside the canyon remained, looking at each other with lingering shock and bewilderment on their faces. The leading elder gazed at the now calm light screen for a long time before murmuring in utter awe, a voice only he could hear. "Her return in this way, this world, is about to change." At this moment, Chen Ping'an and Ningxiang had completely entered the deepest and darkest core area of the eternal night forest. A more powerful, more twisted, and more unsettling natural energy surged in from all directions like a tide, attempting to erode their bodies and wills. The blessing of the ancient forest soul on Chen Ping'an emitted a gentle emerald green aura, offsetting most of the discomfort. He glanced at Ningxiang beside him, who seemed completely unaffected, his eyes deep. In the real world, at the command center of a military region unit, General Ma Weiguo sat in his chair with a gloomy expression, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. The reconnaissance team sent to investigate the whereabouts of Lieutenant Wang has been out of contact for more than 48 hours. According to regulations, they must report the situation every 6 hours, but now there is no news at all. An ominous premonition coiled around his heart like a venomous snake. Wang, the adjutant, was the only son of his sworn brother and a promising young officer whom he greatly admired. It was impossible for him to have disappeared without a trace. His suspicions were already aroused by Augustus's stammering earlier, and now even the professional reconnaissance team had vanished without a trace. Report. A communications soldier strode in, his face grave. "General, the location of the last encrypted signal sent back by the reconnaissance team has been deciphered. It's located in the western suburbs of Nanjiang City, near a private villa area at the foot of Finglan Mountain." The signal was an emergency pulse manually triggered in a state of extreme panic, and it was completely interrupted in less than 0.5 seconds. Panic interruption. Ma Weiguo suddenly stood up, a chill running down his spine. The people he sent were top-notch, skilled in infiltration and reconnaissance. What could possibly be causing them to fail to send a complete distress signal? "Get me the last transmitted data image, now," he commanded hoarsely. The technicians quickly pulled up an extremely brief and blurry infrared image on the big screen, which appeared to have been captured by a team member's helmet camera at the last moment. The video was shaky, filled with static and the team member's heavy, terrified breathing. "Target building, no abnormalities detected. Wait, what's that light? 3 o'clock approaching at high speed, get out of the way. Fire now. He." Accompanied by several short screams and a deep, terrifying mechanical hum that no human could produce, the scene was instantly engulfed by blinding blue-white lightning and the flames of an explosion, finally turning into a snowflake. Although it was only for a moment, Ma Weiguo still saw it clearly. Those appeared to be several metal creations with extremely sleek shapes exuding an inhuman, technological feel. They launched their attack with incredible speed and precision. Their firepower was terrifyingly fierce. It is not any known automated defense weapon. The command center was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the brief but terrifying scene. Ma Weiguo's fists clenched so tightly they cracked and his face turned ashen. He finally realized that Chen Ping'an, the so-called ordinary college student who had a grudge against his son, was not a simple character at all. That seemingly ordinary mountain villa is actually a death fortress hiding terrifying fangs. What kind of simple creature could possess its own fortress in the apocalypse? Even his most elite scouts, armed with heavy firepower, went in and never returned. They were instantly killed without even putting up a decent resistance. This goes far beyond the scope of ordinary forces or even general military organizations. Could it be one of those legendary, otherworldly forces that disregard worldly rules? A terrifying thought crossed Ma Weiguo's mind. He held a high position and vaguely knew that there were forces and traditions in the world that were difficult for science to explain. These beings were otherworldly and possessed incredible abilities. If that's the case, then this idea is going to be tricky, but no matter who it is, no matter who he is, anyone who messes with Ma Waiguo's people and kills his brother's son must pay the price. This fierce determination and protective nature dispelled the trace of fear. A wolf-like glint flashed in Ma Waiguo's eyes. This matter is classified as top secret. All personnel with knowledge of it have signed confidentiality agreements. He gave the order in a cold voice, his tone carrying an undeniable resolve. Notify Dark Blade and have them take over. Send their best people. Don't get close, don't make contact, just use the highest magnification observation equipment and keep a close watch from a distance. I need to know what kind of ghostly thing is in that house. Report any developments directly to me immediately. Dark Blade is the most secretive force in his hands, specializing in handling some tricky, shady missions, and each one is a top-notch soldier, one in a million. He wanted to see just who this Chen Ping'an really was. Ma Waiguo will remember this grudge. Even if it really is those otherworldly forces, he will still fight them to the death and demand an explanation for his fallen brothers and subordinates. Yes, General, the subordinate immediately obeyed and left. Ma Waiguo stood alone in front of the giant screen which was still frozen on the image of the last snowflake. His gaze was somber, as if trying to pierce through the void to see the terrifying fortress hidden deep in the mountains and its mysterious master. A storm is brewing and the wind is howling. Located at the foot of Finglan Mountain in the western suburbs of Nanjiang City, about 2.5 kilometers away from Chen Ping'an's newly renovated fortress, on a dense forest ridge, two figures, almost blending into their surroundings, stood motionless like stone sculptures. They were dressed in the latest digital camouflage ghillie suits, their faces heavily painted, and they even kept their breathing extremely low. One of them was staring intently at the villa in the distance, its metal gleaming coldly in the setting sun, through a large, high-precision remote observation instrument. The other person was responsible for keeping watch and taking notes. They were members of the Dark Blade squad sent by General Ma Waiguo, codenamed Eagle Eye and Lynx. They are true elites, skilled in infiltration, reconnaissance, and striking and retreating decisively. But at this moment, a fine layer of cold sweat seeped out from the backs of these two elite soldiers. They have been lying in wait and observing here for more than 30 hours. The villa was eerily quiet, with no sign of anyone entering or leaving, like a giant metal tomb. However, the quieter it was, the more creepy it became for them. Eagle Eye, any findings? Lynx asked in a low voice over the encrypted channel, his voice dry. Number nothing at all. Hawkeye's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Although the Reaper's habit of cleaning up corpses has caused us a lot of trouble with our reconnaissance here, it's too clean, abnormally clean. Infrared detectors can barely penetrate its outer walls, only revealing a blurry outline of the heat source, making it impossible to distinguish whether it is a human or a machine. The acoustic detection was also interfered with by some kind of barrier, and only a low, rumbling sound similar to that of a large generator could be received. He moved the observation device slightly, the lens sweeping across the seemingly random corners around the villa. But I saw those things in the last footage of the reconnaissance team. Hawkeye's Adam's apple bobbed, those guards. Under his high-powered lens, one could vaguely see some sleek, fixed sentry devices with a bluish-black metallic sheen. They are perfectly hidden in the shadows of vegetation or building structures, almost blending into the environment. Their cannon muzzles were deep and dark, with occasional, extremely faint blue arcs of electricity flashing across them, carrying a chilling aura of death. Just now, a stray dog, seemingly out of nowhere and oblivious to its own danger, wandered into the lawn surrounding the villa. The next second, the muzzle of one of the guards turned slightly at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. There was no loud noise, only a very faint whoosh sound. A flash of blue-white lightning streaked across the sky, and before the stray dog could even whimper, it was instantly carbonized by the intense heat, turning into a small clump of charred ash that was scattered by the wind. The whole process took less than half a second, so fast it was breathtaking. Hawkeye and Lynx both gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. This is not technology from Earth. This precise, efficient, and ruthless method of killing is simply like something from another planet. Record: the target defense system is extremely dangerous, possessing highly intelligent automated defense weapons with extremely fast reaction speed and enormous power. It is strongly advised never to enter its warning zone. Hawkeye's voice was heavier than ever before. Understood. The Lynx quickly wrote it down. Continue to observe and record all details. Report to the general that the situation is more complicated than anticipated. They dared not be careless in the slightest, recording everything they saw and heard without missing a single detail and sending it back to Ma Waiguo at the command post via an encrypted line. With each minute they observed it, their fear of the fortress deepened. Inside lived a terrifying being beyond their comprehension. In Military Region Command, General Ma Waiguo sat alone in his dimly lit office, a large screen in front of him silently playing footage captured by a high-powered telescope. It was Eagle Eye and Lynx who transmitted the footage, recording the entire process of the wild dog being instantly vaporized. Despite having watched it several times, every time it was replayed, Ma Waiguo's heart felt as if it were being gripped by an icy hand, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. There was no smoke, no loud noise, only an extremely calm blue-white light, and then a life vanished completely, leaving not a trace. This killing efficiency, this ruthless precision, far surpassed any weapon system he was familiar with. This is F***G sci-fi, extraterrestrial technology, you mean? This is not technology from Earth, this is simply like something from outer space or from some kind of inhuman realm that only exists in top-secret files. He sent out dark blades. The nation's top soldiers, equipped with the most advanced observation equipment, couldn't even get close. They could only lie prone at a distance of 1.5 kilometers like two frightened rabbits, recording this despairing scene with trembling hands. The forces beyond this world, are they really those forces beyond this world? Ma Waiguo leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had always thought those were just legends or at most some kind of supernatural tricks, but he never imagined they actually existed and possessed such terrifying power. What kind of monster did his good-for-nothing son bring back for him? The thought that Lieutenant Wang and that elite reconnaissance team might have disappeared silently filled Ma Waiguo with a suffocating heartache and anger. That was his best soldier, his brother's only son. But at the same time, a deeper sense of apprehension and powerlessness also welled up within me. Is it worth making an enemy of such a being? Is there any chance of victory? He closed his eyes, his mind a jumbled mess. Brotherhood, the pain of losing a child, a soldier's honor, fear of the unknown, a fierce clash of emotions. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and a fierce and resolute light rekindled in those previously weary eyes. We can't just let this go. No matter who the other party is, the person who killed him must pay the price. If he doesn't avenge this, how will Ma Waiguo lead troops in the future? How could he face the spirits of his deceased brothers in heaven? He couldn't swallow this insult. Without saying much, dropping a nuclear bomb would definitely have an effect. But at present, the use of national weapons requires extremely high authority and multiple levels of approval. And we must alert that person. Even if I manage to coordinate everything and it works, who knows when that will be. Moreover, the army is now divided into 2 battalions and our faction has not made any substantial progress and is not in the lead. A direct confrontation would be suicidal. A change in strategy is necessary. He took a deep breath, pressed the communicator, and said in a cold, hoarse voice, "Connect to Dark Blade channel." "General, please give instructions," came Hawkeye's suppressed voice from the other end of the channel. "Your tasks have been changed." Ma Waiguo commanded, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. "Abandon all contact and probing plans. Your mission is now singular. Top priority, covert observation. I need to know everything about that fortress. Its energy patterns, the areas of activity of those guards, whether there are any traces of people entering or leaving. I need to know even if it's just a mouse that went in and came out. Use your equipment to record all the data you can. However, absolutely no exposure is allowed. And no conflict of any kind is permitted. If you are discovered, I grant you permission to evacuate immediately without any conditions. Your lives are the most important thing, understand? Understood, General? Hawkeye's voice carried a hint of relief yet was also filled with solemnity. This order meant an indefinite extension of the mission and extreme danger, but it also prevented them from being sent to their deaths. Very good, Ma Waiguo paused, lowering his voice even further, carrying an undeniable killing intent. At the same time, the Mole project was launched. Contact the Doomsday training camp established within the military and have their experts gather all available information about I am the reverse butterfly, Chen Ping'an in the game Doomsday Era at all costs. His level, equipment, skills, relationships, activity patterns, the more detailed the better. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If I can't touch you in real life, surely I can find an opportunity in the game. Since you, Chen Ping'an, are doing so well in the game, then I'll make trouble for you there. Even if I can't kill you right away, I'll make sure you never have a moment's peace. He refused to believe that, with the combined power of the nation, they couldn't find a single loophole in the game. Yes, General. After hanging up the call, Ma Waiguo looked at the frozen image on the screen again. The cold metal fortress stood like a silent behemoth in the night. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Chen Ping'an, no matter who you are, we're going to fight. In real life, I can't do anything about you for now, but in the game, we'll see. This contest has only just begun. A few days later, a thick, encrypted document was placed on General Ma Waiguo's desk. The cover prominently displays the word Top Secret and the title Preliminary Analysis Report on the target character I am the reverse butterfly in the game. This is the Doomsday Training Camp, a special unit formed by the military by gathering elite gamers. It took a lot of manpower and resources and combined in-game intelligence, leaderboard data, channel information, and even some special channels to obtain the first detailed assessment of Chen Ping'an's game character. Ma Waiguo took a deep breath and tore open the ceiling strip. He wanted to see just how good Chen Ping'an was in the game, the one who had caused him so much trouble and sleepless nights. He turned to the first page, which was a summary of basic information. Character name, I am the reverse butterfly. Level 149, number 1 in the world, 87 levels ahead of the second-place Sword Emperor Yi Gacheng. Class: Storm Swordsman, the only hidden class for swordsman, job advancement quest unknown, suspected to be the first player to complete the second job advancement. City of origin, City of Hope, reputation exalted. Ranking: 1, first place with a huge lead in points, thousands of times ahead of the second place. Level 149. Ma Waiguo's eyelids twitched violently. He almost thought he was seeing things. His son, Augustus, whose in-game name is God of Magic, barely managed to reach level 65 through sheer hard work and with the help of guild resources, which he already considered quite good. This kid's level 149? Are you kidding me? Did he rocket to that level? It's the Wind, Spirit, Moon Shadow editor, right? He forced himself to suppress his shock and continued reading. The second page contains screenshots and analysis of the equipment inventory. Main weapon, Wind and Thunder Holy Sword Dragonborn Oath. Quality, unique artifact, attack power exceeds 10,000 with terrifying special effects. Jazzblade. Storm Dragon God's Legacy Breastplate Heart of the Sky. Quality, mythical, set 1-5, significantly enhanced attributes. Bracelet Dragon's Roar Power Bracers. Quality, mythical. Boots Stormwalker's Stomp. Quality, mythical. Looking at the breathtakingly mythical quality and the unique, divine weapon, Ma Waiguo's hand holding the report began to tremble slightly. Although he wasn't a game expert, as the manager of the Doomsday Training Camp, he understood what words like artifact and myth meant. Any single piece of that gear could probably buy his son's entire guild. The third page contains speculations about skills and talents. Known skills: Gale Slash, Phantom Slash, Gale Step, Dragon's Imperial Grace, 3 Chi Return, Wind Divine Aura. Note: the skill effect far exceeds that of ordinary players' skills of the same level, possibly indicating enhancement or mutation. Talent speculation: based on its absurd drop rate, enhancement success rate, and combat performance, it is highly likely to possess multiple top-tier talents, including but not limited to overpowered effects such as super high luck, damage amplification, and reward multiplication. Note, this is the core point of contention. The logic behind acquiring this talent is incomprehensible and severely disrupts the game balance. Can there be several talents? And all of them are top tier. Ma Waiguo felt his worldview had been shaken. Wasn't this game supposed to be a cause for celebration just for awakening a single talent? What's wrong with this kid? Page 4 is a list of major achievements. The world's first player to log into the game. First person to acquire an epic talent. First person to obtain a hidden class. First kill series elite boss record holder. Includes dozens of high difficulty first kills. First solo clear of the Dark Mines raid dungeon. Oh yeah. The main City of Equality was breached and destroyed. This triggered a server-wide event. Suspected solo kill of world-class boss Thousand Machine Evil Dragon gained the title Godslayer. Looking at that long, densely packed list, any ordinary player achieving even one of these feats would be a glorious accomplishment they could boast about for a lifetime. Ma Waiguo's breathing became increasingly heavy, his face went from ashen to deathly pale and finally even turned a bit green. Is this even human? This is practically a human cheat code, the game's favorite child. A data monster? In comparison, his son Augustus, who was still gloating over a piece of purple gear and thinking about throwing money at people only to be treated like a dog, was simply a complete idiot. A clown, a piece of trash. The immense sense of loss and humiliation overwhelmed Ma Waiguo instantly. He painstakingly raised his son and mobilized resources, but in the end, he couldn't even get a piece of their exhaust fumes. This feeling of being completely and utterly crushed left this high-ranking general feeling incredibly stifled and furious. However, some internal feedback from the training camp in the appendix of the report dealt him a heavy blow. Note: the target character, I Am the Reverse Butterfly, enjoys extremely high prestige and a large following among players, especially high-level players. After analyzing the target's combat videos and data, some members of the training camp, numbered 7, 11, 19, 23, etc., expressed high admiration and worship for their operational awareness, tactical choices, and achievements, considering them the light of players and the ceiling of operational skills. Some even privately expressed a desire to follow Butterfly God. Disciplinary talks have been held with the relevant members, but it is unlikely that this kind of mentality can be completely eradicated. Upon seeing this, Ma Waiguo finally couldn't hold back any longer. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaved violently and his vision went black. The people I sent to investigate him, the elite troops trained by my own military, and one of them is actually a fan of his, and even idolizes him and wants to follow him. What a disgrace, absolutely a disgrace. Bang! He slammed his fist on the heavy solid wood desk, making a dull thud that sent the teacup on the desk bouncing. Useless. A bunch of useless people, they can't even control the thoughts of their own people. He roared at the air, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. After the impotent rage comes a deeper sense of powerlessness and a chilling fear. This Chen Ping'an not only possesses a bizarre and terrifying fortress and guards in reality, but is also incredibly powerful in the game, almost like a bug, and even has such terrifying personal charisma and influence. Can someone like that really be dealt with using conventional methods? Cause him trouble in the game? Judging from this information, it's not even certain who'll be causing trouble for whom. Ma Waiguo slumped into his chair, staring at the exaggerated intelligence report that seemed like a foreign language, and for the first time he began to waver in his decision. Is it really wise to provoke such a monster? But once the arrow is released, there's no turning back, the enmity has already been formed. Ma Waiguo has no way out, a glint of extreme ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. If force doesn't work, then let's try something even more underhanded. I can't touch you in the game right now, so I'll try something else. For example, find your weaknesses in real life. He picked up the internal phone, his voice icy. Connect me to the Information Warfare Department and the Technical Reconnaissance Bureau. I have a special mission assigned to me. Since we're already enemies, then we'll stop at nothing. He refuses to believe that even the strongest individual can stand against the entire state apparatus. The game Doomsday Era, A City of Harmony, Eternal Night Forest. As soon as he passed through the barrier, Chen Ping'an felt as if he had crashed into a sticky, cold wall. The surrounding scenery changed drastically in an instant. What was just a dark forest is now completely shrouded in a thick, impenetrable pinkish-purple mist. The fog was extremely strange. Not only did it greatly obstruct his vision, limiting him to only a range of 2 or 3 meters around him, but it also seemed to have a life of its own, drilling straight into his mouth, nose, and pores, carrying a strange, cloyingly sweet floral fragrance. System notification: you have entered the Mist of Deception area. Please remain calm and vigilant against illusions. As soon as the notification tone ended, Chen Ping'an felt a chilling spiritual force suddenly assaulting his consciousness. Even with his terrifying mental attributes, which were in the 4-digit range, he felt as if he had been hit hard on the head with a heavy hammer, experiencing a moment of disorientation and dizziness. The pink mist before my eyes churned violently, rapidly condensing and deforming. The next second, he found himself no longer in the eternal night forest, but back on that unforgettable final battlefield. The surrounding area was a ruined scene from the final version of Doomsday Era, filled with shouts of battle and the sounds of skill explosions. And he, dragging his battered body, was about to touch the throne that symbolized supreme glory. Just then, the figure he trusted and loved most appeared behind him. It's he, Yuanyuan. She was still as beautiful and charming as ever, but her face was covered with clear tear tracks, and her eyes were filled with indescribable pain and a chilling resolve. "Ping'an, I'm sorry," she choked, her voice breaking. But her hand, gripping a gleaming dagger, trembled without the slightest tremor, and with precision and ruthlessness she plunged it into his back. "I had to." The excruciating pain of the cold blade piercing through armor, tearing flesh, and shattering bones, along with the extreme heartache and disbelief of being betrayed by the one you love most, once again swept over Chen Ping'an's entire body with unparalleled realism. Even though he knew it was an illusion, the raw exposure of those painful memories from the depths of his soul still made his heart clench, his breath catch in his throat, and his movements freeze for a moment. In that instant when my mind faltered, "Master, watch out." Suddenly, Ningxiang let out a hurried and terrified scream from beside her. Chen Ping'an felt a force push him from the side, causing him to instinctively take half a step back, completely breaking free from that realistic illusion. When my vision returned, all I could see was that damned pinkish-purple mist. Where he had just stood, a clump of thorny bushes covered in black spikes which had been still, suddenly seemed to come alive, twisting and lashing wildly. Judging from the trajectory, it seemed to have just swept towards his neck. Ningxiang pushed him away, but because she didn't have time to dodge completely, her fair and slender arm was slashed hard by the barbed thorns. Ningxiang cried out in pain and abruptly withdrew her hand. A gash several centimeters long and deep enough to expose bone was visible on her forearm. Blood gushed out instantly. But what was shocking was that the flowing blood was not the normal bright red, but a strange pale green like the tender green shoots of early spring. This green blood exuded a rich life force, even carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance which contrasted sharply with the sweet mist around it. The wound looked extremely gruesome, with green blood gushing out, quickly staining half of her arm red and dripping onto the moss below, which even grew greener and more lush at a visible speed. Ningxiang's face instantly turned ashen, fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, tears welled up in her eyes from the pain, and her body trembled slightly, making her look weak and pitiful. Chen Ping'an's eyes narrowed sharply, instantly snapping him out of his momentary heartache and regaining his absolute composure. Without any hesitation, he immediately stepped forward, supporting Ningxiang, who seemed unsteady on her feet, with one hand, while quickly taking out high-grade antidote and special recovery potion from his backpack with the other. "Don't move, treat the wound first." His voice was calm and composed, revealing little emotion. He first carefully applied the antidote to the wound, rinsing away any possible thorn toxins. The green blood mixed with the medicine flowed down and the fragrance became even more pronounced. He then prepared to hand her the recovery potion to drink. However, in those few seconds of processing, he could clearly see that the muscles and tissue beneath the deep, bone-revealing wound on Ningxiang's arm were healing at an incredible speed. The bleeding slowed down rapidly, the edges of the wound began to close up, and new granulation tissue could even be seen growing wildly. When he took out the recovery potion, the wound had already healed by more than half, leaving only a faint pink mark which was rapidly fading and disappearing. This healing speed far surpasses the effects of any high-level recovery potion he has ever seen, and is even more exaggerated than some top-tier bloodline talents he can recall. Chen Ping'an's hand holding the medicine froze in midair, his sharp gaze fixed on Ningxiang's pale yet still delicate face. Ningxiang seemed to realize that she was healing too quickly. Her eyes flickered and she quickly lowered her head, explaining in a weak, aggrieved, and coquettish tone. "No, it's all right. Don't worry, great master. We high-ranking druids with a more ancient lineage all have the natural healing talent. Our wounds heal a little faster than ordinary people. It's just it just really hurts." As she spoke, she sniffed, her eyes red-rimmed as if she had suffered a great injustice. She subconsciously moved closer to Chen Ping'an as if seeking protection. Chen Ping'an looked at his arm, which was almost completely healed without even a scar, and then at the recovery potion in his hand that he hadn't used yet. He silently put the potion away. His face was expressionless. He simply said, "It's good that you're all right." But the string of doubt in his heart had been completely tightened. Green blood, inhuman healing speed. Just the right amount of pushing away and injury. And then there was the forest ranger's strange attitude and that ambiguous "you're back." This Ningxiang has a huge problem. He subtly released his hand from her arm, his gaze returning to the dangerous pinkish-purple mist, his tone calm. "Stay close to me, there's something fishy about these illusions." "Okay. Great job, expert." Ningxiang nodded immediately, as if the pain and weakness she had just experienced were fake. She returned to her energetic, fangirl self, only occasionally sneaking a rub on her injured arm to indicate that it still ached a little and needed care. Chen Ping'an showed no sign of it, his face displaying an air of "my time is very valuable." He simply gripped the wind and thunder holy sword even tighter and strode into the depths of the mist. He wanted to see what other tricks this high-ranking druid, who was full of theatrics, could pull. Divider line, sorry to have kept you all waiting for today's chapter. I wrote several drafts today, but I revised them again and again. I finally finished writing it before 11 p.m. Now I want to speed up the pace, but I also don't want the plot to develop too abruptly, making it difficult for everyone to watch. After all, using your brain to read online novels is a very tiring task, at least that's what I think, So I tried to balance things out a bit and finish the storyline of Harmony City during the National Day holiday. Feel free to leave a comment or send me a private message if you have any good ideas or suggestions. Watermelon thanks everyone in advance. After passing through the unsettling, bewitching mist area, the surrounding pinkish-purple fog finally began to thin out. Although the forest remained dark, the eerie feeling that pierced the soul had lessened considerably. Chen Ping'an stopped and looked around briefly to confirm that there was no immediate danger. Ningxiang, who was standing next to her, also breathed a sigh of relief and gently moved her previously injured arm. That fair arm was now as smooth as ever. There wasn't even a trace of redness left, let alone a wound, as if the terrible injury that had been so deep that it exposed bone and flowed with green blood had never happened. Phew, finally out. That fog was so annoying, it always reminded me of unhappy things. Ningxiang muttered to herself, stealing a glance at Chen Ping'an. Seeing that he looked calm and unaffected, she quickly regained her energetic demeanor. "Are you all right, master? That was close. Luckily I reacted quickly." I wonder what the master saw while he was daydreaming. It's amazing how he could momentarily lose his focus. Chen Ping'an, of course, had no intention of answering Ningxiang's question. This was a deep scar buried in his heart. He had no masochistic tendencies and no habit of showing his scars to others. Even the #1 fan won't do. He simply gave a soft then his gaze swept over her unharmed arm. Without saying anything more, he simply said, "Take a break, then we'll continue." Okay, seeing that Chen Ping'an didn't intend to explain, Ningxiang obediently nodded, took out some dry food and water that exuded a natural scent from her small backpack, and handed one to Chen Ping'an. "Master, try this. It's a special mooncake made by us druids. It's great for restoring stamina. After all, there aren't these good things to eat offline. Only compressed biscuits are barely enough to fill my stomach." There's not even bathwater, don't let my current appearance fool you, offline it's actually. Chen Ping'an took the mooncake, seemingly ignoring Ningxiang's next words. In any case, my miracle house won't accept anyone else. Otherwise, you won't even know how you got into trouble. After his rebirth, Chen Ping'an, while not exactly ruthless, was certainly capable of being iron-blooded and merciless. He took a bite of the mooncake. It tasted sweet and refreshing, and a gentle energy flowed into his body, slowly restoring the mental strength he had expended resisting the illusion. He had to admit that Ningxiang had quite a few good things about her. She's a rare high-level player among female gamers. After a short rest, the two continued their exploration. Not far ahead, in a relatively open clearing in the woods, a gigantic, suffocating ancient tree blocked their path. This ancient tree was unlike any other. Its trunk was an ominous purplish-black, and its surface was covered with twisted patterns that resembled the faces of suffering. Where there should have been branches and leaves, countless terrifying vines like black pythons were now writhing. Some enormous, dazzlingly purple-red flowers parasitized the tree trunk, constantly releasing a drowsy yellow pollen. Its root system has spread out of the soil like a ferocious giant claw, digging deep into the ground and moving slowly. Wherever it passes, the plants on the ground quickly wither and decay. Nightmare Ancient Tree LV.110 Gold Level Boss. Health 85,850,000,000. Skills: Crazy Lash, Root Entanglement, Hypnotic Pollen, Earthquake Tremor. It's a big one. Ningxiang immediately entered battle mode, a hint of tension appearing on her face. Watch out, expert, its pollen is a real nuisance. If you get trapped in it, you're in danger. Chen Ping'an's eyes narrowed, showing no fear, and instead launched an attack. Swish! Swift Step activated, his figure transformed into a blur, instantly sweeping across the open space and heading straight for the trunk of the Nightmare Ancient Tree. Roar! The Nightmare Tree let out a muffled roar, and countless black, serpentine vines lashed out at Chen Ping'an with a whooshing sound. At the same time, the frequency with which those flamboyant flowers released pollen suddenly increased, and large swaths of yellow dust spread out. The gentle breeze of nature blows away the filth. The fragrant staff behind her waved, and a gentle green whirlwind spread out from her center. Although it could not completely disperse the pollen, it greatly reduced its concentration. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother to dodge the vines that were being pulled at him. The Wind and Thunder Holy Sword was unsheathed with a fierce motion. Clang! The dark blue-black sword, wreathed in raging wind and thunder power, slashed fiercely forward. Swift Wind Slash, boom! A massive, crescent-shaped sword aura composed of wind blades and lightning roared out. Minus 5,841,221. Attribute Advantage. Minus 6,102,554. Attribute Advantage. Minus 5,978,411. Attribute Advantage. The power of wind and thunder inherently provides additional damage bonuses against these types of life forms, especially those corrupted by darkness. The character's health dropped by over 17 million in an instant from 85 million. With a single sword strike, the lashing vines were sliced off in an instant, like butter being cut by a red-hot iron. The cuts were charred black, emitting black smoke and writhing in agony. Even Ningxiang, who had prepared herself mentally, was still taken aback when she saw such an outrageous number. This player's damage output is terrifying. Is there any boss in the entire game that he can't defeat? Just go for a straight sweep, okay? The Nightmare Tree, its health bar dropping sharply, let out an even more furious roar. The ground shook violently, and several thick black roots burst forth from the soil like earth dragons, wrapping around Chen Ping'an's feet. Roots entwined. Chen Ping'an merely snorted coldly, without even using any skills, and simply pointed the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword downwards. Sizzle! The power of lightning erupted, and those tough roots were instantly charred and broken by the electric shock. His movements were fluid and graceful, his footwork unpredictable, allowing him to move effortlessly through the swirling whips and ever-emerging roots. With each swing of the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, a significant portion of the Nightmare Ancient Tree's health is taken away. Occasionally, some stray pollen would drift towards him. It was also greatly weakened by the invisible resistance brought by his extremely high mental attributes and the natural affinity effect of blessing of the ancient forest soul, which only slowed his movements down by a fraction of a second and could not cause a real hypnotic effect at all. Ningxiang behind him wasn't idle either, precisely casting various auxiliary spells on Chen Ping'an. Wild Mark increases attack power. Thorn Armor reflects a portion of melee damage. Healing Wind continuously restores health. Her healing was practically useless against Chen Ping'an, whose health bar had barely dropped, but the buffs were indeed quite good. Occasionally, she would also use the Druid's Entangle skill, although it couldn't completely immobilize the boss. However, it can also temporarily restrict its movements, creating a better environment for Chen Ping'an to deal damage. The battle was a complete one-sided rout. Chen Ping'an didn't even use powerful skills like Phantom Slash or Dragon's Imperial Guest, relying solely on the terrifying wind and thunder effects accompanying normal attacks and swift slash. In just 2 minutes, the seemingly terrifying Nightmare Tree was hacked to pieces, its health plummeting to the brink of death. Finally, Chen Ping'an found the core of the ancient tree, a purplish-black tumor-like object hidden behind numerous vines throbbing continuously. Wrath of Wind and Thunder triggered, boom. A violent bolt of lightning shot from the tip of the sword and struck the core, a fatal blow. With a piercing wail, the Nightmare Tree's massive body suddenly froze, and then the purplish-black tumor exploded. The entire ancient tree withered and disintegrated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a pile of charred wood fragments and dust. A wealth of experience points instantly flooded into their bodies. System notification. Congratulations on defeating Nightmare Ancient Tree LV.110, gaining 120 million experience points. 100x reward boost triggered. Gain 12 billion experience points. System, you have gained 12 billion experience points. System, you've leveled up, current level 150, free attribute points gained. 15. A golden light flashed around Chen Ping'an and he leveled up. He casually added the attribute points to agility, which would yield the greatest benefit. Meanwhile, Ningxiang, standing beside him, had 8 dazzling golden beams of light erupting from her body. System, your teammate Ningxiang has leveled up, current level 62. System, your teammate Ningxiang has leveled up, current level 69. Defeating a high-level gold boss coupled with Chen Ping'an's 100x experience boost resulted in a massive amount of experience for Ningxiang, who was at a lower level, allowing her to level up 8 levels in a row. Wow, you leveled up 8 times in a row, you're amazing. Ningxiang looked at her rapidly rising level, her face flushed with excitement, and she kept exclaiming, whoosh. Chen Ping'an ignored her flattery and stepped forward to retrieve the fallen items. The boss dropped a lot of items, including equipment that still glowed blue and purple even after being amplified 100-fold, as well as some high-grade wood and corrosive cores. He didn't bother to look at them closely and simply swept them into his inventory. The backpack has lots of compartments, that's what makes it tough. However, among the pile of fallen items, one item stood out. It was a scale about the size of a palm with an irregular shape. Its entire body presents an extremely pure and vibrant emerald green color, as if it were carved from the finest jade. Its surface is smooth and warm, yet it contains unimaginable toughness. Inside the scales, there seem to be tiny, naturally occurring and incredibly mysterious runes flowing slowly, shimmering with a faint yet pure aura of life. Torn Dragon Scale Special Quest Item. Item description: a dragon scale containing the pure power of life and nature, seemingly closely related to some ancient and powerful being. The remaining runes on it may contain important information. This item cannot be traded, destroyed, or upgraded. Just as Chen Ping'an held the scale in his hand, Ningxiang immediately came over, her little head almost touching his arm. When she saw the scales in Chen Ping'an's hand, she let out an extremely exaggerated exclamation, her eyes widening in disbelief and surprise. My God, this is a scale from the Aoki Dragonborn. It's the key to the Aoki's legacy. She was unusually excited, and before Chen Ping'an could even ask a question, she eagerly took the dragon's scale from his hand as if it was her duty to appraise it. Ningxiang held the emerald green scales in her palm, while the fingertips of her other hand emitted a rich and pure emerald green halo, as if they were alive, as she gently stroked the naturally formed mysterious runes on the surface of the scales. An amazing thing happened. As her fingertips traced the surface, the internal runes, which had been flickering faintly, seemed to be instantly activated, their brightness increasing dramatically and becoming crystal clear. It even cast faint green light trails hovering above the scales. Ningxiang's expression became incredibly focused, and she began to decipher the runes with lightning speed yet exceptional clarity and fluency, as if they were her native language. "Look, Master, this ancient Huxia text says, 'The pulse of life in endless cycles, following the guidance of bloodlines leading to the throne of roots.' This points to the deepest part of the forest, the heart of the dragon's nest, where all life energy converges. That's where the hidden core legacy of the Ayaki evil dragon is located." Her tone was incredibly excited, filled with the joy of discovering a major clue. "Great, Master, we've found the most crucial information. Now we can head straight for its lair." During her interpretation, the natural energy at her fingertips resonated strongly and visible to the naked eye with the runes within the scales. Strands of green light flowed between her fingertips and scales, appearing both mysterious and harmonious. Chen Ping'an calmly observed all of this. He merely glanced at the excited Ningxiang, his tone calm and even carrying a hint of barely perceptible amusement. "What a coincidence! We just defeated the boss and this crucial clue just happened to fall into our laps, and it just so happens to be in Gu Long's language that you can understand." Ningxiang's excited expression seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second, but she immediately regained her composure. She handed the scales, which emitted a soft green light, back to Chen Ping'an and said with a grin, "This just means we're lucky, and following you, the expert, will definitely bring us good fortune. This has saved us a lot of trial and error." Chen Ping'an took the scale and could feel the lingering warmth from her fingertips and the unique fluctuations of life energy on it. He glanced at the map and sure enough, a new point of light was marked on it, located deep within the forest, and its name was Heart of the Dragon's Nest. The Heart of the Dragon's Nest. Chen Ping'an repeated the name, his gaze drifting deeper into the darker part of the forest. "Let's go then, don't keep our good luck waiting." He folded up the scales and stepped forward. Ningxiang watched his retreating figure, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. She then immediately put on an expression of admiration and excitement and quickly followed after him. "Okay, I'll lead the way, expert, I know the general direction." Following the mission prompts, Chen Ping'an and his group ventured deeper into the forest, where the surrounding environment became increasingly eerie and oppressive. The ancient tree's shape became increasingly distorted, and its branches and leaves took on an unnatural dark green color as if it were congealed poison. The ground was no longer covered with moss or shrubs. Instead, it was covered with a slippery, dark purple fungal carpet that felt soft underfoot and emitted a faint smell of decay. The life energy permeating the air was so concentrated it was almost tangible, so viscous it made it difficult to breathe. But beneath this extreme vitality, the sense of decay and depravity also reached its peak. These two diametrically opposed feelings intertwined, creating a chilling paradox. Ningxiang's face also turned slightly pale, no longer looking completely relaxed. Clearly, the oppressive aura here was having a significant impact on her. Finally, the light emanating from the fragmented dragon scale in their hands became stable and intense, guiding them to the end of their journey. There is no road ahead. A colossal rock wall, its top seemingly endless, stretched out before us like the end of the world. The rock face has stood for countless millennia, its surface covered with a thick layer of dark green moss. This moss, like a living thing, wriggles slightly, drawing upon the abundant life energy in the air. Beneath the moss, one can vaguely see countless incredibly complex and profound ancient runes carved into the rock itself. The strokes of these runes are deep and ancient, containing unimaginable power. Together they form an enormous barrier that completely seals off the entire rock wall. In the very center of the rock face, surrounded by moss and runes, there is a very conspicuous groove. The shape of that groove was exactly like a huge, lifelike dragon scale. Its size and shape perfectly matched the fragmented dragon scale in Chen Ping'an's hand. This is the entrance to the dragon's nest. A chilling pressure emanated from the rock wall as if a colossal beast that had slumbered for millennia was breathing behind it, making Chen Ping'an and Ning Xiang, who stood before it, appear as insignificant as ants. This is it. The gate to the heart of the dragon's nest. Ning Xiang's voice trembled slightly, whether from excitement or fear, it was hard to tell. Chen Ping'an frowned slightly, took a few steps forward and arrived at the rock wall. He could clearly sense the power of the invisible barrier ahead, its energy level far exceeding that of the barrier at the entrance to the canyon. He pondered for a moment, then decided to test the strength of the barrier first. He took a half step back and the wind and thunder holy sword was suddenly drawn, with wind and thunder power gathering wildly on its dark blue-black blade. Buzz. The sound of a sword echoed through the silent space. Chen Ping'an's eyes sharpened, and with all his might he slashed fiercely at the seemingly empty rock wall in front of him. Boom! A loud bang exploded. The sword did not touch the actual rock wall but instead struck an invisible yet incredibly tough barrier about a meter away from it. The emerald green barrier light screen was instantly activated and appeared, with countless runes flowing wildly on it, bursting out with dazzling light. Chen Ping'an's attack, which was enough to make a level 100 gold boss exclaim, "Terrifying," struck the barrier but only caused the light screen to ripple violently, creating huge ripples without breaking it in the slightest. Not only that, but a recoil force no less powerful than his previous attack suddenly rebounded along the sword. Bang! Chen Ping'an grunted, slid back 5 or 6 meters by the immense force before regaining his balance. His sword-wielding hand was slightly numb and a small counter-damage number even floated above his head. Minus 154,211. The barrier remained perfectly still, continuing to exude its ancient and unchanging powerful aura. What a powerful barrier! Ningxiang gasped in surprise, her face filled with shock. Chen Ping'an shook his slightly numb wrist, his expression becoming even more serious. The strength of this barrier is beyond imagination, forcing its way through is probably unrealistic. Just then, Ningxiang seemed to discover something. She moved closer to the dragon scale groove and carefully observed the ancient runes on it. Her fingers traced the patterns and a look of sudden realization appeared on her face. "Master, I understand." She turned her head sharply to look at Chen Ping'an, her eyes becoming unusually firm and resolute. "This is the oldest bloodline seal barrier. It refuses to be opened by any external force. The only key is dragon blood. Without dragon blood, only the dripping of a large amount of life energy-rich blood into this groove will allow the barrier to recognize it and open the passage." As she spoke, her gaze was fixed intently on Chen Ping'an, her tone carrying a sense of tragic determination. "Great God, let me do it. I am a high-ranking druid, and I spend most of my time with the life force of nature. The life force in my blood is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so it should be able to meet the requirements of the barrier. You know, even the city lord calls me Little Dragon Girl. A little blood loss is nothing to worry about, you'll recover quickly." Before she could finish speaking and before Chen Ping'an could even nod or say anything, she had already swiftly drawn a sharp, emerald-green dagger from her waist. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and brought the knife down, the sharp tip pointing at her other fair wrist, and slashed down. Laugh! A deep wound appeared instantly. However, what still flowed out was that strange, pale green blood that exuded a rich, fresh fragrance of life. Ningxiang gritted her teeth, a look of pain flashing across her face, and immediately pressed her wrist, which was dripping with green blood, tightly against the dragon's scale-shaped groove in the center of the rock wall. "With blood as the guide, open the ancient doors." Ningxiang uttered ancient syllables that sounded like chanting. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The moment the pale green blood touched the groove, it was like cold water being poured into boiling oil. It instantly boiled. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The entire massive rock wall suddenly began to shake violently. The moss on the surface fell down in a rustling sound, and the ancient runes, carved over thousands of years, seemed to be instantly infused with life, lighting up one by one from the deepest part of the rock wall. First came the runes around the groove, and then, like a wildfire, the light spread wildly in all directions. Countless streams of emerald green light surged and flowed within the rock wall, outlining an enormous and extremely complex magic circle. A deafening buzzing sound filled the entire space, like the roar of a giant beast before it awakens. A dazzling emerald green light shot out from each rune, eventually converging into an incredibly thick pillar of light directly above the rock wall, soaring into the sky as if to pierce through the dark forest dome. The barrier's energy became extremely unstable, fluctuating violently like a boiling ocean. Finally, at the moment when all the light reached its peak, in the center of the rock wall where the dragon's scale groove was located, space seemed to be forcibly distorted by an invisible force, tearing open a gap. A rotating, incredibly deep, dark passage, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, slowly took shape. The edge of the passage was filled with constantly twisting and undulating emerald green energy, emanating an extremely ancient, desolate, yet incredibly alluring aura. The entrance is open. After doing all this, Ningxiang seemed to have all her strength drained away. She jerked her wrist away from the groove, the blood seemed to flow faster from the wound, but it was still healing at a visible pace. Her face was frighteningly pale, devoid of any color, her lips were trembling slightly, and her body swayed uncontrollably, almost collapsing to the ground. She covered her wrist, still oozing pale green blood, with her hand, raised her head, looked at the swirling, dark entrance, and gave a weak yet relieved and accomplished smile, saying in a barely audible voice, "Look, it's open, Master, we did it." Her voice was weak with obvious panting, perfectly capturing the image of someone who was extremely weak after giving her all, yet still focused on her goal. Chen Ping remained aloof throughout the entire process. Especially at the moment she cut her wrist, Chen Ping'an's eyes were sharp as knives, but his hand on the hilt of the sword twitched, and in the end he did not choose to stop her. His primary objective was to open the entrance, whose blood it was or how it was opened was not important at the moment. Everything before him only further confirmed his suspicions. He walked up to Ningxiang, who seemed barely able to stand, his gaze calmly sweeping over the almost completely healed wound on her wrist and her pale, pitiful face. His tone was so flat it betrayed no emotion. He simply asked, "Yes, you've worked hard, do you need to rest for a bit?" Ningxiang seemed surprised by his reaction, paused for a moment, then forced a stronger smile and shook her head. No need, Master, I can still manage, I'm just a little exhausted. The entrance is already open, we can't waste time, what if it closes again?" As she spoke, she tried to straighten her back to indicate that she was fine, but her slightly trembling legs betrayed her. Chen Ping'an said no more, only nodded. His gaze shifted to the rotating entrance, which exuded an aura of endless darkness and allure, the heart of the dragon's nest. Without further hesitation, he gripped the wind and thunder holy sword tightly, took the lead, and stepped into that deep darkness. Ningxiang watched his resolute retreating figure, a complex and unfathomable light flashing deep in her eyes. She then took a deep breath, forcing herself to keep up with her weakened body, and followed closely behind. The two figures were quickly swallowed up by the swirling dark entrance. After they entered, the light on the rock face gradually dimmed. The energy entrance slowly contracted and eventually disappeared. All that remains are the ancient rock walls covered in runes and the faint, lingering scent of life in the air. As Chen Ping'an passed through the swirling entrance of dark energy, he felt as if he had pierced through a layer of icy water. The view before him was suddenly much brighter, completely different from the dark and damp cave he had imagined. This is an unimaginably huge enclosed space, as if the entire mountain's interior had been hollowed out. The dome is so high that it seems to have no end. Countless enormous roots emitting a soft white light hang down like stalactites, providing the only source of light. The surrounding rock walls were already covered with countless thick, glowing roots that coiled like dragons. These roots glow with emerald green, deep blue, or pale purple light, slowly wriggling and drawing in the immense energy of the space. The ground beneath my feet wasn't solid. Instead, it was a thick, damp, and seemingly alive dark purple carpet of fungus, soft and elastic to the touch, which made me feel uncomfortable. Countless spores, emitting a faint glow, floated in the air like dreamlike dust, illuminating the entire space with a bizarre and surreal light. The extremely concentrated life energy almost condensed into a tangible pale green mist. Taking a breath of it made one feel invigorated, and one's blood volume seemed to be slowly recovering. But at the very core of this ultimate vitality, a deeper, more chilling aura of decay and depravity took root within, spreading stubbornly like poison. Two diametrically opposed feelings intertwined and collided wildly, creating an extremely eerie and unsettling atmosphere. According to the quest prompts, this is the Azure Dragon's Nest, a distorted ecological space where beauty and horror coexist. At the very center of this enormous nest is an even more spacious circular cavity. There, a colossal creature loomed, occupying almost the entire field of vision. It was a terrifying entity formed by countless thick black roots like giant pythons, dark vines with sharp thorns, and huge, rotten, blackened but still hard logs, all intertwined and fused together in an extremely twisted and frenzied way. It has a roughly dragon-like outline, but its entire body is made up of these disgusting plant remains. Its head was an enormous, woody dragon's head, with two violently leaping, eerie green flames burning in its empty eye sockets, flames powerful enough to scorch the soul. Its trunk is as large as a mountain, and its surface is covered with hideous burls and eerie flowers that open and close constantly, spewing out purple spores. A dragon's tail, formed from countless intertwined roots and comparable to a giant battering ram, thrashed restlessly, each strike of it causing the entire fungal carpet to tremble violently. Ayaki Evil Dragon LV.180 World Boss. Health Skills Wild Growth Paralyzing Spore Cloud Root Smash Life Drain Root Entanglement. Just seeing it brings an indescribable, terrifying pressure that crashes over you like a tsunami. Chen Ping'an felt his breath catch in his throat and even his movements seemed to slow down a bit. Compared to the previous guide on defeating the 1000-machine evil dragon, this seems too easy. No, it's too easy, it's so easy it's like the other team is just feeding kills. Although the Azure Dragon's power is life itself and its aggression may not be strong, Chen Ping'an's years of experience fighting on the front lines constantly reminded him that he absolutely could not afford to capsize in a ditch again. Keep your best skills for later, roar. The oppressive feeling of the world-class boss far surpasses that of any monsters encountered in the forest before. The Azure Wood Dragon discovered the intruder. Its massive, woody maw suddenly opened, unleashing a deafening roar that sounded as if a million ancient trees were snapping at once. The sound waves, mixed with a thick, decaying stench, almost blew people away. The battle erupted instantly. The monstrous dragon's massive body began to move, though it appeared clumsy, its speed was astonishing. It stomped its foot suddenly and the ground's fungal carpet surged violently, growing like crazy. In an instant, countless black, sharp thorns with barbs burst forth from the ground around Chen Ping'an and Ningxiang, frantically coiling and stabbing at them. Extremely wide coverage. Watch out, expert! Ningxiang exclaimed in surprise, reacting extremely quickly. A flash of green light appeared on her body and she instantly transformed into a giant bear, letting out a menacing roar. At the same time, the huge bear paw slammed into the ground and depressing roar and heavy strike were used simultaneously, barely drawing some of the thorn's hatred and relieving some of the pressure on Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an's eyes were icy cold. He activated Swift Step and his figure moved like a ghost through the wildly growing thorn bushes. With each swing of the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, the dark blue-black Wind and Thunder Sword energy can easily cut through large swathes of thorns. Minus 3,854,211. Minus 4,102,331, but there are simply too many thorns to cut them all down. At the same time, the Azure Dragon turned its huge head, its eerie green eyes aimed at Chen Ping'an, and suddenly spewed out a large cloud of thick, yellowish-green spores that emitted a strange, sweet fragrance. Parasitic Spore Cloud. The fog covered an extremely wide area, almost completely blocking Chen Ping'an's escape route, a breath of fresh air. Ningxiang immediately switched back to human form, waving her staff rapidly. A gentle green whirlwind attempted to disperse the spore cloud, and although the effect was limited, it greatly slowed down its spread. Chen Ping'an also held his breath instantly, holding the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword horizontally in front of him. The power of wind and thunder erupted, forming a small barrier that forcibly scorched and dispersed the approaching cloud of spores. However, he still inhaled a small amount which caused him to feel a slight dizziness and slowed his movements. System notification: you are affected by paralyzing spores, your movement speed is reduced by 15% and your attack speed by 10%, lasting 15 seconds. Before he could catch his breath, the enormous root dragon tail, like a whip tearing through the sky, swept towards him at the waist with a piercing whistling sound. Root hammer sweep: its power is astonishing, enough to instantly kill an ordinary tank player. Nature's grasp. Ningxiang let out a sharp cry, pointing her staff toward the path from which the dragon's tail was sweeping. Several enormous wooden hands suddenly emerged from the ground, attempting to grab the dragon's tail. Although they were instantly shattered by the terrifying power contained within the dragon's tail, they still bought the dragon a fraction of a second of delay. Taking advantage of the opportunity before the effect of swift step had worn off, Chen Ping'an suddenly exerted force with his feet, narrowly missing the edge of the huge dragon's tail. The sharp wind pressure stung his cheeks. The battle became intensely deadlocked. Ayaki evil dragon's skills are tightly linked, have a wide range, deal high damage, and come with various annoying control effects. Ningxiang put in an incredibly hard job. Sometimes she transforms into a giant bear, charging forward and roaring as she strikes, drawing enemy fire. He would sometimes revert to human form, pouring healing spells onto Chen Ping'an as if they were free. Heal, rejuvenation, natural swiftness, one after another while constantly shouting, "Watch out on the left, expert." Keep it up, its defenses seem to be weakening. Hold on. We're almost there. Although her healing amount wasn't much compared to Chen Ping'an's total health, the natural swiftness, skills, significant health boost, and dispelling of negative effects at crucial moments were indeed effective. Her cries sounded genuine and heartfelt, just like those of a reliable teammate who had fought alongside her. With their perfect coordination, the health of the Azure Dragon Phantom steadily and resolutely decreased under the onslaught of Chen Ping'an's terrifying wind and thunder sword energy. However, just as the evil dragon's health was reduced to only about 15%, and it was about to enter the critical moment of being killed, a sudden change has occurred. The Azure Dragon suddenly stopped all its attacks, its massive body rising upright, letting out an even more ferocious roar. Its dark roots and vines danced wildly, and the energy of the entire nest seemed to be converging on it. Its eyes, burning with eerie green flames, were fixed on Chen Ping'an. Life draws from the entwining roots. This is its most powerful signature skill, extremely wide-range crowd control plus high lifesteal. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted. Based on his experience from his previous life and his combat intuition, he instantly determined the best course of action. That is, by utilizing the remaining duration of Swift Step, combined with extremely high agility, you can perform a perfect dodge to the right and rear, thus perfectly avoiding the core damage zone. His muscles tensed instantly, ready to exert force. In that split second, a piece of hard fungal rock about the size of a millstone that had been thrown into the air by the previous battle seemed to have eyes and was struck by the aftershock of the dragon's swung tail. It shot at Ningxiang, who was casting Healing Touch from an extremely tricky angle. Ah! Ningxiang let out a startled cry, seemingly completely caught off guard by this unexpected attack. The piece of gravel slammed into the ground right beside her, and the shockwave and debris from its explosion pushed her to the left with a loud bang. And the direction she was pushed in was precisely the path Chen Ping'an was preparing to dodge. All of this happened so fast, Ningxiang lost her balance and screamed as she crashed into Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an's already exerted force was instantly disrupted by this sudden collision. The rhythm is completely lost. Even more coincidentally, the green light of the healing touch that Ningxiang was about to complete was abruptly interrupted and dissipated due to this unexpected impact. It's just that tiny delay and interference, a mere fraction of a second. Rumble, 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 countless thick, dark purple roots gleaming with malevolent suckers. Like a demonic claw reaching out from hell, it instantly erupted from the fungal carpet beneath Chen Ping'an's feet. It coiled around him with astonishing speed, instantly binding his legs and waist tightly and tightening the noose relentlessly. The suckers on the roots wriggled like living things, frantically draining his life force. Minus 88,541, minus 92,110, minus 89,774. A series of high damage numbers frantically popped up above Chen Ping'an's head. His blood sugar level plummeted like a floodgate being opened, instantly dropping from a healthy 70% to a dangerous level of less than 20%, and it's still declining. A strong sense of confinement and the loss of life washed over me. Chen Ping'an let out a muffled groan, his eyes turning icy cold in that instant. His gaze was like lightning, suddenly sweeping over Ningxiang, who had just barely regained her balance and whose face still showed shock and apology. I'm so sorry, master, Ningxiang hurriedly tried to explain, her expression anxious and remorseful. Chen Ping'an frowned but didn't say anything more, prioritized dealing with the boss. Roar! He let out a deep roar and his entire body's power exploded. The wind and thunder holy sword erupted with unprecedentedly dazzling lightning. Sizzle, the roots that were wrapped around him were instantly charred and shattered by the violent lightning. At the same time, without hesitation, he pulled a bottle of potion radiating a rich golden light from his backpack, special holy recovery potion. It was poured straight down my throat. Instantly restores 50% of maximum health. Plus 324110, a golden light flashed and his health bar suddenly rose sharply. Although his movements were still restricted by the remaining roots, at least he was no longer in danger of being instantly killed. You're asking for it. Chen Ping'an's gaze refocused on the azure wood evil dragon, which was temporarily stunned due to the release of its ultimate move. His voice was as cold as ice, and the anger contained within it made the surrounding air seem to drop several degrees. Emperor Long Yuban, open, phantom combo, activate. He held nothing back, and with a hint of anger at being outmaneuvered, launched his fiercest counterattack. The wind and thunder holy sword transformed into streaks of dark blue lightning that tore through space, slashing wildly at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, striking the massive body of the azure wood evil dragon. Minus 12,854,211. Minus 13,501,442. Minus 25,841,099. Under Chen Ping'an's terrifying, enraged attacks, the remaining health of the Azure Dragon Phantom was visibly and rapidly depleted. It let out a wail filled with resentment, anger, and a hint of eerie relief. Its enormous body could no longer hold on and began to violently disintegrate and collapse. Countless roots, vines, and decaying wood broke and peeled away as if they had lost all support, turning into the purest life energy and decaying matter, dissipating into the air. The world-class boss, Ayaki the Evil Dragon, has fallen. A massive amount of experience points instantly surged into Chen Ping'an's body, accompanied by flashes of golden light. System notification. Congratulations on defeating Azure Dragon LV.180, gaining 850 million experience points. 100x reward boost triggered, gain 85 billion experience points. System. You've leveled up, current level 156. System, you've leveled up, current level 157. System, you've leveled up, current level 160. The enormous and twisted body of the Azure Wood Demon Dragon completely disintegrated, transforming into countless pure yet decaying energy points that rose like a reversed torrential rain and dissipated beneath the dome of the giant nest. The suffocating, terrifying pressure dissipated, leaving only the creeping ground pulsating slightly, and the rich life energy in the air seemed to have become more peaceful. As the phantom vanished, a dazzling halo remained in the very center of the lair where the evil dragon had once been entrenched. It was a turquoise orb, roughly the size of a basketball, that pulsated slowly as if it were alive. It is crystal clear throughout, as if it were formed from the liquefaction and condensation of the purest jade. It contains unimaginable and immense life energy. Its light is soft yet extremely penetrating, illuminating even the darkest corners around it. On the surface of the sphere of light, countless tiny golden lines like veins and meridians appear and disappear intermittently, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. Heart of the Greenwood legendary quest item. Item description. An energy core formed after defeating the phantom of the Azure Dragon, containing extremely pure life force, seemingly the key to unlocking the true legacy. This item cannot be used directly, cannot be traded, and cannot be destroyed. Chen Ping'an frowned. Holy crap, that's it? A mighty dragon like him couldn't possibly have only this much wealth. That's ridiculous. Despite so many large guilds being eager and confident in the previous life, not a single strategy guide or information leaked out. Furthermore, even if you're excessively strong and manage to kill it while carrying a burden, you'll only get a small amount of experience and a single quest item that can't be multiplied 100-fold. Is that correct? Is this reasonable? Moreover, there were too many suspicious points. Chen Ping'an discovered that this Ningxiang, after gaining a huge amount of experience, did not level up this time. This is something worth pondering. It seems there must be hidden storylines waiting to be triggered. Chen Ping'an had already made up his mind in a flash, but on the surface he still had an expression that said, "I just casually killed a wicked dragon on the roadside." He saw that the moment the ball of light appeared, Ningxiang, who had been on edge and even made a mistake at the last moment, instantly broke into a radiant smile of joy. It was a complex emotion that mixed immense sense of accomplishment, excitement, and even a touch of relief. "We did it! Amazing, we did it! We really took it down, that's incredible." She cheered like a joyful little deer and almost leaped towards the emerald green orb of light, her eyes sparkling with an almost overflowing light of worship and excitement. She carefully stretched out her hands as if holding the most precious treasure in the world and gently lifted the pulsating heart of green wood. The soft green light emanating from the orb shone on her face, making her look pure, flawless, and full of vitality. She turned around, quickly walked to Chen Ping'an and handed him the ball of light, her voice filled with utmost sincerity and excitement. "Great God, look, this is proof of our victory. It's the core power of the Azure Dragon. You're incredibly strong. Without you, this would have been impossible." Looking at her flawless expression of joy, Chen Ping'an reached out and took the ball of light. The ball of light felt warm and smooth to the touch, and a surge of vital energy flowed gently into my body along my arm, creating a very comfortable sensation. But a warning had already begun to set in his mind. "Yes, it's a pleasure working with you." Chen Ping'an spoke calmly, revealing little emotion, and casually put the ball of light into his backpack. Seeing Chen Ping'an accept the ball of light, Ningxiang's smile became even brighter. She looked around. Although the environment was still eerie, the deadly threat had vanished. She suddenly clapped her hands and suggested, "Wow. This is a historic moment. We teamed up and defeated a world-class boss. How can we not celebrate?" Without waiting for Chen Ping'an's response, she ran to a relatively flat, large stone platform that was not completely covered by the fungal carpet. Like a magician, she took out a clean white tablecloth embroidered with exquisite vine patterns from her seemingly small storage bag and carefully laid it on the stone table. Then, she took out a complete set of exquisite tableware which looked as if it were carved from white jade, as well as several small crystal bottles and an elegantly shaped wooden food box. "I specially brought the 100-flower wine and moonlight pastries, which are unique to the elven race." Ningxiang busied herself arranging the food on the plates while excitedly introducing the products. "This 100 flowers brew is made from the petals of 100 kinds of spiritual flowers that are still covered in morning dew. It has a sweet and refreshing taste and can slowly restore your mental and magical energy. Moonlight cakes can only be successfully made on a full moon night, absorbing the moon's essence. They are both beautiful and delicious. When I can't keep going offline, I often just grab some dry steamed buns and put them in my mouth, then go into the game and stuff myself to satisfy my craving, he. She deftly poured the pale golden liquid from the crystal bottle into the jade cup. The liquid was crystal clear and emitted a refreshing aroma of a mixture of fruits and flowers, instantly dispelling the faint, rotten sweetness in the nest. The food box was opened, revealing several delicate pastries shaped like crescent moons, translucent, and emitting a soft glow which looked incredibly tempting. In the depths of this eerie and perilous dragon's lair, in the place where a life-or-death battle has just ended, Ningxiang has contrived such an abrupt yet exquisite victory celebration. The stark contrast makes the scene seem exceptionally unreal and surreal. Come, master, sit down." Ningxiang greeted him warmly, first sitting down on a stone stool, then picking up a cup of 100 flowers wine and handing it to Chen Ping'an, her eyes shining with anticipation. "This toast is to the invincible master. Thank you for taking me on such a thrilling adventure." She picked up another glass first, took a small sip, and a look of blissful enjoyment appeared on her face. "Wow, this is delicious. You have to try it. Chen Ping'an watched her bustling about and saw the flawless smile on her face, a smile that mixed with the joy of victory, admiration, and a hint of complex emotions that were barely perceptible, and his sneer intensified. He also smiled faintly, seemingly relaxed, as he sat down on the stone stool opposite Ningxiang and accepted the cup of fragrant 100 flowers wine. In Chen Ping'an's view, whether he could meet Ayaki's team and complete the strategy depended entirely on whether he could trigger the hidden storyline later. He followed Ningxiang's guidance, thanks for your hard work. Chen Ping'an raised his cup, gestured to Ningxiang, and calmly swept his gaze over the pale golden liquid rippling in the cup. His exceptionally high mental attributes allowed him to keenly perceive that beneath the aroma of the wine lay a faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation, seemingly originating from the same source as the luminous spores in the surrounding air. It was extremely well hidden. If he hadn't been vigilant and possessed sufficiently strong mental power, he would have had no chance of detecting it. He didn't drink it immediately. Instead, with a slight flick of his wrist as he raised the cup, he skillfully and silently spilled about 2/3 of the wine into the shadow of the stone platform behind him. At the same time, with a thought, he completed the drinking action of the character in the game, but in reality, most of the wine was instantly transferred into his inventory using the backpack's storage function. This is a little trick he figured out after his rebirth. It allows him to complete the system's use of consumables check without actually drinking it, provided that the action is fast and discreet enough. In Ningxiang's view, Chen Ping'an simply raised his glass, gestured to her, and then naturally took a sip. It tastes good. Chen Ping'an put down his almost empty cup and commented, still wearing that faint smile on his face. Seeing this, Ningxiang's eyes curved into crescents and she looked very happy. She quickly picked up a piece of mooncake and placed it on the plate in front of Chen Ping'an. Try this, you've never had it before. Then she began to ramble on, her tone filled with emotion and lingering fear, but even more so with admiration for Chen Ping'an. That really scared me to death. That dragon was terrifying. Especially that final ultimate attack with so many tendrils sprouting out. I thought, thank goodness you reacted quickly and were strong enough to withstand it. Speaking of which, ever since I saw your first kill announcement in the newbie village, I've thought you were amazing. I never imagined I'd be able to team up with you one day and even defeat such a strong boss. It feels like a dream. As she spoke, she kept pouring wine for Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an followed the same method every time, leaving only a very small amount at the bottom of the cup as a formality, while disposing of most of it and drinking it himself in small sips. A blush gradually rose on the character's cheeks, and against the backdrop of the floating spores and the 100 flowers wine, her eyes appeared somewhat dreamy and complex. As she spoke, she seemed slightly tipsy, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes hazy as she looked at Chen Ping'an. Her voice softened, carrying a hint of longing and a barely perceptible melancholy. My God, if only I could always be like this, adventuring everywhere with you, seeing different scenery, challenging powerful enemies, wouldn't that be wonderful? Her tone was very soft, as if she were talking to herself or perhaps testing the waters. Inside the nest, the glowing spores seemed to flicker slightly after she uttered those words, and the relaxing, sweet fragrance in the air seemed to intensify slightly. She deliberately created an atmosphere that combined the euphoria and relaxation of victory with a touch of ambiguity and illusory beauty, as if all the hardship and danger were worthwhile, and countless exciting adventures awaited them in the future. Chen Ping'an listened calmly, occasionally nodding or humming in agreement, his face always bearing that faint smile that revealed no true thought. His mind, however, was perfectly clear. Victory celebration banquet, a false victory. A look of adoration, an elaborately disguised trap, ambiguous words, it could be a final farewell or it could be the signal that the hunt is about to begin. While dealing with Ningxiang's performance, he secretly adjusted his own state. The wind and thunder holy sword was placed within easy reach. With his mind highly focused, he scanned the surrounding energy changes like a radar. Chen Ping'an took a sip of the negligible amount of wine remaining in his glass. His gaze seemingly casually swept over Ningxiang's slightly flushed, tipsy face and the hint of resoluteness that, no matter how she tried to hide it, would eventually show deep in her eyes. The atmosphere of the victory celebration banquet on the stone platform deliberately created by Ningxiang seemed to have reached an illusory yet warm peak. The aroma of the 100 flowers wine mingled with the sweetness of the moonlight cake, permeating the nest filled with the glimmer of spores and the energy of life. Ningxiang's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were hazy, and she had a charmingly drunken look on her face as she filled the jade cup in front of Chen Ping'an with the pale golden wine that exuded an alluring aroma. Master. One last toast to our perfect collaboration. Her breath was sweet and fragrant, her voice soft and cloying. She raised her cup, her eyes hazy as she looked at Chen Ping'an, her smile so sweet it was intoxicating. Deep within those eyes there seemed to be a subtle, complex emotion, perhaps a lingering attachment or perhaps a sense of relief. Chen Ping'an still wore that faint, seemingly relaxed smile as if he too was immersed in the joy of victory and the ambiguous atmosphere. He reached out seemingly to take the glass of wine, his movement appearing natural, even carrying a hint of fatigue and relaxation after the battle. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold glass, a sudden change has occurred. All the blush, the dreamy look, the naivety, the sweetness on Ningxiang's face. It was as if it had been wiped away in an instant by an invisible hand. Instead, there is an extreme, bone-chilling coldness and an undisguised, cruel mockery. Her eyes were no longer filled with hazy adoration but sharp as a knife and cold as an abyss, as if she had instantly transformed into a different soul. Laugh. A soft, disdainful sneer escaped from her lips. She suddenly flipped her wrist, crack. The jade cup of 100 flowers wine which had just been filled was carelessly tossed to the ground and shattered. Pale golden wine splashed everywhere and a rich aroma suddenly burst forth, but it carried a hint of eeriness. Meanwhile, her other hand, the hand that had previously held the heart of Ayaki, treated him and handed him pastries, now shot out with lightning speed. Emerald green light gathered wildly in her palm. It wasn't vibrant, natural energy, but rather an eerie green light carrying a sense of decay and decay. The light instantly coalesced into a shape, transforming into a dagger made entirely of energy. The dagger has a menacing design and a dark emerald green color, as if it were carved from a highly poisonous jade. The blade of the dagger was wrapped with lifelike black thorn patterns, and the sharp points of the thorns gleamed with a chilling light. The moment the dagger appeared, the life energy in the surrounding air seemed to be forcibly sucked and twisted by it, emitting a faint moan. Nature's wrath backstab. This isn't the name of a skill, but rather the very essence emanating from this evil dagger. This series of movements was so fast that it exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could capture. From changing his expression to smashing the cup to condensing his blade and striking, it all happened in almost the same instant. Fragrance lingers, or rather the being that is currently controlling this body. With icy, merciless eyes gripping the evil dagger and exuding a resolute and ruthless aura, he aimed with unparalleled precision at Chen Ping'an's heart, where the slight forward movement of reaching for the wine had created a tiny gap in his chest armor. The angle was treacherous, the timing was insidious, the energy was terrifying. A clear, sharp sound of a weapon piercing through armor and flesh suddenly rang out in the silent lair. The emerald green energy dagger pierced through Chen Ping'an's seemingly sturdy equipment defenses without any resistance, embedding itself deeply in his left chest. The black thorn patterns wrapped around the dagger instantly came to life, burrowing into his body like venomous snakes along the wound. An extremely terrifying contradictory energy, a mixture of ultimate life energy and ultimate decay and decay power, exploded within his body like a flood bursting its banks. It ruthlessly destroyed his life. Minus 854,211, deadly backstab. Minus 88,541, life is being drawn. Minus 92,110, natural corrosion. Minus 89,774, life is being drawn. A series of massive blood-red damage numbers mixed with green poison and gray corrosion effect numbers erupted from Chen Ping'an's head like a fountain. His health bar plummeted at a visible speed like an avalanche. In an instant, its health plummeted from full to the precarious red danger zone, and it's still dropping rapidly. The intense pain, the frantic loss of life force, and the decaying power that eroded his soul caused Chen Ping'an's body to stiffen abruptly. At the same time, a cold system notification sounded. System notification. You have been maliciously attacked by player Ningxiang and have entered combat. System notification. You have been fatally attacked, Nature's Wrath backstab, and are now in the life decay state, suffering a significant and continuous loss of health, and all healing effects are halved. System notification. You have been affected by advanced paralytic toxin. Your body is temporarily unable to move for 3 seconds. Fragrance lingers. No, at this moment, her face no longer held any of the previous liveliness, sweetness, or adoration. Only a coldness of complete control and a cruel pleasure of a successful plan remained. Her hand gripping the dagger was even twisting slightly, making the destructive energy rage even more. She looked up at Chen Ping'an's face, which was stiff from the excruciating pain and the system's forced paralysis, and a cruel yet beautiful smile curved her lips. Her voice was devoid of any sweetness, only cold mockery and a hint of ridicule remained. "I'm so sorry, expert." Her tone was casual, as if she were talking about something trivial. "The game is over." She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with a condescending scrutiny and amusement, as if looking at prey that had fallen into a trap. Or rather, "Your game is over." She slowly drew out the emerald green energy dagger, leaving a trail of pale golden blood. As the dagger was withdrawn, Chen Ping'an's health plummeted again, almost to 0. She watched the blood dripping from the tip of the dagger, then stuck out the tip of her tongue and lightly licked her lips, a gesture both eerie and dangerous. A brighter yet chilling smile bloomed on her face. "Let's get to know each other again." Her voice carried an ancient and majestic echo, as if countless voices were overlapping. "I am Ayaki, Evil Dragon." Divider line. "Happy National Day, everyone. Have you all gone out to play? Or are you stuck at home with nothing to do? Or perhaps, like a watermelon, you're stuck on a miserable shift at work? I plan to update more chapters during my shift." I've seen some authors who make outrageous statements like, "If you can't even update 10 chapters a day, what kind of author are you? Trash." They're really something else. You have to admire them. My talent for forcing myself to write 4,000 words a day feels like I'm spiraling into the heavens. It's truly unmatched. I also have another book being updated. I promised a reader I'd write 1,000,000 words, even if nobody reads it. So having said all that, why don't we play an extra game during the National Day holiday? Based on my current reading data, how about 1 chapter for every 10 requests for updates? Gifts are separate. Letter A1F4. Good. The emerald green energy dagger was drawn out, leaving a trail of pale golden blood droplets. Ningxiang, or rather the being occupying this body, gracefully floated back several meters, her movements as elegant as a dance, a stark contrast to the ruthless backstab she had just delivered. She stood still, the cruel yet gleeful smile on her face still present, but the mockery and coldness in her eyes were even more intense. She watched with amusement as blood gushed from the wound on his chest, his blood volume plummeting to less than 5%. Chen Ping'an, paralyzed by the system's effects, knelt on one knee, seemingly unable to even stand. It was as if we were admiring a work of art that was about to be completed. She let out a soft, satisfied moan, not from Ningxiang's usual clear voice, but with a deep, ancient quality like the echo of a dragon's roar as countless leaves rustled together. "The taste of storm and life intertwined is far more delicious than I imagined. I can smell the blood of that old storm dragon god on you. I really miss those days. I didn't expect that 1,000 machines had such a good thing on him, and you ended up getting it. But thank you for bringing it to me again, he." With a soft laugh, a chilling change began to occur within her. It's no longer the gentle, pure natural energy of the druids of the past. Instead, a malevolent, emerald green light filled with destruction, decay, and plunder erupted wildly from within her petite body like a volcanic eruption. Fine, delicate lines began to appear beneath her skin. Those weren't blood vessels, but rather dragon scales carved from jade. These scale-like patterns spread rapidly, covering her cheeks, neck, and arms, giving her an inhuman, eerie beauty. Her once bright and lively eyes instantly contracted, transforming into cold, ruthless, vertically shaped dragon eyes like those of a reptile. Its eyes were a deep, unfathomable emerald green, burning with an evil fire of the same origin as the previous phantom dragon, but even more concentrated and terrifying. Above her temple, her skin was torn and two small yet menacingly curved dragon horns like ancient ebony slowly grew out, their tips gleaming with an ominous light. What's most eye-catching is her back, where a pair of enormous dragon wings suddenly unfold with a whoosh. Those were not the fleshy or membranous wings of a traditional dragon, but rather woven together from countless vines shimmering with various colors of light, tough roots, and strange leaves radiating powerful life energy. As the dragon spread its wings, it scattered specks of green light carrying the scent of decay, its wingspan covering almost half of the stone platform area. Her aura seemed to rise without limit. Compared to the oppressive aura of the azure wood evil dragon, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. A terrifying pressure of life force swept through the entire dragon's nest like a tangible tsunami. The fungal carpet on the ground throbbed wildly, while the glowing roots on the surrounding rock walls flickered intermittently, as if bowing in worship to their king. At the same time, an even deeper, more despairing aura of decay and devouring spread out, as if to drag all life in the world into eternal decay. The entire dragon's lair groaned under her oppressive aura, the air thick with tension, each breath heavy with burden. Azure Dragon's fragrance true form LV.200 World Boss main form. Health is skill. This is the real Aoki evil dragon. The real body is countless times more powerful than that imposter from before. She had been lurking under the guise of Ningxiang all along. She lazily stretched her neck, making a slight cracking sound. With her magnetic voice resonating with the double roar of a dragon, she looked down at the dying Chen Ping'an, her tone carrying a cat-and-mouse playfulness and a barely perceptible hint of greed. Don't be surprised, Godslayer, or rather, the successor of the storm dragon god. A knowing glint flashed in her vertical-pupiled dragon eyes. I've been watching you since you stepped into the City of Harmony, no, even earlier since you appeared on this continent as the first player. I was thinking then, how did you come into this world? Your curiosity about this world is just as I am about you. She paced slowly, her dragon wings fluttering slightly, stirring up gusts of air filled with destructive power. I know you too well. The first to answer the call and set foot in this world, they call you the pioneer. You're different from others, you've grown so much faster than them, as if every step is part of your plan. This amazes me and makes me observe you much more closely, he. I've watched you grow step by step, from a mere wind swordsman to the so-called sword god who has now stolen a sliver of the storm's power. It's truly an interesting performance. Her tone carried an ancient sense of vicissitude and indifference. She scoffed. Little did you know, while you were receiving the so-called storm dragon god's favor, your fate was already being watched by an even more ancient being. Fortunately, I who wield the power of creation and decay awoke far earlier than them. Remember what happened to you in the City of Equality. It wasn't an accident, you know, I orchestrated it all, Tilda. If you hadn't done this, how would you have gotten directly to the City of Harmony? After all, even I'm a little worried about your growth. She finally confessed to the whole conspiracy. Choose a suitable vessel, disguise yourself as an ignorant and worshipful player, guide you, gain your laughable trust, and lead you step by step to this primordial dragon's lair, the perfect place to absorb your power. Her gaze swept over the wound on Chen Ping'an's chest, from which pale golden blood was still flowing, and the throbbing, lifeless bloodline revealing a satisfied expression. Finally, at your most relaxed and successful moment, I will deliver the fatal blow and then completely absorb the coveted storm source and powerful soul energy within you. She extended her right claw, which had become somewhat sharp and covered with fine jade scales, its fingertips wreathed in emerald green devouring energy, and slowly reached for Chen Ping'an's heart. The movements were slow and elegant, carrying an irresistible air of authority. The scent of a storm mingled with an indomitable spirit, truly intoxicating nourishment. Absorbing your power, I will not only fully recover but may even surpass my peak, at which point. A glint of ambition flashed in her vertical pupils. This boring game needs a change of rules. The terrifying dragon claws, carrying the aura of death, drew ever closer inch by inch. Chen Ping'an knelt on one knee. The effect of life withering was causing his health to continue to slowly decrease. Although the system's paralysis effect was about to end, his body still felt incredibly heavy. He kept his head down, his wispy hair obscuring his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression. Only his white-knuckled hand, gripping the hilt of the Wind and Thunder holy sword, indicated that he was not completely unconscious. In King Munilong Ningxiang's eyes, this was nothing more than the prey's last futile struggle. She seemed to already see herself devouring this feast, her power surging, breaking free from constraints, and even overturning everything in the future. The dragon's claw was about to strike Chen Ping'an's chest. Comments. The azure dragon's claws, covered in fine emerald scales and wreathed in a life-devouring emerald light, had already touched the damaged armor on Chen Ping'an's chest. The cold touch and the scent of death were almost within reach. At this critical moment, a sudden change has occurred. Chen Ping'an, who had seemed to be on his deathbed and helpless, suddenly raised his head. Where in those eyes was there even a trace of the disorientation and despair of someone on the verge of death? Instead, there was an extreme chill and a boiling killing intent, like the night sky before a thunderclap exploded. Roar! A dragon's roar, not something a human could produce, filled with ancient desolation and rage, reverberated directly from Chen Ping'an's chest. Buzz, the Wind and Thunder holy sword he held tightly in his hand, seemed to respond to its master's roar, bursting forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. The dark blue-green sword was instantly enveloped by blinding blue-white lightning and howling blue gales. The terrifying pressure even temporarily dispelled the domain suppression brought by the Azurewood Evil Dragon. System notification. Player, I am a reverse butterfly, soul passive unyielding spirit has been triggered. When receiving fatal damage, there is a very low chance to forcibly retain 1 point of health and become immune to all control effects for the next 3 seconds. Chen Ping'an's health bar, which was about to be completely depleted, was actually locked at the last barely visible sliver. At the same time, the dormant bloodline of the storm dragon god within him was threatened by a deadly scheme and devouring by an existence of the same level, and was intensely stimulated by his master's overwhelming rage and indomitable will. Like a dormant volcano, it has, for the first time, spontaneously and completely erupted into a boiling state. Crackle! Visible blue-white electric snakes and cyan wind blades burst forth from every pore of his body, making him appear as if Thor had descended to Earth. A dragon's might, though seemingly immature, was of extremely high essence, filled with destructive and unrestrained meaning, fiercely resisting the life pressure of the Azurewood Evil Dragon. Boom! The power of wind and thunder emanated from Chen Ping'an, forming a violent shockwave that suddenly spread outwards. What? The mockery and greed on King Munilong Ningxiang's face froze instantly, turning into a hint of genuine surprise. Her claws, which were reaching for Chen Ping'an's chest, were struck hard by this sudden burst of wind and thunder, which contained a trace of the true will of the dragon god. Sizzle. The emerald green evil light clashed and annihilated with the blue and white lightning, producing a piercing sound. The azure dragon was forced back half a step by this force, and a numbing and stinging sensation came from its claws. Her vertical, dragon-like eyes were fixed on Chen Ping'an, the center of the storm. Her surprise was quickly replaced by an even stronger interest and a chilling killing intent. Interesting. This is so interesting. Her voice, now carrying the echo of a dragon's roar, was no longer languid, but filled with the excitement of discovering a greater treasure hidden within her prey. I never imagined that the storm bloodline within you had already awakened to the point where it could actively protect its master. It seems I underestimated you, Godslayer. You are more nutritious than I thought. The real battle to the death has only just begun. Without wasting any words, Chen Ping'an took advantage of the 3-second immunity to crowd control provided by unyielding battle spirit, and the brief surge in all attributes brought by storm bloodline boiling, pushing his speed to an unprecedented extreme. Swish, swift step activated at maximum power, his figure almost transformed into a real, constantly flashing and leaping blue-green lightning bolt. The 3-chi return. Chen Ping'an's hidden skill is now being activated. Ayaki Nilong Ningxiang smiled radiantly, gently shaking an inconspicuous bead in her hand. I know you too well. This dragon god's protection that the storm dragon god gave me is a perfect counter to your 3-chi return. Chen Ping'an remained expressionless. The other person really knows me too well, then. Phantom combo, it was no longer a simple slash but instantly split into several incredibly solid afterimages, slashing towards the Azure Dragon from different angles, carrying the power of violent wind and thunder. Minus 5,841,299. Wind and thunder counteract each other. Minus 6,102,884. Wind and thunder counteract each other. Minus 12,587,411. Phantom strike critical hit. Even the Azure Dragon's true form, caught off guard, was struck by this ghostly, thunderous strike, causing its scales to fly off, several charred wounds to appear on its body, and its health to drop significantly. Insects, how dare you be so insolent? At this moment, the Azure Dragon was completely enraged. She let out a roar that shook the entire dragon's lair, holding nothing back and mobilizing all the power of the entire lair. A wild growth of countless tentacles. The ground cover surged wildly, and countless black root tentacles, 10 times thicker than before and covered with slime and suckers, burst forth from the soil. Like a wildly dancing serpent, it coiled around Chen Ping'an from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Life draws upon the halo. A massive, constantly rotating emerald green halo expanded out from her center. Any enemy within the halo's range had their health points continuously and forcibly drained, with the drained health being fed back to the Azure Dragon. Plus 88541. Plus 92110. Chen Ping'an, who already had only a sliver of health left, was in grave danger under the influence of this aura, but his eyes were icy cold. He wielded the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, creating an impenetrable barrier of wind and thunder that severed all the approaching roots and tentacles. Scorched by lightning. The power of wind and thunder has a natural advantage against these types of life-decaying creations, making its slashing effect significant. Decaying energy explosion. The Azure Dragon opened its massive maw and spat out dozens of spore spheres, each the size of a human head, with an unstable purplish-black light shimmering inside. These spheres traced eerie trajectories in the air before exploding violently. They not only caused area of effect damage but also left behind a vast expanse of corrosive, toxic mist that continued to erode the surrounding environment. Chen Ping'an pushed his speed to the limit, weaving through the dense root tentacles and exploding spores. Wind and Thunder Holy Sword sometimes unleashes sharp sword energy for ranged attrition and sometimes launches swift and dazzling thrusts at close range. His health points fluctuated wildly between 1 and several hundred, his life hanging by a thread. Every dodge was extremely dangerous, making the hearts of the viewers hold tight. But his combat experience and awareness from his previous life as a top player were now being put to full use. They always managed to avoid fatal combos by taking advantage of the slightest difference in positioning, skill recovery time, or terrain cover at the last second. Occasionally, it can even seize the brief gaps in the combos of Aoki Slayer's skills to launch a fierce counterattack, leaving new wounds on the opponent's massive body. Kingmu Nilong Ningxiang also completely abandoned all her contempt, her vertical pupils filled with solemnity and killing intent. She sometimes flaps her dragon wings, unleashing a green storm imbued with the power of decay. Sometimes it tears the air with its claws, emitting a piercing shriek. Sometimes it exhales breaths containing the power of life's decay. The entire dragon's nest seemed to have transformed into a battlefield ravaged by natural disasters. The roar of wind and thunder clashed violently with the raging tide of life. Boom, 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 the sounds of energy colliding and exploding were incessant. Huge chunks of rock covered with glowing roots were shaken off by the aftershocks of the battle and crashed onto the fungal carpet, causing tremors. Countless roots and tentacles were shredded into dust by the raging wind and thunder sword energy, and green sap and the smell of burning permeated the air. Chen Ping'an was like the Grim Reaper dancing on the edge of a knife. Every attack was launched with all his might, and every dodge was a matter of life and death. The Wind and Thunder Holy Sword seemed to come alive in his hands, displaying the swiftness of the storm and the ferocity of the thunder to the fullest extent. Attribute advantage was the key to his ability to fight the world boss while at such low health. Each strike of the wind and thunder power caused significant additional damage and suppression to the green wood evil dragon's energy, which was full of life and decay. This is the ultimate test of willpower, skill, and strength. Storm and Greenwood engaged in a fierce and relentless battle within this ancient dragon's lair. The deadly battle within the dragon's nest has reached a fever pitch, with every second filled with destructive energy and the constant threat of death. Chen Ping'an's figure was like a petrel struggling in a storm, darting through the raging tide of life and decay stirred up by the Greenwood evil dragon. His health never truly escaped the danger zone, constantly fluctuating wildly between single digits and a few hundred points. Every breath was accompanied by burning pain, and every movement felt like tearing apart my already exhausted body. Life-draining aura is like a persistent, malignant tumor, continuously draining his already meager life force and feeding it back to the enormous, evil dragon's true form. The surrounding roots and tentacles seemed endless. As soon as one batch was cut off, more would surge up from the fungal carpet, covered in slime and suckers frantically wrapping around and lashing. The corrosive spore explosion turned a large area into a death zone, with a purplish-black poisonous mist spreading and constantly corroding his armor and skin. The azure dragon, Ningxiang, hovered in midair, its enormous vine-like wings unleashing a devastating green storm with each flap. Her vertical pupils were coldly fixed on the figure below, as tenacious as a cockroach, repeatedly escaping certain death. The initial surprise and interest in my heart had long been replaced by an indescribable restlessness and a determination to kill. This human, this ant that stole a sliver of the storm's power, is far more resilient than she anticipated. The power of wind and thunder which restrained her essence also caused her to feel waves of stinging pain and discomfort. It's nothing but a death throes. She let out a majestic dragon roar, gathering immense energy once more, preparing to unleash an even more powerful killing move to completely end this battle that should have been a foregone conclusion. Just as she raised her ferocious yet beautiful wooden dragon head, and the emerald green evil light within her chest rapidly gathered, preparing to unleash a breath of life's bloom and wither that could cover half the nest. Having pushed his senses to the limit, teetering on the edge of life and death, Chen Ping'an's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Chance! In that split second, with its head held high and roaring, its energy core pulsating violently and its neck slightly elongated to unleash its power. He saw it. On the side of the slender neck of the azure dragon Ningxiang, on the skin covered with emerald-like dragon scales, there is one scale that is completely different from all the other scales. Its size is similar to the surrounding scales, but its color is a deeper, almost dark green, as if it has been precipitated for thousands of years. The scales are perfectly rhomboid in shape with sharper edges, and the surface is no longer smooth but covered with extremely fine natural patterns that contain some mysterious laws. At this moment, as the evil dragon unleashed its full power beneath these unique scales, it seemed as if a surging river was flowing, faintly revealing a restrained yet extremely dangerous energy radiance. Reverse dive. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. They will surely enrage you. Beneath this rebellious scale often lies the most vulnerable point of dragon creatures, the one most closely connected to their core of power. This thought flashed through Chen Ping'an's mind like lightning, a mind almost overwhelmed by excruciating pain and exhaustion. Opportunities are fleeting. This is the only chance she has when her defenses momentarily gap open and her reverse scale is passively revealed due to the surge of energy as she unleashes her powerful skill. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ping'an bit his tongue hard, the intense pain forcibly gathering his nearly scattered mind. He ignored the meridians within his body that felt like they were about to explode, ignored the gruesome wound on his chest that still flowed with pale golden blood, and ignored the roots that were frantically coiling around him and the impending destructive breath. He poured all his remaining power, along with the storm dragon god bloodline power that had boiled over in the face of despair and roared with unwillingness, into the wind and thunder holy sword in his hand without reservation. Buzz clang! The wind and thunder holy sword emitted an unprecedented deafening roar that seemed to tear the entire space apart. The sword trembled violently, and the blue-white lightning and cyan gale that were originally wrapped around it instantly deepened in color, transforming into almost pitch-black dark lightning and a howling storm of destruction. The space around the sword began to distort, the light was swallowed up, leaving only the sword tip which contained all the destructive power, gleaming with a cold light that could pierce the soul. The energy of Swift Step was squeezed to its limit, even overdrawn. His figure no longer flickered but transformed into a real, space-staring, unstoppable bolt of lightning. The speed was so fast that it even exceeded the limits of visual capture. Phantom Slash. It's not about creating afterimages, but about perfectly concentrating all the power, speed, and will of the slashes into this ultimate thrust. The target is that deep, dark green, inviolable scale. At that moment, he abandoned all defenses and disregarded life and death. They only had their eyes on that one vital point. Roar! The Azure Dragon clearly sensed the terrifying killing intent that had condensed into a single point, yet made her very soul tremble. She tried to stop exhaling, tried to twist her neck to avoid it, tried to swing her claws to block. But it's too late. Chen Ping'an's ultimate attack, which gathered all his strength and was launched in a near self-destructive manner, was faster than her reaction limit. The lightning bolt that tore through space ignored the dragon claw blade that brushed past him and almost ripped his arm apart, ignored the thick roots that suddenly sprang up from his feet and tried to entangle his ankles, and ignored the ominous death brought by the impending burst of withering breath. Before any obstacles could reach it, the sword tip, imbued with destructive winds and thunder, struck the very center of that deep, dark green reverse scale with unparalleled precision, like a meteor falling to Earth. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Immediately afterwards, click. A crisp, heart-stopping sound like the shattering of glass or jade resounded clearly throughout the entire dragon's nest. That incredibly hard reverse scale containing a portion of the Azure Wood Evil Dragon's original power. Under the ultimate strike of the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, which embodied the bloodline of the Storm Dragon God and Chen Ping'an's indomitable will, the sword was like a mirror struck by a heavy hammer, instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks and then shattered with a crash. The moment the reverse scale shattered was like popping a balloon that had been filled to its limit. Minus 999, 999, 999, 999. An unimaginably vast, pure yet out-of-control emerald green energy mixed with wisps of dark red decaying energy surged wildly from the broken part of the reverse scale like a burst dam. It formed a towering green pillar of light. Ugh! The Azure Dragon's roar was no longer majestic. Instead, it was an extremely shrill cry sharp enough to pierce the eardrums, containing unimaginable pain and a hint of unbelievable, horrified wail. Her massive dragon body stiffened abruptly, all her movements instantly halting. The life bloom and wither breath that was about to be released exploded out of control in her mouth, backfiring on her and engulfing her entire head in chaotic green light. The emerald green aura surrounding her became extremely unstable, flickering wildly and fading away. The enormous dragon form began to twist and deform, as if it had lost its core support and could no longer maintain its shape. Under Chen Ping'an's icy gaze, the sky-covering dragon vines collapsed first, turning into countless fragments of light and dissipating. Immediately afterwards, the jade dragon scale patterns covering its entire body quickly faded away. The wooden dragon horn on its forehead shrank and disappeared. Finally, the hideous dragon head twisted and collapsed like a phantom. Within a few breaths, the terrifying true form of the Azure Wood Evil Dragon completely disintegrated, and its immense energy receded like a tide, shrinking back to a single point. As the light faded, only a figure remained, collapsing helplessly onto the cold, pulsating fungal carpet of the ground. It's Ningxiang. She transformed back into the girl dressed in traditional druid attire with her hair in a ponytail. But at this moment, her face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, like a broken porcelain doll. Her once bright eyes had lost all their sparkle, leaving only immense pain and a shattered sense of bewilderment. On her chest, where the reverse scale had been in her previous dragon form, her clothes were torn, revealing a terrible wound. It wasn't a bleeding wound, but a void that looked as if it had been forcibly torn open, with emerald green energy points constantly emanating from its edges. Through that void, one could almost see some kind of core crumbling inside. Her health points had been completely depleted, and the system's status clearly showed near death. Chen Ping'an leaned on the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, breathing heavily. He was also on the verge of collapse. His blood pressure was alarmingly low, and he was in pain all over his body as if he could collapse at any moment. But he still persevered, staggering yet determined, step by step, toward Ningxiang, who had collapsed to the ground. He stood before her, looking down at her with eyes as cold as knives, devoid of any pity. Ningxiang seemed to sense his approach, and with difficulty she focused her unfocused gaze on him. The coldness, arrogance, and cruelty in her eyes had vanished, leaving only the helplessness and deep pain of a lost child. Her lips moved, and with her last ounce of strength she uttered a barely audible murmur, tinged with endless desolation and a hint of bewilderment, as if questioning Chen Ping'an or perhaps challenging fate itself. Wise. A single glistening tear, no longer green but clear, slid down her cheek. I just want to live. As she finished speaking, her eyes slowly closed and her last breath vanished completely, like a candle flickering in the wind. Only the empty hole where energy had dissipated from the chest and the last words containing a wealth of information remained in the deathly silent dragon's nest. If it weren't for the fact that his expertise wasn't in combat, he probably wouldn't have fared so poorly. Chen Ping'an stood there, leaning on his sword, his chest heaving violently, looking at the lifeless body of the girl at his feet. A complex and subtle emotion flickered deep within his cold gaze. Ningxiang, or rather, King Mu Nilong's last words, dissipated like wisps of smoke into the deathly silence of the dragon's nest. The phrase, I just want to live, carried an endless desolation and a hint of bewildered questioning. The words seemed to still linger in Chen Ping'an's ears, creating an eerie contrast with the still faintly aching wound on his chest. He leaned on the wind and thunder holy sword, breathing heavily, feeling the weakness that was almost completely drained from his body and the exhaustion that followed the calming of the storm dragon blood. His health was still pitifully low. Any slight injury could extinguish the last embers of his life. But at this moment the environment inside the dragon's nest is undergoing earth-shattering changes. As the azure dragon neared death and its final aura dissipated, the suffocating, malevolent life energy that permeated the entire space, a mixture of decay and predation, receded rapidly like the ebb tide, disintegrating. The cloyingly sweet and strange floral scent and the stench of decay in the air quickly faded. Instead, the suppressed natural energies full of healing and growth potential have taken their place. It began to gather in strands from all directions of the dragon's nest, from the roots that were still glowing but no longer wriggling, and from the depths of the fungal carpet beneath their feet, where the pulsation was gradually subsiding. These pure life energies, like gentle streams, wash away the wounds and filth left by battle. This gave the originally eerie and oppressive nest a sense of peace and tranquility, as if it had survived a catastrophe. Ningxiang, who had collapsed to the ground, also began to experience changes in her body. Unlike ordinary monsters that leave behind a corpse or turn into white light when they die, they do not. Instead, starting from her fingertips and the ends of her hair, her entire body gradually became transparent, eventually transforming into countless crystal-clear, firefly-like emerald green particles of light that floated lightly away. These particles of light shimmered with a soft, life-giving glow, swirling and dancing in the air. As if carrying a trace of lingering affection yet also a sense of liberation, it ultimately, like all rivers flowing into the sea, silently merged into the pure natural energy that gathered around it, disappearing without a trace. There was no body, no trace, as if she had never existed, or as if she had always belonged to this nature and had simply returned to her origin. Only a few items remained, lying there quietly, radiating a light far surpassing that of any other dropped item. At the same time, a solemn and grand system notification sounded repeatedly in Chen Ping'an's mind, echoing throughout the empty dragon's nest. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player I am a reverse butterfly for successfully achieving the first kill of the world-class boss Azure Dragon True Form. Achievement Azure Dragon Slayer. Title Life Nemesis. Server-wide announcement. Due to the defeat of the world boss, all players will receive the following buffs: Monster Kill Experience plus 50%, Gold plus 50%, and all personal attributes plus 5%, lasting for 12 hours. System notification. Congratulations on defeating Azure Dragon True Form, LV.200. Your reputation in Harmony City has increased by 20,000. Current status, Harmony Savior. Second only to the City Lord in prestige. Gained 69 million gold. Gained 1,500,000,000 experience points. 100x reward boost triggered. Gain plus 690,000,000,000 gold. 6.9 billion gold coins, 100x reward boost triggered. Gain 150 billion experience points system. Player I am a reverse butterfly's exclusive job change skill 3 chi return has reached level 3. System Player I am a reverse butterfly's exclusive job change skill Dragon's Imperial Guest has reached level 3. As expected, the job change skills must be improved as Chen Ping'an conquers the evil dragon. He glanced at the 2 core skills that had now been upgraded to level 3. 3 Chi Return, LV.3 active, cost 1600 MP, forcibly draws 50% of the 3 basic attributes of a single target, strength, agility, and constitution, and temporarily adds them to the caster. Duration, spirit points minutes, cooldown 6 minutes. Dragon's Imperial Guest, LV.3 active, cost 1600 MP, summons the Phantom of the Storm Dragon God's will to possess you for 90 seconds. During the possession period, all attributes are increased by 80%, agility by 150%, and physical and magical defense by an additional 280%. Cooldown, 15 minutes. The MP consumption increased, but this amount of MP was basically nothing for Chen Ping, who had high spirits. The attributes, however, have become even more outrageous. The 3 Chi Returns ability can now extract half of the target's attributes. In other words, you are certainly very strong, but I am at least a 50-50 match for you. That's one way to understand it. But what if I use Dragon's Imperial Guest again? How will you respond then? Chen Ping'an believed it was something like the special item Dragon God's Protection that Ningxiang had just taken out. Not just anyone can produce that. Composing myself, I heard the system announcement again. System, you've leveled up, current level 161, free attribute points gained 15. A system, you've leveled up, current level 168. Free attribute points gained 15. 8 dazzling golden beams shot into the sky from Chen Ping'an's body. A surge of powerful energy flowed into his body, repairing his severe injuries, replenishing his depleted physical and magical strength, and rapidly improving his condition. With the 120 free attribute points gained from leveling up 8 times, he didn't hesitate to invest them into agility. Feeling lighter and more agile, I could strike even faster. He took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions arising from Ningxiang's last words, and fixed his gaze firmly on the rewards on the ground that were radiating an alluring light after being amplified 100-fold. The first thing that catches the eye is a breastplate with a simple yet ornate design. Its entire body presents a warm and deep emerald green color, as if it were carved from a single piece of ancient imperial jade with a soft halo of life flowing across its surface. The breastplate has a strong yet elegant outline with a dark gold gemstone inlaid in the center, resembling the pupil of a tree, and the veins inside the gemstone seem to be slowly pulsating with life. The shoulder armor features a slightly upturned, layered dragon scale pattern, exuding an overall aura of weight, grandeur, and vitality. Storm Dragon God's Legacy Lower Body Unending Source Mythical Set 1/5. Defense, plus 999. Strength, Agility, Constitution, plus 2990. Spirit, plus 999. Nature Spell Resistance, plus 50%. Special Effect 1, Life Restoration. When you suffer fatal damage that could lead to death, a powerful healing effect will be triggered immediately, restoring 60% of your maximum health and removing all negative status effects. Cooldown 24 hours. Special Effect 2, Protection of Green Wood, reduces final damage taken from any source by 15%. This effect is increased to 25% when in natural environments such as forests and jungles. Special Effect 3, Natural Healing. After leaving combat, the regeneration rate of health and mana is increased by 500%. Equipment level, 125. Description: a breastplate symbolizing the life and guardianship authority of the Azure Dragon God, containing near-infinite vitality and the most steadfast will to protect. Collecting the complete set will grant the true inheritance of the Storm Dragon God. Current progress 2/5. Powerful, incomparably powerful. This is yet another huge improvement. Without hesitation, he immediately replaced his old breastplate, which had vastly different attributes, with the unending source. Buzz, a warm yet powerful life energy instantly surged throughout my body as if every cell had been nourished and strengthened. His previously low health was instantly boosted by a thick safety cushion, giving him an unprecedented sense of security and immense power. He nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the second item. It was a fist-sized object that kept changing shape. It looks like liquid jade or like green light condensed into substance. Inside, it seems as if countless tiny lives are being born, growing, withering, and reincarnating, endlessly repeating, radiating the most primal and purest life force. The Fountain of Life, mythological material. Item description: a miraculous item formed from the purest life essence of the Azure Dragon after defeating it. It contains the ultimate power of creation and revival. It can be used to forge top-tier equipment, perform special synthesis, or serve as a core material for certain supreme rituals. Its value is immeasurable. Although its specific uses are currently unknown, the words mythical material and condensation of the essence of life alone are enough to illustrate its preciousness. Perhaps it could be used for puppet making? After thinking it over, Chen Ping'an decided to hand it over to Mo Yuan for research. Leave professional tasks to professionals. Chen Ping'an carefully put away the constantly changing Fountain of Life, knowing that it was an absolutely indispensable top-tier resource in the later stages of the game. Finally, his gaze fell on the third and most peculiar item. It was a talisman about the size of a palm. It is not made of paper or metal but is a complex three-dimensional structure woven from countless intricate, slowly flowing golden runes. These runes are not static but constantly combining, decomposing, and recombining, as if explaining the ultimate mystery of the birth and formation of life. At the center of the talisman is a deep, emerald green point of light, seemingly capable of absorbing all light like a seed of life. Chen Ping'an picked it up, and instead of feeling its physical form, he felt a warm, gentle energy fluctuation. Life-giving symbol, special unique item. Item description: a miracle talisman formed under special conditions from fragments of the creative power remaining from the Azure Dragon God. It breaks the boundary between life and death and contains the supreme law of enlightenment. Effect: can imbue an inanimate puppet creation, which must possess basic structural integrity with rudimentary life consciousness and growth potential. Creatures endowed with life will possess simple learning, adaptation, and evolutionary abilities. Their final form and potential depend on their basic materials, structure, and the spiritual power of the giver. Note: this item can only be used in the real world. Its use requires extremely high mental attributes and relevant engineering knowledge. Success rate and effectiveness are directly proportional to the user's abilities. Usage requirements: Spirit greater or equal to 1000, mastery of engineering knowledge at the master level or above. This item cannot be traded or destroyed. Upon reading the description of the talisman, Chen Ping'an's eyes suddenly narrowed and his breath caught in his throat for a moment. This is not an in-game equipment enhancement system. It's not an attribute boost. Rather, to give life, transforming inanimate objects in the real world into living beings with consciousness and the potential for growth. This goes far beyond the scope of regular game rewards. This is power at the level of laws. It's a true bridge extending gaming capabilities into the real world, and the most incredible kind at that. He immediately thought of the basic sentry crossbow golems he had set up outside the safe house and the blueprints for even more powerful golems that Mo Yuan was designing. If he could enlighten them, granting them simple consciousness and the ability to grow, then his safe house would no longer be a cold steel fortress but a living base with self-defense and self-evolution capabilities. Its value even far exceeds that mythical lower garment. He carefully placed the life-giving symbol, which seemed to pulsate slightly as if it were alive, into the deepest part of his backpack. Just as he finished counting all the rewards and was preparing to leave, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a tiny, almost indistinguishable emerald green light beneath the fungal carpet at the spot where Ningxiang's body had vanished. Like a seed, it flickered silently for a moment, then quickly seeped into the depths of the fungal carpet and disappeared. Is it an illusion, or Chen Ping'an frowned slightly but didn't delve into it. Server maintenance was imminent and he needed to leave as soon as possible. The objectives for this trip have been exceeded. The evil dragon Kingmu was defeated, and in addition to gold coins and a huge amount of experience, I also got a second piece of the mythic set, as well as the Fountain of Life and the Symbol of Life with unlimited potential. The depths of the dragon's nest will also return to eternal silence. Only that tiny speck of light from the seed seeping into the ground seemed to foreshadow that the story was not yet over. Chen Ping'an opened the character panel, which he hadn't used in a long time. With his high-level and top-tier equipment, his attributes are now off the charts. Character name: I am the Reverse Butterfly. Numbers: 0.1. Class: Storm Swordsman, Hidden Swordsman class. Level 168. Health points: HP 888,369 888,369. Mana MP 1,538,836 1538836. Basic attributes: Strength 16,197. Agility 9385. Physical condition 9449. Spirit 12,084. Combat attributes: Physical attack 20,988. Physical defense 32,230. Magic defense 28,941. Attack speed 10 attacks second maximum reached can be temporarily removed using a specific skill. Movement speed 1539%. Critical hit rate 100%. Evasion rate 68%. Hit rate 128%. The values of each attribute can only be described as terrifying. His health is approaching 900,000, wouldn't Li Qiang drool over that? While the attack power of mainstream physical classes is just over 1,000, his strength has already reached 16,000 plus. Physical attacks have even surpassed the 20,000 mark, and it's still at full capacity. It can be said that Chen Ping'an has already left everyone else far behind in every sense of the word. Whether in the game Doomsday Era or in the offline museum house. With Mo Yuan taking care of things, Chen Ping'an wasn't worried about his base being raided at all. If you're willing, you can even take the initiative. Just kidding, the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword is also soulbound. You've messed with me? Furthermore, Chen Ping'an had a bold idea. That means withdrawing the spirit blood of the Storm Dragon God offline for the main body to consume. His effect is to gain new Dragon God skills. Wouldn't that mean he could just go on a rampage in the real world? It's much more methodical than just randomly hacking and slashing with a sword. The description suggests using it after reaching level 150, so it's best to wait until the offline character attributes increase before trying it. This is something we must not be careless about. System notification. Your physical attribute feedback in real life has been updated. The current feedback rate has increased to 30%. The system notification sounded at the appropriate time. At this rate, if we kill 2 more evil dragons, the feedback rate should reach 50% in the future. At that time, Chen Ping'an will be confident in consuming the dragon god's essence blood. Just as Chen Ping'an was planning for the future, the energy channel at the entrance to the dragon's nest, which had been forcibly torn apart and was now extremely unstable, once again emitted violent fluctuations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures, accompanied by the rapid whooshing sound of air being torn apart, hurriedly passed through the flickering passage and appeared in the core of the dragon's nest, which had just witnessed an earth-shattering battle. The person at the head was none other than the city lord of the City of Harmony, Arya the Singer of Life. She was followed by Archdruid Olaf and several other powerful druid elders. They all looked flustered, their faces showing barely concealed anxiety and tension. Their gaze swept over the ravaged battlefield. Countless severed and charred root fragments lay on the ground. Huge boulders, shaken off by the aftershocks of energy, littered the surrounding rock walls. The turbulent energy currents in the air had not yet completely subsided, and the life force, pure yet bearing the marks of battle, still lingered. Finally, everyone's gaze was fixed on the figure standing quietly in the center of the battlefield. I am a reverse butterfly. He stood tall and straight, though his equipment was somewhat damaged and there were even traces of undried blood on his chest. But that aura, honed by bloody battles and now even more formidable, and that newly donned emerald green mythical lower garment, radiating a powerful aura of life. These dots silently proclaim that he is the ultimate victor in this battle. And it was Ningxiang who had kept them all in the dark and meticulously planned all of this, or rather, the Azure Dragon. They have vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint trace of sorrow and the complete dissipation of life's energy in the air, hinting at their final fate. In an instant, all the anxiety on Lord Arya's face turned into utter shock. Then it was replaced by a deeper emotion, a mixture of lingering fear, shame, and immense gratitude. She strode forward, even disregarding her dignified demeanor as the city lord, and bowed deeply before Chen Ping'an, performing an extremely solemn salute. Elder Olaf and others behind her followed closely behind, bowing deeply in humility. "Your Excellency the Godslayer." Arya's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly, and was filled with genuine remorse. Please accept the City of Harmony and all of us our sincerest apologies and deepest gratitude." She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with complex and indescribable emotions, a sense of relief mixed with deep self-reproach. We were all deceived by her. To be manipulated at will by that evil being who possessed Ningxiang's body. If it weren't for your wisdom to see the truth and your ability to turn the tide, I'm afraid the entire City of Harmony and even the natural balance of the entire continent would have suffered irreparable damage. Chen Ping'an watched the scene unfold calmly, his face showing little emotion. He neither became angry and rebuked the other party for being schemed against, nor did he become complacent because of the other party's gratitude. He simply asked, "Tell me what exactly happened." He knew this was just part of the script, and no matter what he said, the other party would explain it to him according to the established procedure. Arya breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw that Chen Ping'an didn't immediately blame her, but the shame on her face deepened. She took a deep breath and began to explain this long-buried and distorted past, her voice filled with the sorrow of reminiscence. "My lord, the Ningxiang you see, she was once the previous daughter of nature of our City of Harmony. That happened a long time ago. At that time, Ningxiang was the most gifted protector of nature in our harmonious city for thousands of years. She was pure, kind, and possessed an extraordinary affinity with all things in the forest, deeply loved by all the druids and residents of the city. We all believe that she will become the hope that leads this harmonious city to a brighter future." Arya's eyes dimmed with pain. However, this is also the source of the tragedy. About 6 months ago, abnormal signs of decay and contamination began to appear deep within the Evernight forest. To purify the forest and restore the balance of nature, Ningxiang disregarded everyone's advice and resolutely decided to venture deep into the heart of the forest, the location of the dragon's nest, in an attempt to find the source of the pollution and purify it. We all thought at the time that her control over nature was enough to handle any danger. But we were all wrong. Terribly wrong. Arya's voice was choked with emotion. Her naturalness and approachability made her so vulnerable that, in her attempt to purify the deepest pollution, she was caught off guard and had her mind corrupted by the primal will of the Azure Dragon, which had long since awakened and was waiting for its chance to purify the place. That wicked dragon was incredibly cunning. Instead of devouring her directly, it chose to merge with her. The fused being inherited Ningxiang's perfect appearance, memories, and even most of her natural magical abilities. More importantly, it inherited the irreplaceable trust and status she held in the hearts of all of us. It exploited our nostalgia and trust for the former daughter of nature, perfectly disguising itself. Even Elder Olaf and I, using life magic to probe at close range, couldn't detect that its core had already been replaced by that greedy, corrupt, monstrous dragon. It lurked among us, secretly gathering power, twisting the balance of the forest until your arrival. Arya looked at Chen Ping'an, her eyes filled with lingering fear. It sensed the unique, powerful, and extremely attractive force within you. So it meticulously planned all of this. Pretending to be a player who idolizes you, it exploits your trust to endorse it, guiding you step by step to gain your trust. Ultimately, they will lure you to the heart of this dragon's lair, attempting to seize your power in the most suitable environment for it, thus completing its final revival and transformation. We actually became accomplices in its conspiracy, almost pushing you into an abyss of no return. It's truly unforgivable. Arya lowered her head again, and the elders behind her all looked ashamed. Chen Ping'an listened quietly, and some of his doubts were finally answered. No wonder Ningxiang's disguise was so flawless, even the forest rangers and druid elders couldn't see through it. It turns out she was the real deal, only her core had been replaced. This is indeed the most difficult trap to guard against. He didn't blame the deceived NPCs too much. What's done is done, and there's no point in pursuing it further. His gaze had already been set on something much farther away. There's no need to dwell on the past. Chen Ping'an interrupted Arya's self-blame with a calm tone. Now that the evil dragon has been eliminated, this matter is considered closed. Arya's gratitude deepened upon hearing this. She quickly took out a scroll from her bosom, tanned from some ancient tree bark, exuding a faint air of age, and respectfully presented it with both hands. "Your Excellency is so magnanimous. To express our humble apology and gratitude, please accept this secret scroll of the City of Harmony. This not only records parts of the ancient history of the City of Harmony and the Forest of Eternal Night, including the past of fragrance, but more importantly, it contains information about other evil dragons that our druids throughout the ages have collected through natural revelation." Chen Ping'an's heart stirred, and he took the heavy scroll. The City of Harmony Scroll, Special Quest Item. Item Description: a scroll that records the ancient heritage and secrets of the City of Harmony and also contains significant threat intelligence gathered by the Druid Natural Network. Reading this will grant you a wealth of world-building information and trigger related quest chains. He flipped directly to the section about the evil dragon. Ancient characters are written on the bark scrolls with natural ink that emits a faint glow, accompanied by lifelike illustrations. The 4 evil dragons are all formed from fragments of the ancient dragon god's authority. They are of the same blood and share the same fate, and their prosperity and decline are intertwined. Since the arrival of the Reapers, the rules have shifted. They have all awakened from their slumber, lurking throughout the continent, gathering power, intending to overthrow. According to fragmented information transmitted by the Northern Spirit of Nature, the monstrous dragon wielding the power of explosive flame has already begun to intertwine its violent and scorching aura with the earth vein energy of the northern megacity City of Prosperity. The magma there is churning, and the fire element is unusually active. It may have become the lair of the fiery demon dragon, exploding flame dragon, a City of Prosperity. A glint of light flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. He looked up at Arya. "What other specific information do you know about the City of Prosperity and the fiery dragon?" Seeing that Chen Ping'an's attention was focused on this, Arya immediately replied respectfully. "Your Excellency, the city of Fujiang is located in the northern part of the continent, where the climate should be extremely cold. But its underground contains extremely rich geothermal resources and mineral deposits. According to the secret records and our communication with the few remaining spirits of nature in the north, we have learned that in recent months volcanic activity around the city of Fujiang has been unusually frequent. A large number of fire elemental creatures that should not exist have appeared. And the temperature inside the city is also rising strangely. We suspect that the blazing fiend dragon may have already corrupted the core of the ley lines there, transforming it into a lava kingdom suitable for its existence. His strength is likely no less than, and perhaps even greater than, that of the Azure Dragon, and he is especially adept at manipulating flames and explosive power. If you, sir, wish to go there, you must be extremely careful." Chen Ping'an nodded and memorized this information. A raging power of fire. Fortunately, his power of wind and thunder might not be unable to contend with it, and there might even be some kind of restraint between them. System notification: you have obtained hidden information, triggering a follow-up quest clue: slay the blazing inferno dragon. The quest will automatically update after you arrive in the prosperous city.
I see.
Chen Ping'an put away the secret scroll of the City of Harmony, his gaze sweeping once more over the ruined dragon's nest. The hidden danger here has been eliminated.
Take care.
Having said that, he didn't linger and turned to walk out of the dragon's nest. Arya and the others watched him leave respectfully until his figure disappeared at the end of the passage, then they breathed a long sigh of relief, their faces filled with relief and awe. Pass down the order. Arya instructed the elder behind her. From this day forward, I am the reverse butterfly will be the most distinguished guest in my city of harmony, enjoying the same privileges as the city lord. All her needs will be met to the best of our ability. Yes, Chen Ping'an did not linger in Harmony City. With a serious expression, he walked towards the main city of Harmony. The hearts of the city lord, life singer Arya and others sank. It seems I've still displeased this pioneer. That's true, after all, their feelings were betrayed. He looks so young, he must be quite resentful right now. Should we compensate him with something else? However, our city of Harmony has nothing left to offer. Previously, Ningxiang, or rather King Mu Nilong, gave a lot of resources to the neighboring city of Equality. Sigh. With trepidation, the group returned to the main city of Harmony. Actually, Chen Ping'an hadn't thought that much about it. He was simply replaying in his mind all the things he had encountered in the city of Harmony. The strategy seems simple enough when you follow the steps. It could even be described as a natural progression. However, Chen Ping'an understood that compared to the 1,000 machine dragon, the greenwood dragon's strength did not lie in its combat power. That's why she meticulously designed this elaborate trap targeting herself. She's too clever. Ever since players existed in this world, she's been researching how to disguise herself as a player rather than an object that can be romanced. For her, who has the power to control life, doing this is not difficult. This explains why there was never any news about the Azure Dragon in my previous life. It only existed in fragments of ancient documents. It turns out she was right next to the player. Knowing her personality, she might even have joined a large guild and be following along to conquer herself. And they were doing the strategy guide while cheering you on from the sidelines, saying things like, "You're almost there." However, one thing alerted Chen Ping'an. According to Ningxiang's words, she had been paying attention to him ever since he entered the game. Given her seemingly confident victory at the time, the probability of her lying is low. In that case, it's possible that the already awakened blazing dragon or some other being has also made arrangements in secret. This is getting more and more interesting. We returned all the way to the city of Harmony. Amidst the incredibly respectful gazes of city lord life singer Arya and a group of druid elders who were practically kneeling in farewell, Chen Ping'an stepped into the teleportation array of the city of Harmony. Gongsha Jinshu adult. A unified, awe-inspiring voice came from behind. Chen Ping'an remained calm, his heart undisturbed. He had seen this kind of scene many times in his past and present lives, but in this life it came earlier and was more intense. The teleportation array lit up and enveloped his body. The next second, a dizzying sensation washed over me. City of Hope, Central Plaza teleportation point. At this moment, the place was bustling with people, players coming and going, accepting quests, forming teams, setting up stalls, and joking around. It was incredibly lively. Look, the teleportation array is responding. Who's here? At this hour, it's probably one of the big guild's raid groups returning, right? Perhaps it's someone from the Sword Emperor or the God of Magic. He's still stuck here, God of Magic. He went to the City of Prosperity for further studies a long time ago. Look at the heavenly rankings, he's made tremendous progress, going from being undetectable to third place, just one step away from Sword Emperor, who's second. Just as everyone was discussing and looking around curiously, the light from the teleportation array stabilized, and a figure clearly appeared within it. When the player saw the person's ID and appearance, the entire noisy square seemed to be muted, instantly falling silent. I am the reverse butterfly. That ID, gleaming with golden light, was like the blazing sun overhead, so bright it was blinding. That name, like a heavy hammer, struck hard into everyone's heart. After a few seconds of deathly silence, a frenzied roar erupted like a volcanic eruption. Holy crap, the butterfly goddess. The butterfly goddess is back. Number 1 on the leaderboard, the Godslayer, he's back in Hope City. Hey pro, look here, please help me out. Mom, I saw a living legend, take a screenshot, quick, take a screenshot. Holy crap, where did my screenshot function go? The world chat went completely crazy at this moment. The messages were scrolling so fast that they were impossible to read. They were all exclamations and discussions about the return of the number one on the heavenly ranking. I am the reverse butterfly to the city of hope. Eating melon seeds without spitting them out, butterfly goddess is back in Hope City. Right in the central square, come and see, high-definition screenshots attached. Running snail, really, didn't he just kill a world boss in Harmony City, and he's already back? God's little fangirl, wait for me. I'm flying back right now, butterfly goddess watch me. Chen Ping'an frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him, which resembled boiling water. He had been hiding his ID because he was too lazy to deal with this kind of trouble. But now, just as he thought at this point whether to hide it or not is meaningless. Therefore, he simply abandoned all information concealment, revealing his dazzlingly gorgeous equipment and glittering ID to everyone without reservation. The fine steel longsword was a thing of the past. Now he held in his hand the wind and thunder holy sword, whose aura was restrained yet exuded terrifying power. He was wearing an awesome mythical chest armor and lower body armor, as well as several other legendary items with amazing attributes. This outfit, even without looking at its stats, its appearance alone tells you it's absolutely top tier, dominating the weapon rankings. However, even bigger changes are yet to come. The moment Chen Ping'an stepped out of the teleportation array and his feet truly landed on the land of Hope City. Buzz, an invisible wave centered on him, swept across the entire city of Hope in an instant. All the NPCs in the city of Hope, whether they are guards on duty, busy craftsmen, or hawking merchants, even the high-ranking professional mentors and administrative officials, at this moment they all shuddered. The auras that were originally strong or weak on their bodies began to rise wildly, as if they were on a rocket. One after another, uniquely upgraded golden beams of light shot into the sky from every corner of Hope City, creating a magnificent spectacle. System notification: player I am a reverse butterfly in this city has reached level 168. According to the main city's protection rules, all NPCs in Hope City will simultaneously level up to 173. This system notification, like a resounding bell, echoed in the minds of every NPC and player in the City of Hope. All NPCs upgraded. Moreover, it leveled up several times in a row, directly reaching the terrifying level of 173. What does that mean? This means that the guards of the City of Hope can send elites from other major cities flying with a single punch. This means that the career mentors in the City of Hope can impart even more powerful skills. This means that the resource refresh rate and quest rewards in the City of Hope will increase accordingly. After a brief silence, the NPCs erupted in a deafening roar of joy and gratitude. Power, I feel boundless power, ha 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 ha. Sitting in the city, power comes from heaven, how wonderful. It is Lord, I am the reverse butterfly. It is a blessing bestowed upon us by you. Thank you, sir, may you have great success in your military campaigns. Thump, thump, led by the teleportation officer, a large number of NPCs knelt down on one knee in Chen Ping'an's direction, offering the highest level of salute. Their eyes were filled with fervor and gratitude as if they were worshipping a living god. Thank you for your grace, butterfly god. The roar was deafening, soaring straight into the sky. The other players were completely dumbfounded. Make all the NPCs kneel, unheard of, unseen. This prestige, it's simply outrageous. My goodness, this is what playing games should be like. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. We chickens and dogs also benefit from it. Let's see who dares to cause trouble in Hope City again. We NPCs can beat them to a pulp. Haha, I'm so proud, I'm also from the City of Hope. Butterfly Goddess is awesome. The world chat was once again flooded with long live City of Hope and Butterfly God is awesome. Players from other major cities were green with envy, wishing they could defect to Hope City immediately. Looking at the NPCs kneeling before him and the fervent gazes of the surrounding players, Chen Ping'an thought to himself. Luckily, those tough guys from Freedom City haven't arrived yet, otherwise being surrounded by tens of thousands of big men calling him dad would be quite a sight. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. However, as the saying goes, speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao arrives. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to squeeze through the crowd to go to Jinlin Pavilion to deal with the mountain of materials and equipment piled up in his backpack, A commotion arose from the direction of the city gate, followed by a powerful and unified roar. "Dad, we're here." A well-equipped and imposing team of players marched into the City of Hope. Leading the group were the male players who had been freed from the shackles of the City of Equality by Chen Ping'an. Unlike when I was in the starting village, dressed in rags and with a low level. At this moment, everyone was wearing equipment of at least blue quality, and many core members were even wearing a mix of purple gear. Their levels were all around 70, placing them firmly in the top tier of the game. Their eyes were sharp, their steps firm, and they carried an aura of fierceness honed through countless battles, forming a stark contrast with the ordinary players around them. The appearance of this new force immediately attracted everyone's attention. After they entered the city, their eyes were immediately fixed on the most dazzling star in the center of the crowd, Chen Ping'an. The next moment, a scene that was both hilarious and absurd unfolded. The moment these burly men saw Chen Ping'an, their eyes turned red and they were overcome with excitement. But instead of rushing forward like the other players, they quickly lined up in the open space in front of Chen Ping'an, their movements perfectly synchronized like well-trained soldiers. Then, led by the tough guy sheds tears, tens of thousands of people clasped their fists, bowed, and roared with all their might. "Greetings, father." The roar was deafening and incredibly powerful, drowning out the clamor of the other players around them. Chen Ping'an's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. The surrounding players were taken aback at first, then burst into even louder laughter and discussion. "Dad, who are these hunky guys? Why are they calling the butterfly goddess Dad?" "I know, they're those male players who were trapped in the starting village of Equality City. It was Butterfly Goddess who rescued them." "Good heavens, this is recognizing a thief as one's father." "Oh wait, I mean recognizing God as one's father." Just then, a burly man in the group, wielding a purple-quality greatsword, proudly raised his axe and boasted to a stunned player beside him. "Brother, look at my axe, isn't it cool?" The player nodded blankly. "Cool. It's purple quality, right? The stats must be awesome." The burly man thumped his chest loudly, his voice booming. "Absolutely, my father gave it to me." Another rogue player, clad in leather armor, flashed by, showcasing his ghostly speed and eliciting gasps of surprise. He tossed his head coolly. "Fast, my dad taught me." There was also a knight with ridiculously high health, carrying a huge shield, who CHUCKLED Chinese letter LY. "My life is all thanks to my dad. Without him, I'd still be scavenging for scraps in the newbie village. My dad's awesome. All glory belongs to my father. Wherever father points we'll fight." These tough guys couldn't stop talking about my dad, and their worship and loyalty to Chen Ping'an had reached a blind level. They have become a unique force in the City of Hope that no one dares to provoke, the Father's Guard. Chen Ping'an looked at this group of hot-blooded guys with a sense of helplessness, but he also knew that they were sincere. He waved his hand, his voice soft but clear to everyone. "All right, everyone disperse. Go do what you were doing, your rank has dropped." "Yes, father." Tens of thousands of burly men responded in unison, their voices deafening, before dispersing in an orderly fashion to attend to their tasks. However, their eyes would occasionally dart towards Chen Ping'an, filled with affection and admiration. After sending his sons away, Chen Ping'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. He ignored the countless cries of people around him asking to team up, make friends, or beg for help, and walked straight toward the Golden Scale Pavilion. Just then, the private chat channel suddenly started flashing wildly. He clicked on it and saw it was Li Qiang, the newspaper boy. "Daddy Ping'an, you're finally back. Holy crap, you're amazing. The whole world is praising you. Have you seen my new shield, Immortal Bulwark, a top-tier purple one? You got Cheng help me get it, hee. As an archer wielding a shield, I combine offense and defense. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? By the way, that idiot Augustus seems to have secretly run off to the City of Prosperity. He probably saw how amazing you are and realized he couldn't make it in the City of Hope, so he wants to start somewhere else. Where's Ping and Daddy going to fight the next boss? Take me with you, I'm incredibly tanky right now. Over 200,000 HP, I'll be your punching bag, absolutely guaranteed." Seeing Li Qiang's rapid-fire messages, Chen Ping'an smiled, sent a screenshot of his nearly 900,000 HP to Newspaper Boy, and replied, Focus on leveling up. Make sure you can withstand one hit from the boss before anything else. Actually, if he wanted to, he could also find 99 Nature's Blessing potions in his backpack that could permanently increase his maximum health. If you drink it all, the boost will be terrifying. Only percentage-based damage skills will cause you to visibly lose health when they hit you. But Chen Ping'an stubbornly refused to use it, wanting to wait until he had more health points in the future. At least, we'll have to wait until we face even more powerful bosses. Looking at the chat box behind him, Li Qiang was shouting and yelling. Chen Ping'an smiled and closed the chat window, took a deep breath, and felt the atmosphere in the City of Hope that had been stirred up because of him. That feeling of standing at the peak, being looked up to by everyone, is truly wonderful. But that's far from enough. The game's cruel rules hang like the sword of Damocles constantly overhead. And the crises of the real world are far from over either. He must continue to get stronger, faster, and even stronger. He strode forward, continuing towards the Golden Scale Pavilion. Wherever he went, the crowd parted to make way for him, their gazes filled with awe, worship, and fervor. He is I am the reverse butterfly, the pride of the City of Hope, a legend in the eyes of players, and a benefactor to whom NPCs are grateful. He was also the only father in the hearts of those tough guys. In the backyard of Jinlin Pavilion, a bustling workshop specially approved by Jinlin Pavilion Master Yuanyuan.He was in full swing. It was less of a workshop and more of a small puppet manufacturing base. Various precision gears, gleaming metal plates, and energy transmission lines of varying thicknesses filled the corners. On the workbench, several complex and dizzying blueprints of puppet structures were spread out. Mo Yuan had only been here a short time and had not yet recruited any guards or subordinates to help her. The reason is actually quite simple. She was confident that puppets could handle the task of guarding her. As for NPCs who provide assistance or attracting players to do illegal work by issuing quests, she had considered those options as well. There's no need for that. Whether they're there or not makes little difference to my current plans, because at this moment her main focus is on researching and designing new puppets. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly and her fair fingers held a specially made rune engraving pen. He was carefully engraving an energy circuit on a palm-sized metal plate that emitted a faint blue light. She held a specially made rune pen in her hand. This pen was a gift from Yuanyuan.He. That day, when she arrived in the City of Hope, inquired about the Golden Scale Pavilion, found Yuanyuan.He, and introduced herself as I am Nai Dai to explain her purpose. Yuanyuan.He immediately treated him as a VIP, not only arranging a temporary workshop for designing puppets, but also giving him a lot of puppet materials free of charge. Among them are some rather rare items. This surprised Mo Yuan. How come the people I am the reverse butterfly know are all such powerful figures? Putting everything else aside, she had heard of the Golden Scale Pavilion's great reputation in the City of Freedom. There was even a branch office previously located in the City of Freedom, but it was later removed. Looking back now, it seems that Gong Shupan, in order to revive the 1,000-machine evil dragon, did not want too much external power to interfere, so he found a way to make the Golden Scale Pavilion move its branch away. Inside the workshop, Mo Yuan's movements were precise and steady, each stroke of her brush carrying a unique sense of rhythm. Here, the energy node's conduction efficiency can be increased by about 3% more. If we use the star silver sand we found in the ruins for enchanting. The linkage mechanism at the joints is still too complex, affecting the overall response speed. Perhaps we could learn from the 1,000 Machines evil dragon. What am I thinking? We can't learn that kind of evil technology. As she worked intently, she unconsciously muttered to herself, uttering technical jargon that only she fully understood. Since being brought out of the City of Freedom by Chen Ping'an and becoming his follower, Mo Yuan has devoted all her energy to improving her puppetry skills. She knew that I am the reverse butterfly was very strong, so strong that she didn't need weaklings by her side. She didn't want to be just a pretty face, she was even more afraid of being discarded because she felt useless. I must become more useful. Mo Yuan put down her carving brush, exhaled softly, and her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the core in the corner of the workshop, protected by a special force field. The ever-changing core myth. It was a ball of light roughly the size of a fist that kept changing shape. Sometimes it flows like liquid metal and sometimes it solidifies into a multifaceted crystal. Inside, it seemed as if countless tiny gears were meshing and rotating on their own, emanating a chilling power of order. The ever-changing core mythology. Effect can be integrated into a puppet, granting it the ability to change its form at will, and to simulate some of the basic characteristics of that form, e.g., sharp when transformed into a sword, sturdy when transformed into a shield. The cooling time for the changes is extremely short, and the energy consumption increases with the complexity of the simulated morphology. Description: originating from the core of the Thousand Machine Dragon's primal power, it contains the power of the rule of change. Use it to make your puppet a truly omnipotent tool. Equipment level, no level restriction, mythical quality. This is one of the most precious treasures obtained after defeating the Thousand Machine Evil Dragon. I am the reverse butterfly. The adult gave it to me without any suspicion. This was an immense trust in me. Besides drawing design blueprints for the new puppet, she has spent most of her time these days researching how to perfectly integrate this core into the future main battle puppet. If the fusion is successful, the puppet will be able to switch forms at any time according to the battle situation. Ranged, melee, defense, assault. My God, what a powerful asset that will be. The thought of creating such a powerful puppet for Chen Ping'an made Mo Yuan's heart race. She recalled the magical mystery house and the immense power she felt when Chen Ping'an led her to tear apart the void. Master, he's amazing, he can even travel between dimensions. The girl's eyes were filled with admiration, her affection for him was rising rapidly, and she couldn't wait to dedicate all her talents to him. Okay, it's decided. Next time I go to the museum house, I absolutely have to install that ecological cycle simulation system and the fully automated rune engraving platform. And I also need to optimize the energy allocation of the defense matrix. She was clenching her little fists to encourage herself, planning in her mind how to make the safe house more comfortable and sturdy so that its owner could live comfortably even in that world of suppressed power. Suddenly, a sudden, inexplicable feeling of palpitation washed over me. Mo Yuan felt her heart skip a beat and her fingers gripping the blueprints tightened slightly. An indescribable sense of anxiety and anticipation welled up without warning, as if something extremely important, something she desperately longed for, was about to happen. What's wrong? I suddenly can't concentrate. She pressed her chest, somewhat puzzled. She had never felt this strange sensation before. At that very moment, knock, knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the workshop door. Mo Yuan's heart pounded even faster. That inexplicable premonition almost burst from her chest. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm. Enter. The door was pushed open and a senior guard from the Golden Scale Pavilion entered, his attitude respectful. The guard stepped aside, about to begin his introduction. Miss Mo Yuan, this is Lord I am the Reverse Butterfly, also Lord Qian Duoju's esteemed guest. His words came to an abrupt halt, because the moment he saw the person behind him, Miss Mo Yuan, who had been standing in front of the workbench with a cool and focused expression, suddenly turned into a blur. The guards didn't even see her movements clearly, they only felt a fragrant breeze pass by. Then, the usually aloof and cold-hearted Miss Mo Yuan, known as the Iceberg Genius, rushed straight into the arms of I am a Reverse Butterfly like a fledgling returning to its nest. The senior guard's eyes widened instantly, his mouth gaped open and his brain completely shut down. What's going on? He had witnessed it firsthand. Several self-proclaimed charming players had tried to get close to Miss Mo Yuan, only to be thrown out by her with traps and mechanisms before they could even enter the workshop. Even when the boss's wife, Qian Duoju, came to discuss cooperation in person, Miss Mo Yuan maintained a polite but distant attitude. Why did she immediately throw herself into the arms of I am a Reverse Butterfly? Chen Ping'an was also taken aback. He had just finished dealing with the enthusiastic players and their sons outside when he arrived at the Golden Scale Pavilion. Then, seeing the system notification that his only attendant was in the backyard, he thought he'd come check on Mo Yuan, inquire about the research progress, and hand over the newly acquired materials to her. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered, I was embraced by a warm and soft woman. Divider, thank you for reading this far, everyone. Let me start by giving you a watermelon toast. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It is said that the mid-autumn moon shines brightly over the courtyard, and the ancients also said, "We share this moment though we are far apart." Wherever you are right now, may the bright moon in the sky carry my heartfelt wishes. May you have fine wine on your table, good books at your side, warmth in your heart, and good health and peace year after year. In the days to come, I will continue to write and use words to unfold more stories for you. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, see you in the book again. Chen Ping'an's inner monologue, "Hey, watermelon, hurry up and write, don't be lazy, even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare rest like this, I need to become even stronger." Oh. The watermelon isn't sour, Sigma Japanese letter degrees dead degrees, even on a holiday they don't let us rest. Sigma obreve de obreve letter FF89 letter FF89. The girl's soft body pressed tightly against him, carrying a faint scent of engine oil and a unique, fresh herbal aromatherapy fragrance. Chen Ping'an could feel Mo Yuan's body trembling slightly, not from fear but from excitement. Mo Yuan herself was also bewildered, her reaction was purely instinctive. The moment the guard uttered the words, "I am Lord Reverse Butterfly," before the brain could even process it, the body had already lunged forward uncontrollably. At this moment, feeling the warmth and firmness of Chen Ping'an's chest and hearing his steady and powerful heartbeat, Mo Yuan suddenly woke up. Ugh. She let out a short gasp, jerking back like a startled rabbit, her cheeks instantly turning bright red as if they were about to bleed, even her small earlobes turning crimson. She stood there helplessly, head down, not daring to look Chen Ping'an in the eye, her voice barely audible. I, my body just wouldn't obey me. Oh no, Lady Reverse Butterfly, you wouldn't think I'm a shameless, frivolous, and promiscuous woman, would you? Will he hate me? Will he think I'm being too forward and then dump me? In an instant, countless terrible thoughts flashed through Mo Yuan's mind, and her eyes even reddened with anxiety. Looking at the girl in front of him who seemed to want to disappear into the ground, Chen Ping'an understood her thoughts perfectly. A barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes, but his face remained calm. He simply nodded slightly to the high-ranking guard who was still in a petrified state. "Everything's all right here, you can go back to your work." Oh yes, sir." The guard, as if waking from a dream, quickly bowed and withdrew, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. However, the dazed expression on his face as he left clearly indicated that he needed some time to process the shocking scene he had just witnessed. Only 2 people remained in the workshop. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Ping'an spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "How's the drawing process going?" His voice was calm and normal, as if the sudden hug had never happened. Mo Yuan secretly glanced at him, and seeing that his expression was normal without showing any disgust or impatience, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, but her heart was still beating very fast. Still refining the details. She tried hard to keep her voice from trembling as she pointed to the blueprints on the workbench. "The main focus is on the fusion interface of the ever-changing core. I want to design a dynamically adaptable structure to ensure energy stability and structural strength during form transitions." When talking about her area of expertise, Mo Yuan became noticeably more relaxed, and her eyes regained their focused light. Chen Ping'an walked to the workbench and glanced at the intricate blueprints. Even with his current high mental attributes, it still took him some effort to look at them. He couldn't help but nod inwardly. Mo Yuan's talent in puppet making was indeed terrifying. Given time, she will definitely become one of his strongest allies. Very good. Chen Ping'an nodded, then took out a few items from his backpack. First, it was a mass of material that kept changing shape like liquid jade, the fountain of life myth. Next was a strange talisman surrounded by countless fine golden runes. Symbol of life special. Finally, there were several rare metals and energy crystals shimmering with different lusters, all high-grade materials collected from the Azure Dragon's Nest and other places. "These are for you." Chen Ping'an pushed the items in front of Mo Yuan. "Fountain of Life contains powerful life energy. Let's see if it can be used to enhance the puppet's self-repairing abilities. The life-giving symbol is very special. It needs to be used in another world and may bring about unexpected changes. You can prepare the other materials as needed." Mo Yuan's gaze was instantly drawn to these treasures. In particular, the energy fluctuations and rhythmic patterns emanating from the fountain of life and the symbol of life were enough to startle even a master craftswoman like her. This is. She carefully picked up the symbol of life, sensing the fragments of the laws of creation and life contained within it, her breathing becoming rapid. Could this be something that can imbue creation with spirituality? Theoretically, yes. Chen Ping'an confirmed, but how to apply it specifically is up to you to research. Lord Reverse Butterfly. Rest assured, I will definitely devise the best solution and will not waste these precious materials. Mo Yuan gripped the talisman tightly, her body trembling slightly with excitement. The embarrassment she had felt earlier had been replaced by immense excitement and a sense of responsibility. Her master entrusted her with something so important. This shows that the owner trusts her and needs her. She's determined to achieve something. Be the most useful person to your master. Seeing Mo Yuan's fighting spirit rekindled and her eyes shining, Chen Ping'an thought to himself, having this technology around can definitely save you a lot of trouble. You can continue with your work, I won't bother you any longer. You can stay here and focus on your research for now. Leave the fighting and killing outside to me. After giving his instructions, Chen Ping'an prepared to leave. Reverse Butterfly Adult. Mo Yuan quickly called out to him, a blush rising to her cheeks, her voice soft yet firm. I'll produce results as soon as possible. I definitely won't let you down. Chen Ping'an glanced back at her, nodded, and without saying anything more, turned and left the workshop. Only after Chen Ping'an's figure disappeared outside the door did Mo Yuan finally let out a long sigh of relief. She leaned against the workbench, almost completely exhausted, but her face radiated undisguised joy and energy. She touched her still slightly flushed cheeks and recalled the impulsive hug from earlier, feeling another wave of embarrassment. But Lady Reverse Butterfly's embrace is so warm it still makes me feel so safe. She murmured softly, a smile unconsciously creeping onto her lips, but soon she shook her head, suppressing those romantic thoughts. Her gaze sharpened and focused again, landing on the ever-changing core and life-giving symbol on the workbench. Now is not the time for idle thoughts, we must work even harder. She picked up her carving pen and resumed her work, even more engrossed than before. In order to stay by Lady Reverse Butterfly's side forever, I must create the strongest puppet in the world. Inside the workshop, the soft hum of machinery and the girl's focused whispers once again filled the air.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.